At a luxurious club in the heart of Ethelgard, a stunning woman in high heels walked in with an unhurried grace. This was Arya Jiang, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, a woman so beautiful she could topple kingdoms. The moment she appeared, a buzz went through the crowd. With an aura like that, could she be a major celebrity? She stopped in front of a couple who were flirting with each other, Nathan Cho and Alara Vance. Alara was whining to Nathan, asking him to buy her ice cream because it was too hot inside. Arya picked up a cold glass of beer from a passing waiter's tray. Before the staffer could even react, she flung the entire contents of the glass onto the couple. They froze on the spot, soaked from head to toe, looking utterly pathetic. Immediately after, Arya tossed the empty glass at Alara's face. Finished, she crossed her arms, tilted her chin up, and asked, "Miss Vance, are you still feeling hot now?" Nathan, furious, pointed a finger at Arya and roared, "Arya Jiang, are you insane? I know you and Alara have never gotten along, but this is going too far." Arya let out a smirk and leaned in close to Alara. "She loves picking up other people's trash so much. I figured I'd give her a free beer so she wouldn't have to go stealing it. Is there a problem with that?" Arya reached out and gently twirled a strand of Alara's hair before suddenly yanking it hard. Pained and humiliated, Alara shrieked, "Ah! Let go of me, you worthless reject the Jiang family threw out." Nathan pulled Alara behind him, glaring at Arya. "Don't be so vicious." He swatted Arya's hand away. "Alara and I are in love. You know that? Yet you still cling to me. Have you no shame?" Arya snorted, lazily rolling her wrist before swinging her hand and slapping Nathan hard across the face. "Who gave you permission to touch me with your filthy hands?" Nathan stared at Arya in disbelief, shocked that she would dare to hit him. Seeing her boyfriend get slapped, Alara stepped in front of him and challenged her. "What right do you have to hit him?" Losing her patience, Arya slapped Alara too. Alara glared at her, cradling her stinging cheek. "You dare hit me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Vance family." Arya scoffed mockingly. "The eldest daughter? So what?" She crossed her arms provocatively. "You think I'm not?" Alara turned to her boyfriend, her voice thick with grievance. "Nathan, look at her. How can she bully me like this?" Nathan, ever the hero, puffed out his chest. "If you have a problem, take it up with me. Alara is innocent." Arya was getting annoyed. She curled her lip. "They say a couple is like two birds in a forest. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Are you two done performing your little drama of undying love? I'm sure you've moved yourselves to tears by now." Her words made Nathan grind his teeth in anger. "There are so many people here, we're all adults. Can't we show each other a little respect?" Arya almost laughed. She slammed her hand on a nearby table, stepped closer to them, and spoke in a cold voice. "Did your pig mouth forget it could do anything besides lick her? Have you two scumbags forgotten how long you've been sneaking around? Were you too scared or just too stupid to tell me you wanted to break up?" Arya turned her gaze to Alara, her voice dripping with scorn. "He was already crawling into your bed before we broke up. Was he that desperate, or were you just that thirsty?" Tears welled in Alara's eyes as she looked at Nathan. "Nathan, did you hear what she said?" Nathan finally exploded. "If you hadn't insisted on staying in Solace Harbor, do you think I would have gotten involved with someone else? Were you ever a real girlfriend? Why don't you think about your own faults for a change?" Arya laughed. "You're right, I do have a problem." She glared at the trashy couple. "My problem is that I'm too decent to understand the thought process of a scumbag like you." Humiliated in front of everyone, Nathan lost his temper and raised his hand to strike Arya. But she didn't flinch, instead stepping forward with a cold challenge. "Go on, I dare you to hit me." Seeing her resolve, Nathan froze, unable to follow through. Arya let out a cold, pathetic, she muttered, then turned to leave. "I wish you useless waste of space, and this little tramp a long and happy life together." Seeing people in the curious crowd pulling out their phones to take pictures and videos, Nathan, burning with shame and anger, yelled at them to disperse. After teaching the scummy couple a lesson, Arya met up with her best friends at another restaurant. After hearing the story, Nina Song and Phoebe Duan were both in shock. "Arya, you're so brave, taking on that trashy couple by yourself. Why didn't you call us? Weren't you afraid of getting hurt if a fight broke out?" Arya calmly swirled the wine in her glass. "They were the ones in the wrong. Why should I be afraid?" Nina was about to offer more words of caution, but Arya cut her off. "I've never lost a fight." That one sentence washed away all of Nina's worries. Phoebe, standing nearby, laughed. "Oh, Miss Jung, you've never feared anything in your life. You've never lost a war of words, and you're even better with your fists. But this could still have some nasty fallout." Arya couldn't care less. She downed her wine in one go. Nina agreed with Phoebe. "That tramp Alara Vance is not to be trifled with. You poured beer on her and slapped her today. Watch out for her trying to get revenge later." Arya slammed her glass down on the table with a cold smirk. If she dares to mess with me, I'll just have to sleep with her brother. Nina and Phoebe stared at their friend, who was now completely plastered, and were at a loss for words. Fueled by alcohol, Arya's voice rose with excitement. All I have to do is become her brother's woman. With him on my side, let's see if she still dares to act all high and mighty in front of me. Even if she doesn't like it, she'll have to kneel and respectfully call me sister-in-law and serve me tea, right? Anyway, you guys chat, I'm going to the restroom. Once Arya was gone, Nina and Phoebe dared to whisper, "Is she drunk? I seem to remember she used to have a huge crush on Alara Vance's brother. Definitely drunk. Why else would she say something so outrageous? It wasn't just a crush. A few years ago, she was completely obsessed with him, like she was possessed." At the same time, the people at the next table had overheard Arya's drunken declaration. One of them couldn't help but chuckle. What's it like to run into an admirer even when you're just out for a drink? Kaelan Vance was the eldest son of the Vance family and Alara's older brother. Leo Duan propped his chin on his hand, teasing him. That girl is beautiful, and her figure is incredible. Are you telling me a woman like that doesn't move you at all? Kaelan just sipped his drink in silence, his eyes following Arya's elegant figure in the distance. He set down his empty glass and suddenly stood up. Flynn Rider didn't understand. Where are you going? Adrian hasn't arrived yet. You can't leave. Kaelan shoved his hands in his pockets, his voice cool. Going for a smoke. Arya, fighting off a wave of dizziness, tried to find the women's restroom with what little sobriety she had left. She had drunk way too much today, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. It was all that trashy couple's fault. What was worse was that the third party was Alara Vance, that damn girl who had loved to compete with her since they were kids. So disgusting. As she stood dazed in front of the sinks, she saw a handsome man smoking, his silhouette clearly that of Kaelan Vance. Arya narrowed her phoenix eyes, the alcohol making it hard to tell if she was dreaming or awake. How could this man look so much like him? Kaelan stood quietly in a cloud of smoke. Then his gaze swept over to Arya, and that one look sobered her up instantly. She patted her forehead, muttering to herself, "Am I seeing things? How could that be Kaelan Vance?" She was so drunk she couldn't stand straight. She suddenly swayed, but instead of hitting the floor, she fell into Kaelan Vance's broad chest. "Careful," he said. Hearing that voice, she knew immediately. It really was him. But what was he doing here? She quickly thanked him and tried to step back. But Kaelan grabbed her wrist, pulling her right back against him. "I heard you wanted to play me?" Her face instantly flushed beet red, and she was so flustered she couldn't get a word out. Kaelan watched her with amusement, waiting for an explanation. His smile made her heart pound. Arya quickly regained her composure, pushed him away forcefully, and squeezed her eyes shut. "I was just joking." With that, she bolted, giving him no chance to say another word. Kaelan watched her flee, a small smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself, "The little girl's all grown up." After finishing his cigarette, Kaelan returned to his table where 2 more people had just arrived. Seeing Kaelan, Adrian gave a slight nod. "Sorry, I'm late." Then he gestured to the girl beside him. "This is my niece, Arya Jiang. I ran into her, so I brought her along." Arya sat obediently by his side, her head bowed, her mind a complete mess. She silently cursed Nina and Phoebe. Her uncle was just a forensic doctor, not a ghost. But the moment those two saw him, they had vanished, leaving her all alone. Adrian said, "Oh right, you used to tutor her. Do you remember Kaelan?" Hearing this, Arya pretended it was nothing, feigning indifference, but her ears were straining to catch every word. Kaelan saw this, and the corner of his mouth twitched up into a smile. "Of course I remember. We just ran into each other a moment ago." "It's good that you remember," Adrian said. "I'll have to ask for your help with her in the future. This girl is always a handful." Adrian turned to Arya. "When did you get back? Last night," she mumbled. Adrian frowned. "Why didn't you ask me to pick you up? Your aunt just let you come back by yourself?" Arya sighed helplessly. "I'm not a child. What's there to worry about?" Adrian launched into a lecture. "I heard about what happened with you and Nathan Cho. I told you from the beginning you two weren't a good match. Nathan was spoiled growing up, and he's indecisive. You've got a stubborn personality and can't stand being tied down. He couldn't handle you. Besides, his mother is a domineering woman. Even if you two had gotten married, you would have been demanding a divorce in no time." Arya's fingers trembled, and she clutched the hem of her dress, silently groaning. Why did he have to bring up that scumbag Nathan right now? Arya nervously glanced at Kaelan. He calmly raised his wine glass, signaling for Adrian to stop. Leo Duan, sitting next to Adrian, also chimed in with a laugh. "The girl's already miserable from a breakup, and you, her uncle, are rubbing salt in the wound. Give it a rest." Adrian frowned and fell silent. Leo turned to Kaelan. "Weren't you saying some file was held up? Have Adrian ask about it." Adrian said, "I already asked. My dad is retired. I'm afraid he can't help." The group went on to discuss work, and Arya had no way to join the conversation. Bored, she swirled the wine in her glass, sneaking glances at Kaelan. He was incredibly handsome when he was seriously discussing business, a rare mix of intellectual charm and a CEO's powerful aura. As if sensing her intense gaze, Kalen suddenly turned his head and their eyes met. Arya's face flushed and her heart hammered in her chest. Busted. She was so embarrassed she downed her entire glass of wine in one gulp. Arya's face was beet red as she wiped the corner of her mouth. Kalen had seen her every little reaction, and a quiet smile bloomed on his face. Unable to join the conversation, Arya just kept drinking, losing track of how many glasses she'd had. Before long, the alcohol made her limbs feel like jelly, and she slumped against the sofa and fell asleep. Adrian turned his head. "Arya, it's about time to go home." But by now, she was dead drunk and couldn't hear a word he said. Suddenly, Adrian's phone rang. After hanging up, Adrian turned to Kalen with a frown. "A case just came in. I have to get to the scene immediately. Kalen, can you do me a favor and take Arya home?" Kalen slowly nodded. Leo piped up from the side. "Why don't you let me take her home?" Adrian shot him a look. "I wouldn't trust you to take my niece home." Leo started teasing Kalen. "How are you going to get her home? She's so drunk you'll probably have to carry her. Have you ever carried a woman before? You could give her a piggyback ride, or I could show you how it's done." Kalen coolly ignored him. He picked up his jacket, walked over to the sleeping Arya, draped it over her, then slid an arm under her back and knees and lifted her into his arms. He held her securely. The sight even left Leo stunned. "Whoa, what's gotten into Kalen Vance today?" Kalen had his driver bring the car around. Inside, he carefully readjusted the jacket on Arya and quietly told the driver the address of the Jiang family villa. But as soon as Arya heard the Jiang family, she frowned. "I'm not going back." She wrapped her arms around Kalen, whining, "I don't want to go back to the Jiang house." Kalen was in a bit of a bind. "Your uncle asked me to take you home." Arya thrashed around petulantly. "I don't want to go. I don't like the Jiang house. I'm not going." As she struggled, the jacket slipped off, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her skin. The sight made Kalen freeze, a blush creeping up his cheeks. He quickly averted his eyes to compose himself. A few seconds later, he picked up the jacket from the floor and carefully draped it over her again. To prevent it from falling, he tied the sleeves together. Then he told the driver to change course and head for the Chung family home. But the little troublemaker lightly punched Kalen's chest. "No!" "If I go back drunk, Grandpa will scold me. I can't go back there." Kalen caught her slender wrist. "Then tell me where you want to go." Arya tried to think clearly. "Where can I go?" Then she looked at Kalen with her shimmering, tear-filled eyes. "I want to go to a hotel." Kalen's eyes widened. He asked her seriously, "Are you sure?" Arya actually placed a finger on his lips, leaned in close, and stared at him as if she was about to say something. Kalen looked at her, his eyes full of anticipation, only to see her give a small smile. The next second, she slumped forward, passed out from the alcohol. Kalen felt a bit helpless. He draped the jacket over her again, pulled her into his arms, and told the driver to head for a hotel. Arya was trapped in a nightmare. In her dream, someone was slitting the palm of her hand with a knife, blood pouring from the wound. Hurt and wronged, she ran to Kalen, holding out her hand with a sob. "Kalen, my brother is bullying me again. It hurts so much." But Kalen just gave her an indifferent glance, frowned, and said coldly, "What does it have to do with me if he bullies you?" Arya cried harder, "Because I like you." Kalen's face was emotionless, his voice deep. "I don't like you." Those words echoed endlessly in her mind. "I don't like you." The phrase had hurt her more times than she could count. Lying in the hotel bed, Arya's lips moved as she mumbled in her sleep, "I don't like you anymore either." Kalen couldn't hear her clearly and leaned closer to see what the girl was trying to say. He frowned. Was she having a nightmare? Just then, Arya's eyes fluttered open. Seeing Kalen, her head spun. Why was he next to her? She must still be dreaming. Arya pushed herself up, rubbing her eyes. "Kalen Vance, where is this?" "A hotel," he replied. Even drunk, Arya started to cause a scene. "Why did you bring me to a hotel? What are you trying to do to me?" Kalen gently took a pillow and placed it behind her back for support. "You're drunk," he said. She gazed at Kalen hazily, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Kalen couldn't tear his eyes away, his Adam's apple bobbing. Just as Kalen was fighting for control, Arya suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Believing it was all a dream, she grew bolder, pulling his face closer to hers and whispering, "I'm not drunk." Her enchanting demeanor made Kalen's restraint tremble. His voice was hoarse. "Arya, let go." But the drunken Arya just frowned, refusing to listen. Kalen grabbed her wrist to push her away. "It's late. You should get some rest. I'm leaving." He spoke as he carefully tucked the blanket around her. She suddenly grabbed his collar. "Don't go." She pulled him and he stumbled, falling onto the bed with her. Still thinking it was a dream, Arya reached up and pulled him closer, her voice soft. "Be good. Why are you so disobedient even in my dreams?" Arya angrily pushed Kalen off her, muttering, "Kalen Vance is a bad man." She grew even bolder, reaching out and starting to unbutton his shirt. He threaded his fingers through her long, soft hair, looked deep into her eyes, and asked, "Arya, do you still like me?" Her mind hazy from the alcohol, Arya let out a soft, and nodded. Kaelin asked hesitantly, "Are you telling the truth?" Arya replied impatiently, "Of course it's true." She thought to herself, why is this man so annoying even in a dream? Then she leaned in and kissed him, a deep, lingering kiss. Her teasing made Kaelin lose all control. His eyes darkened, and he returned her kiss, turning it into a passionate, wet embrace. "Then don't you regret this?" Kaelin murmured between kisses, gently laying her down on the bed. His hands wrapped around her slender waist as his kisses moved from her lips down to her hands and neck. That's when Arya felt something was off. She frowned. "What are you doing? You're hurting me." Kaelin slowly captured her flailing hands. His gaze deepened as he stared at her. Then he leaned down to kiss her soft lips again. The next morning, the two were still in bed. Arya woke up first, rubbing her eyes. "Ow, that hurts. Did someone beat me up?" She looked around hazily. "Huh? Where am?" She turned her head and saw Kaelin next to her. Her eyes flew open in shock and horror. "Wait, why am I in bed with him?" Her face went pale, and she scrambled out of bed as flashes of the previous night's steamy encounter flooded her mind. Every scene played back in her head. She was the one who had started it, who had kissed him, who had practically thrown herself at him. Oh God, Arya thought, clutching her head, wanting to slap herself. What did I do? Kaelin had rejected her confession years ago, and she had sworn she would never get involved with this cold-hearted man again. Arya's heart sank. She and Kaelin hadn't seen each other in 3 years. How did they end up in bed together the moment they met again? Suddenly, a thought struck her. I have to get out of here. Now. But as soon as her feet hit the floor and she took a few steps, her legs gave out. She stumbled into the corner of a table, the pain nearly bringing tears to her eyes. But she didn't dare make a sound, afraid of waking Kaelin. In truth, Kaelin had been awake for a while. He got up, wrapped an arm around her waist, and lifted her into his arms. "You're always so clumsy," he said in a deep voice. "You need to be more careful." He placed her back on the bed, carefully tucking her in. "Are you okay?" he asked, concerned. Arya was mortified. "I'm fine," she mumbled. "Don't worry about me." Kaelin smiled. "Where did you hit yourself? Let me see." Arya frantically clutched the blanket, her voice rising in anger. "Kaelin Vance, you animal, don't you touch me! You pervert creep, you're shameless, disgusting! I can't believe you're such a despicable person taking advantage of me like that. Aren't you ashamed?" Kaelin frowned. "You were the one who told me to take you to a hotel last night." Arya's face was so red it looked like it might burst. "The hotel I was talking about wasn't here. I had a room booked at the Grand Apex Hotel, not this place." Kaelin lowered his eyes, feigning a wounded look. "I'm sorry, but you said you wanted to play me, told me to take you to a hotel, and then you kissed me, held on to me, and wouldn't let me leave." Arya finally couldn't take it anymore and slapped a hand over his mouth. "Are you blaming me now? I was drunk. Girls lose all sense when they've been drinking." She buried her face in her hands. "Why didn't you push me away, Kaelin Vance?" Seeing her adorable pout, Kaelin's Adam's apple bobbed again. He gently took her wrist. "I was drunk too," he said tenderly. "I couldn't help it." Arya snatched her hand back, thinking bitterly, "It's true what they say, there are no good men. He acts like such a gentleman on the outside, but one little tease and he loses control. And I'm the one who loses out. My first time, just gone like that, in a haze." Sob. Suddenly, Kaelin spoke, his gaze intense. "If you're willing, we could get married." His words stunned her into silence for a good 10 seconds. "What did you say?" Kaelin patiently repeated himself. "I said, let's get married." Before he could finish, Arya waved her hands frantically. "I don't want to." Her face was flushed. "We're both adults. It was just a moment of passion. We don't need to be so serious about it." "You're almost 30. Are you really that old-fashioned?" To drive her point home, she gestured wildly. "What century are we in? Just because it was my first time with you, I have to marry you? Please don't be so backward." Arya laughed at her own words, but Kaelin remained silent, and the air grew thick with an almost unbearable awkwardness. Arya lowered her head, her face red. "Anyway," she mumbled, "I don't want to get married." Kaelin looked at her in silence, not pushing the matter. He stood up and turned away. "All right, I'll go take a shower, then I'll take you home." Arya sat quietly on the bed. A moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. She quickly got out of bed, thinking she had to escape this cursed place and, preferably, never see this man again for the rest of her life. But as soon as she stood up, she realized her dress had a huge tear in it and was completely unwearable. Arya silently cursed Kaelin 1,000 times. "Ah, you really are an animal." When Kaelin came out of the shower, Arya was fuming, ready to confront him. But before she could open her mouth, The sight of his powerful, well-built physique left her speechless. His perfectly defined abs and lean, alluring waistline made her forget what she was about to say. She snuck a glance at his body. No wonder they had been so wild last night. This was the kind of beauty that clouds judgment. She slapped her own forehead. Get a grip. Don't be seduced by his looks. You ruined my dress, she demanded angrily. What am I supposed to wear out of here? Kaylin calmly opened a wardrobe, gesturing to a row of suits inside. Wear one of mine. Arya pointed at him. You planned to bring me here all along, and you still say it wasn't on purpose? This is clearly your private suite. Kaylin slowly buttoned his shirt. You said you wanted to go to a hotel. I couldn't just take you to any random place. It's safer to bring you here. Arya snorted. Safer, my ass. She thought to herself. How is ending up in bed like this safe? How could she have ever thought he was some kind of untouchable, noble gentleman? He was clearly just a lecher with a hidden agenda. Arya got out of bed in a huff. I'm going to take a shower too. She slammed the bathroom door, but not before adding, I want a new set of clothes and a skincare set. Kaylin looked at her cute, bossy demeanor and could only sigh helplessly. Inside the bathroom, Arya quickly shed her torn dress. She looked in the bathroom cabinet and found it filled with men's toiletries. It seemed she was the first woman to ever stay here. A wave of happiness washed over her, but she immediately scolded herself. What are you happy about, you useless girl? Outside, Kaylin's secretary, Leo, had arrived with everything he had requested. Kaylin had also asked him to buy some bandages for minor wounds. Leo clutched his head, questioning his own existence. He never would have guessed that the elegant and refined CEO Vance was so intense and dominant in private. Kaylin took the bags from him and told him to wait downstairs. Just then, someone called his name and he turned around. It was none other than Adrian Cheng, Arya's uncle. Why haven't you gone home yet? Kaylin coughed a few times, then calmly replied, I didn't make it back last night. Adrian turned to his ex-wife. Dana, why don't you go back to the room and rest first? I'm just going to use Kaylin's shower. Then I have to head back to the precinct for a meeting. He said his goodbyes. Kaylin politely bid his sister-in-law farewell. Even though Dana and Adrian were divorced, it still felt right to call her that. As Adrian was about to enter the bathroom, Kaylin blocked his way. Adrian gave him a puzzled look. Kaylin couldn't meet his eyes, avoiding his gaze. It's not convenient right now. Adrian's eyes fell on the several shopping bags in Kaylin's hands, all filled with women's items. A silent "oh" dawned on him. So, Kaylin's usual indifference to women was all an act. Adrian, ever tactful, simply patted Kaylin on the shoulder. In that case, I won't disturb you. As Adrian left the room, Kaylin let out a sigh of relief. But then Adrian turned back. Where's Arya? Didn't you say you were taking her home? A hotel, Kaylin replied. What? Why is she at a hotel? Adrian immediately pulled out his phone. Hold on, I'm going to call and give her a piece of my mind. Just as Adrian pressed the call button, a phone started ringing from inside the bathroom, loud and incessant. Kaylin didn't know what to do. He just bowed his head in silence, swallowing hard. Adrian frowned, his gaze sharp and contemplative as he looked at Kaylin. He decisively ended the call. She's not picking up, must still be sleeping. Hearing that, Kaylin let out another breath, quickly ushering him out. You should get to work. Goodbye. He thought he had finally gotten rid of him. But just as Adrian reached the door, Arya's voice rang out. That scared me to death. Was that you calling me just now? She emerged, toweling her hair, and complained to Kaylin, You even tore my underwear. She glared at him. You really are an animal. Before she could finish, the atmosphere froze, falling into a dead silence. It was over. Arya felt the world crashing down. She wanted to bolt. But there was no way Adrian was letting his little niece escape. He roared, Freeze! What followed was an incredibly awkward standoff. Arya and Kaylin were like two guilty children being interrogated by an adult. Adrian slammed his phone on the table. How are you going to explain this? He demanded. Kaylin said calmly, I'm going to marry Arya. His words terrified Arya even more. She looked at the man beside her, her face ashen. Adrian heard this and asked Kaylin sternly, Are you planning to take responsibility? Before Adrian could finish, Kaylin cut him off coolly. It's not that. The truth is, Arya has always liked me. Adrian frowned. Then what was that whole thing with Nathan Cho? Arya only agreed to date Nathan to make me jealous, Kaylin said. Caught between them, Arya had no idea what was going on. Arya went to Solace Harbor 3 years ago. You were in Ethelgard. She was in Solace Harbor. What kind of relationship was that? Video calls or WeChat? So why keep it a secret? It was Arya's idea. Arya stood there, shooting daggers at Kaylin with her eyes. Unable to get anything out of Kaylin, Adrian turned his anger on Arya. Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Arya jumped, startled. It was my idea, she stammered. Because he was pursuing me 3 years ago. But I was only 17 then, still a minor. I couldn't date so young. He's 9 years older than me. In my eyes, he was an old man. How could a beautiful young girl like me possibly like some greasy old uncle? She pointed at Kaylin. But he just wouldn't give up. No matter how many times I rejected him, he kept coming back, showering me with all sorts of designer bags, and it just wore me down. You know how it is, persistence pays off. Girls would rather die than lose their innocence, but they're most afraid of a persistent pest. So, we got together right after I graduated. The reason we didn't tell anyone was because I thought Kaylin was too old, and I was afraid no one would approve. It wasn't often she got a chance to roast Kaylin like this. She tilted her chin at him smugly. And Adrian actually bought his niece's story. He looked at Kaylin. Is all of this true? Kaylin played along and nodded. Adrian's mind was blown. So this Vance guy was actually a lovesick fool. No wonder he had agreed so quickly when Adrian asked him to tutor Arya all those years ago. The little brat wasn't there to tutor. His real goal was to pursue his niece. Just then, Adrian's phone buzzed with a new message. He glanced at it and sighed, then said coldly, I have to get back to the precinct. We'll talk about you two later. Arya waved happily. Bye, Uncle! Drive safe, don't rush back on my account! Only after Adrian was truly gone did Arya dare to let out a breath of relief, slumping onto the sofa, thankful that the crisis was finally over. Kaylin handed her 2 bags. The things you wanted are in here. Arya took them, asking suspiciously, Are you sure you got the right sizes? She checked them herself and was surprised to find they were a perfect fit. A jolt went through her. She glanced at Kaylin, wondering to herself how much experience this Vance guy had to know her sizes so accurately. Kaylin saw her sour expression and thought she didn't like his choices. Arya pulled out a dress. This is ugly. Then she shook a bottle of rose essential oil. Your assistant bought all this, didn't he? Kaylin smiled and leaned in close to her. Next time, I'll buy them for you myself. Arya's face instantly turned red. This is all your fault anyway. Why did you have to tear my clothes? Are you some kind of pervert? Kaylin looked a little embarrassed. Your clothes were too hard to take off. Hearing that, Arya thought about it. The dress she wore last night was indeed a bit tricky to get on and off. He probably just didn't know how. Her face flushed as she complained. That's still no reason to rip my clothes. All right, Kaylin replied obediently. I'll be more careful next time. As he spoke, he lifted one of her legs. Arya froze, not understanding what he was doing. He took out a tube of purple ointment. Didn't you bump into the table earlier? You've got some bruises too. He gently applied the ointment to the wounds and the bruises left from their passionate night. Arya hadn't felt anything before, but now that he was touching them, they stung a little. Annoyed, she snatched the tube from his hand. You're pretty skilled at this. I bet you've done this for plenty of other women, haven't you? You player. Arya snapped at him for no reason, then stood up and stormed into the bathroom, slamming the door to show her anger. Kaylin could only sigh helplessly. This girl was hard to please. After changing, Arya prepared to leave the hotel room. Kaylin offered to walk her out, but she flatly waved him off. No need to see me out. I'll get a cab. Kaylin watched her go with a half smile. What a temper. She had acted tough in the room, but now she was miserable. After last night's activities, her legs ached with every quick step. She cursed him under her breath. She forced her jelly-like legs to carry her home. Arya reached the hotel entrance and hailed a cab. Once inside, she vented in her group chat, the rich girl's late-night confessions. She sent one message. I slept with Kaylin Vance last night. As expected, the message detonated like a bomb. OMG, 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 what's it like to sleep with a god? For real? Kaylin Vance is so hot, his body must be insane, right? A top-tier man like him must be amazing in that department. Arya, you totally scored. Arya snorted, then typed back. Ha. Let's just say Kaylin Vance is seriously lacking. Phoebe immediately sent 3 question marks, while Nina asked dubiously, What do you mean by that? Arya poured all her frustration into the message. Kaylin Vance is like an underdeveloped kid. Got it? As the message sent, Arya felt a wave of satisfaction. About 30 minutes later, Arya finally made it back to her room at the Grand Apex Hotel. She needed to pack her things and get out of there as soon as possible. She didn't want to stay in this troublesome place another night. As she was rushing to pack, there was a knock on the door. She opened it impatiently. I already said I'm about to leave. What are you doing here? But it wasn't Kaylin at the door. It was the two-faced Alara Vance. She stood with her arms crossed, chin held high. So you are here, the proper Miss Jiang with a home in Ethelgard, forced to stay in a hotel. What a joke. Arya was thoroughly annoyed. She snorted and asked, What is it? If it's nothing, then get lost. Don't waste a goddess's time when she's trying to catch a flight. Her words sent Alara into a rage. You bitch. You think you can humiliate me last night and just walk away? Life isn't that easy. Arya crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh? Why didn't you say that last night when I slapped you? You must really like Nathan Cho, putting on that weak, innocent act for him. Alara thought Arya was jealous that she had won Nathan's heart. She tilted her chin up. It's no use getting angry. Nathan is my boyfriend now. And you? If you can't keep a man, don't blame him for moving on. The more you make a scene, the more it proves you're not as charming as I am. You're just a sore loser. Arya almost laughed out loud. If a woman's charm is measured by how slutty she is, then I really can't compare to you. You reek of desperation from a mile away. It's a waste you're not out mating with the stray dogs in the park. Stung by her words, Alara shrieked, "You bitch! How dare you insult me!" She raised her hand to slap Arya, but before she could, Arya grabbed her wrist. She delivered a stinging slap of her own, sending Alara's head snapping to the side. Alara was stunned. Alara lunged at Arya like a madwoman. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you!" But Arya easily held her off with one hand. How is she so strong? Arya shoved Alara hard. Losing her balance, Alara twisted her ankle and fell into a cabinet behind her, looking utterly pathetic. "You bitch, you're dead today," Alara screamed. "I'm calling the cops. I'm going to have you thrown in jail." Arya couldn't care less. "Go ahead. Call them. I'll just send out all the photos and videos of you seducing my boyfriend as a third party. Let's see what the Vance family elders have to say about you then." Alara didn't dare call the police. Instead, she called her mother. "Mom, you have to help me. I've been beaten up. I'm bleeding. Sob, you have to bring people here now." Her antics made Arya laugh. "Are you a grade schooler? Calling your mommy when you can't win a fight?" Alara shrieked, "You just wait. You're going to rot in jail. If I don't see you in prison, my last name isn't Vance." "Fine by me," Arya replied calmly. Then she took out her own phone and dialed a number. "Uncle, could you arrange for a lawyer to come to the Grand Apex Hotel?" "What's wrong?" Adrian asked, worried. "Nothing, just got bit by a dog," Arya said nonchalantly. "The dog's owner is being a real pain, so I need a lawyer to handle it." Being called a dog made Alara tremble with rage. Adrian asked, "Why don't you have your boyfriend handle it?" Arya quickly covered. "He's at work. I don't want to bother him. Besides, getting bit by a dog is embarrassing. I have a reputation to maintain. A lawyer will be fine." Of course, Adrian didn't believe her. He agreed verbally, but he would surely handle this his own way after hanging up. Arya ended the call and casually took out a compact from her purse. "All right, I've called my people too. Let's see whose backup is stronger." She calmly touched up her makeup. Half an hour later, Mrs. Vance finally arrived at the hotel room. "Oh my God, Alara, how did you get so hurt?" "Mom, it was Arya Jung. She hit me." Mrs. Vance touched Alara's face. "What happened? Your face and neck are bleeding. Your ankle is sprained and your head hurts. She must have given you a concussion." She quickly turned to the person outside. "Kaylin, look at this. What should we do?" Kaylin slowly walked into the room. The moment Arya saw him, she frowned. This guy was like a ghost she couldn't shake. "Leo, get the hotel manager up here," Kaylin said coolly to his assistant. Leo was stunned. Isn't this the girl who spent the night with CEO Vance? What's going on? A fight between the future Mrs. Vance and her cousin-in-law? While Leo was gone, Mrs. Vance said smugly, "I happened to run into Kaylin downstairs, so we came up together." Alara beamed. "It's a good thing you're here, big brother. Now I can rest easy." Kaylin said nothing. The hotel manager was soon brought up by Leo. Kaylin asked him coldly, "What happened here?" The manager quickly turned to his staff. "Explain what happened to Mr. Vance now." The staff, as if rehearsed, spoke in unison. "I was cleaning the room next door when I heard someone go in. The next thing I knew, Miss Vance was being held down on the floor by this young lady." Another staffer chimed in, saying how viciously the girl had attacked, as if she wanted to kill her. Alara clung to Kaylin's arm. "Brother, did you hear that? I was just passing by and wanted to talk to her, but she not only cursed at me, she hit me too. Look at my injuries, she scratched me all over. If someone hadn't heard the commotion and come to help, she would have beaten me to death today." Kaylin coldly shook her hand off, leaving Alara stunned and staring at him in disbelief. Before Kaylin could speak, Arya stepped forward herself. "There are so many people passing by in this hotel. Why didn't I attack anyone else and just targeted you?" Arya gently brushed back her hair. "Was it because you're prettier than me, so I hit you? Do you really think anyone would believe something so stupid?" The hotel staff heard this and had to admit she had a point. Alara turned to her mother, crying, "Mom, look at her! She beat me up like this and she's still pretending to be innocent." Arya crossed her arms with a smirk. "I'm not nearly as good at pretending as you are. One minute you're calling me a bitch, the next you're the innocent victim. What kind of trash are you that you can act so well? You should go work as a manure collector." Alara, though furious, managed to keep tears in her eyes as she whimpered, "Mom, she's insulting me again." Mrs. Vance said angrily, "Miss Jung, we're all civilized people. Can't we talk things out properly?" "Fine," Arya replied coldly. She turned to the hotel manager. "Manager Wang, does the Grand Apex Hotel have a policy that during a guest's stay, No unauthorized person may enter their room without permission? The manager nodded. Of course. We are a very reputable hotel. Arya crossed her arms. Then, since Miss Vance here burst into my room without my permission and started insulting me, can I press charges against her for trespassing? Manager Wang hesitated, not daring to speak. Arya then turned back to Alara. As for the assault, you keep saying I cursed at you and hit you. Then please show me the evidence. Any witnesses or proof will do. You can't just expect to turn black into white with your one-sided story. Do you think everyone here is an idiot? With that, Arya lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a large bruise on her knee. Did you really think I had no proof? Seeing the bruise on Arya's leg, Alara panicked, pointing a finger at her. You were clearly the one who hit me. I admit, Arya said, your current ghoulish appearance is my masterpiece. But you were the one who started insulting me, and you were the one who threw the first punch. I was just defending myself. Arya smiled. We both got hurt. But you couldn't win, so you went crying to your mommy, claiming I started it. Does anyone really believe that nonsense? Kylan watched Arya, thinking to himself, this girl's tongue is sharp. She doesn't need my help at all. As for why Miss Vance was making trouble for me, Arya slowly raised her phone. If anyone's interested, I have a few pictures here. All high-res, very stimulating shots of her in bed with my boyfriend. Oh wait, ex-boyfriend now. Alara's eyes went wide. She lunged forward like a madwoman to snatch the phone. Arya Jiang, go to hell, she screamed and threw Arya's phone hard against the ground. Everyone in the room was stunned by her actions. Arya laughed. Isn't throwing the phone a dead giveaway? Miss Vance, I didn't realize you could be this stupid. Only then did Alara realize she'd been tricked, and her face turned crimson with rage. Kaylin coolly ordered Leo to handle the scene. Leo quickly escorted the manager and hotel staff out, leaving the four of them to resolve the matter privately. Once everyone was gone, Kaylin spoke. I suggest, Third Aunt, that it's best to handle this privately. If word gets out about the chaotic private life of a Vance family daughter, I'm afraid it won't look good. Don't you agree? Mrs. Vance felt a pang of guilt. It's a good thing you were here today, Kaylin. Otherwise, Kaylin cut her off. We're family, Third Aunt. No need for formalities. Mrs. Vance turned to Arya, her tone softening. Miss Zhang, I just recently found out about Alara's relationship. Don't worry, I will handle this properly and give you a satisfactory explanation. Arya smiled. There's no need for that, Mrs. Vance. I'm already tired of playing with Nathan Cho. If Miss Vance likes him, she can have him. Arya shrugged. For a piece of trash like Nathan to catch Miss Vance's eye, it's like she's doing a public service. They're a match made in heaven. Please don't be the one to break up such a perfect pair. Alara was so furious she was about to lunge at Arya and pull her hair, but her mother held her back. Mrs. Vance said quietly, Thank you for your advice, Miss Zhang. Then she led Alara out of the room, but not before saying to Kaylin, I'm taking Alara to the hospital for a checkup. I'll leave the rest to you. After they left, Arya turned to Kaylin. So, Mr. Vance, how do you plan to buy my silence? He smiled back at her. Are you trying to bribe me? My phone is broken, Arya said, but the memory card inside is still intact. If you pay me enough, I might consider deleting all the photos. Kaylin stared at her in silence. His gaze made her so uncomfortable that she quickly crossed her arms over her chest. She had a feeling this Vance guy was up to no good. Seeing her defensive posture, Kaylin found it even more amusing. You know, he said with a smile, last night you used these very hands to cling to me and not let me go. Shut up, Arya snapped. Being told off only made him smile wider. Arya punched him lightly on the chest. Kaylin Vance, are you still smiling? He caught her wrist and leaned in close to her face. What did you just call me? Arya tried to pull her hand back but couldn't. Was I wrong? She stammered. Should I call you Mr. Vance then? The formal address made Kaylin frown. Arya yanked her hand back in frustration. Fine, I'll call you CEO Vance, is that better? What did you used to call me? He asked. The sudden mention of the past made her freeze. Back when he was her tutor, she had fallen for him at first sight and was always calling him Kaylin. Thinking about it now only made her angrier. Arya snorted. I know, Teacher Vance, right? Kaylin slowly moved closer. Are you blaming me for not backing you up just now? Arya quickly backed away, but after a few steps, she hit the sofa and had to sit down. Kaylin took the opportunity to corner her, placing a hand on the back of the sofa, trapping her. That night, he said, you said you wanted to play me. You said you wanted to be my woman so you'd have someone to back you up. Shut up, Arya stammered, trying to push him away. I was drunk. Just then, Kaylin's phone rang. He let her go for a moment to answer it. Arya let out a silent sigh of relief, trying to calm her racing heart. Kaylin handed her the phone. It's your uncle. Arya took the phone. Uncle, did you find a lawyer? What's taking so long? Kaylin said it's all taken care of, Adrian replied. Arya was stunned. Uncle, did you call him here? I did. With Kaylin there. Who would dare to bully you? Isn't your boyfriend better than a lawyer? Arya was fuming. Boyfriend, my ass. I had to handle that whole thing by myself. Adrian instructed her. Remember to go to the hospital for a rabies shot. And bring Kaylin home for dinner tonight. I have plans tonight, Arya blurted out. But Adrian gave her no way out. Kaylin already agreed. Besides, your father knows you're dating now. Uncle, your mouth is faster than a speeding bullet, Arya grumbled. After hanging up, she turned to Kaylin resentfully. Why did you agree to have dinner with my uncle? Kaylin smiled. A free dinner? Why would I turn that down? Arya punched him again in frustration. Does the great CEO Vance really need a free meal? Kaylin rubbed the spot she hit. I haven't seen the old man in a while. It's a good chance to visit. I don't believe you, Arya huffed. Don't say anything stupid at dinner tonight. If Grandpa asks, just say I haven't graduated from college yet, so we're not getting married for now. And that we'll break up in a while because we're not a good match. That way, Grandpa and Uncle won't suspect anything. So you mean, Kaylin asked coolly, you don't want to marry me, you just want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Of course, Arya said. I only caused this mess because I was drunk. How could we really get married? This is all just to deal with the adults and to protect my image, understand? Kaylin's face was grim. He let out a soft, so what's in it for me? Arya raised an eyebrow. You dare ask what's in it for you? I was clearly the one who lost out last night. That was my first time. Kaylin lowered his eyes. You know, he said softly, it's not always the woman who loses out. Besides, who told you it wasn't my first time? His words left Arya completely speechless. Before she could react, Kaylin had already opened the door. Let's go. We need to buy a gift for your grandfather. And get you a new phone. Arya trailed after him, her mind still reeling. Kaylin Vance was a virgin? Unbelievable. The moment they left the room, Leo was already waiting outside. He bowed respectfully. CEO Vance, Miss Vance. Arya blinked. What did you just call me, Miss Vance? Leo replied with a smile. He quickly took the bags from her hands. Let me take your luggage. We can't have the madam carrying heavy things. Arya felt a blush creep up her cheeks. She turned to Kaylin. Can you not talk nonsense in front of your employees? I didn't say anything, Kaylin replied with a casual smile. My subordinates are very perceptive. Besides, isn't it better if he misunderstands? Arya thought about it and realized he had a point. At least when they went to see her grandfather later, their fake relationship wouldn't be exposed. But she still felt like Kaylin was manipulating everything, which left a sour taste in her mouth. She huffed and stomped ahead. Kaylin watched her go with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. That evening, at the Chung family's villa in the Jade Garden district, Arya felt a little nervous before going in. Are all of these gifts for my grandfather? Kaylin took several large and small bags from the trunk. The cigarettes are for your uncle. The rest is for your grandfather. Arya took out her phone. How much was all this? Tally it up and send me the total later. I'll transfer you the money. We're just acting, and even though you're not short on cash, I can't take advantage of you. She then added a little awkwardly, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the money. She was embarrassed because, in a fit of anger, she had blocked his WeChat account, so they weren't friends on the app. Kaylin quickly agreed. He pulled up his QR code for her to scan. Arya silently saved his contact name as Jerkface. After adding him, she commented, your profile picture is so ugly. Kaylin glanced at her profile picture and smiled. Yours is very cute, though. The compliment made Arya puff out her chest. Well, of course. Seeing Kaylin staring at his phone, Arya's face turned red. Is he looking at my feed? He walked with his head down, looking at the screen, occasionally letting out a soft chuckle, which made her dying with curiosity. The night air in Ethelgard was misty and cold. Having grown up in Solace Harbor, Arya wasn't used to the climate and was prone to catching colds. She rubbed her shoulders. Kaylin noticed and immediately took off his suit jacket. He gently draped it over her. It's windy tonight. Be careful not to get cold. His thoughtful gesture made her heart skip a beat. Then it started pounding uncontrollably. She groaned internally. Why does he have to be so gentle? It's making me fall for him. While she was dazed, Kaylin leaned down and whispered, Grandpa's watching. That snapped her back to reality. So he was only doing it because her grandfather was watching. Seeing his granddaughter and Kaylin being so intimate, old Mr. Cheng was so happy he laughed out loud. He hadn't believed his girl could actually win Kaylin over, but now he was a believer. Arya was both embarrassed and angry, her face flushing to the tips of her ears. So it was all in her head. Right. What was she thinking? This cold-hearted Vance guy didn't have a gentle bone in his body. Kaylin politely greeted Mr. Cheng. Mr. Cheng? Her grandfather frowned. Shouldn't you be changing how you address me? Kaylin immediately called out, Grandpa! Which made the old man's face light up with joy. Arya sighed helplessly. It looked like tonight was not going to be peaceful. Come in, you two, her grandfather said cheerfully. As they entered, They saw Adrian calmly brewing tea in the living room. "I'll go get dinner ready," her grandfather said happily. "Tonight, Halen can taste our Chung family's cooking." "Thank you, Grandpa," Halen replied obediently. Adrian overheard and teased him. "You sure changed your tune fast. Didn't you used to call my dad Chief or Old Sir? Why the sudden Grandpa?" Halen smiled. "If you're jealous, I can call you Uncle too." Adrian glared at him. Why didn't I realize this Vance guy was so thick-skinned before? He was a year younger than Adrian but dared to call him Uncle. The nerve. During dinner, the four of them ate and chatted happily. "Come on, let's open the good wine," her grandfather said with a laugh. "A toast to my granddaughter and Kaylin being in love." Arya waved her hands helplessly. "Grandpa, I have an early flight back to school tomorrow. I can't drink with you." "The national holiday is coming up. What's a few days off?" Her grandfather chuckled. "Besides, you two rarely get to see each other. Shouldn't you take this chance to spend more time together?" "Kaylin, am I right?" Arya frantically signaled to Kaylin, hoping he would play along and help her refuse. But Kaylin sided with her grandfather. "That's right. We should definitely spend more time together." Arya kicked him under the table, wishing she could stand up and give him a piece of her mind. "What kind of a teammate are you?" "Grandpa, I snuck back this time. My aunt doesn't even know. Besides, I didn't get permission to take leave from school." "Let Kaylin ask for leave for you," her grandfather interrupted. "We can use this holiday to arrange a meeting between our families and settle your wedding." Arya broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm only 20, I'm still a kid. And I haven't even graduated from college yet. It's too soon to get married." Her grandfather frowned. "How is it too soon? Kaylin isn't getting any younger." Arya fell silent, lowering her head. "Anyway, I don't want to get married right now. Please don't force me." Seeing his granddaughter like this, the old man didn't say anything more. After a moment, he sighed. "All right." Kaylin noticed the slight tremor in her shoulders. Arya finally let out a breath of relief. She reached out to get some ribs for her grandfather, but he told her to give them to Kaylin instead. Reluctantly, she placed a piece in his bowl. Kaylin smiled and put it back in hers. "You should eat more." They went back and forth, him giving her giving him food, until both their bowls were piled high. Seeing this, her grandfather was very happy and satisfied. Kaylin watched the news with her grandfather, played a game of Go, and then chatted over tea until 9 o'clock with no intention of leaving. Arya couldn't take it anymore and tried to give him a look, but no one noticed it was getting late. Kaylin was still deep in a discussion about politics and military affairs with Adrian and her grandfather. Helpless, Arya secretly texted him, "It's 9. Why haven't you left yet? Go home. Kaylin Vance, stop playing dead and check your phone." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside and thunder rumbled. Her grandfather looked out the window. "Is it raining?" Adrian checked his phone. The weather forecast just issued a yellow alert. Heavy rain tonight with a level 4 to 5 northwesterly wind. "I see." Her grandfather nodded. "Driving in this rain isn't safe." He said cheerfully, "Kaylin, don't go back. Stay here tonight." Arya, of course, disagreed. Her face went pale. "That's not a good idea." Her grandfather turned to her. "What's the problem? Kaylin is your boyfriend. Besides, your room upstairs has already been cleaned." "He didn't bring a change of clothes," Arya stammered, grasping for an excuse. "He can borrow some from Adrian," her grandfather said, "even though he's shorter than Kaylin and not as well built." Arya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her grandfather had made up his mind and nothing she said would change it. Just then, Kaylin spoke up. "That won't be necessary." A flicker of hope ignited in Arya's heart. At a crucial moment, Kaylin is still reliable. But before she could even be happy for half a second, he added, "I have a change of clothes in the car, and toiletries too." Arya was speechless. Her grandfather laughed and nodded. "Well, that's great. Kaylin, come with me to the study for a moment." "Kaylin," the old man began slowly. "Arya said she doesn't want to get married for now. Can you accept that?" "I respect Arya's wishes," Kaylin replied seriously. "Besides, she is still young." Her grandfather sighed and took a file from the bookshelf. "It's good that you think that way. The truth is, there's a reason she doesn't want to get married. You'll understand once you read this. Arya's reluctance to marry is because of her parents," he explained. "Back then, her father was secretly keeping a mistress. Her mother couldn't handle the shock and was admitted to a sanatorium, where she later chose to end her life by jumping from the building. It left Arya with a deep psychological scar. You're her boyfriend, so I think you should know this. After her mother's suicide, Arya developed dissociative identity disorder for a time. The doctor said it was because the shock was too much for her to bear." He silently tightened his grip on the folder. "I understand," he said softly. Meanwhile, Arya was in her room on the phone with her aunt. "Grandpa wants me to stay in Ethelgard for a few more days. I'll be back in Solace Harbor after the national holiday." "Oh? Why didn't you tell me you were going to Ethelgard?" her aunt asked. "I bought so many things I could have had you bring back." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Grandpa's telling me to go to sleep now." Arya said. "Good night, Aunt." She hung up and opened the door. Her grandfather had brought Kaelin to her room. "It's getting late. You two should get some rest," he said. "You too, Grandpa?" Kaelin nodded. Arya was annoyed. Her grandfather had personally escorted him to her door. Was he afraid she would run away? Once inside, she slammed the door and pointed at the sofa. "You sleep there. It's too small," Kaelin said softly. "I won't fit." Arya pointed to the floor angrily. "Then you can sleep on the floor. The floor is too hard," he said. "My back will hurt." Arya put her hands on her hips, exasperated. "Are you expecting me, a goddess, to sleep on the floor?" Kaelin looked at her. "You could sleep on the bed with me." "In your dreams," she shot back. He leaned in closer. "We can share." "I promise I won't touch you." Her face flushed, and she pushed him away. "No way. I'll sleep on the sofa, you take the bed." She then fled. "I need to take a shower. I can't let him lead me by the nose like this." Kaelin watched her go with a small smile. After her shower, Arya realized a serious problem. In her rush, she had forgotten to bring her pajamas. The dress she had just taken off was now wet, and she couldn't possibly walk out wrapped in just a towel. Arya wanted to smack herself. Why do I always end up in these embarrassing situations in front of Kaelin Vance? Finally, she decided to ask him to get her pajamas for her. But she called his name until her throat was sore and there was no sign of him. "Kaelin Vance, can you grab my pajamas for me? They're right by the wardrobe door," she yelled. But there was no reply. The room was eerily quiet. Arya steeled herself and stepped out of the bathroom, looking around cautiously. Uncle probably called him away to talk. Seeing that Kaelin wasn't in the room, she breathed a sigh of relief. She skipped happily to the wardrobe, thinking, "Yes, it would be even better if Kaelin doesn't come back at all tonight." But just then, Kaelin pushed the door open from the outside. His eyes fell on Arya. She was wrapped in a towel, her skin still dewy and flushed, her eyes wide as she stared at him. Kaelin couldn't look away. Arya quickly covered her chest with her hands. "Don't you dare look!" she snapped. Kaelin's face turned red, and he quickly turned away. "Sorry, I didn't know you weren't dressed." "Just shut up!" she shrieked. She scrambled to the wardrobe at lightning speed, fumbled for her pajamas, and dove back into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Arya finally emerged, her face bright red. "Let's just pretend you didn't see anything just now," she said to Kaelin. "Now go to sleep quietly, and we'll stay out of each other's way." Arya went to get a blanket, but found it was stored on the top shelf of the wardrobe. No matter how much she stretched, she couldn't reach it. Just then, Kaelin slowly walked up behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her. "You want the blanket?" he asked. They were standing so close, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She glanced up at him, then quickly looked down. She muttered to herself, "Why is he standing so close?" Kaelin slowly admired the girl in his arms, her slender neck and snow-white skin making it impossible for him to look away. He swallowed hard. Seeing that she didn't answer, he spoke again. "What are you spacing out for? Do you want the blanket or not?" That brought her back to her senses. "The blanket on the very top," she stammered. "Just grab a thin one." She turned red as she opened the wardrobe to get a duvet cover, thinking, "He stood so close all of a sudden, he scared me to death." After Kaelin got the blanket down, Arya faced another problem. She didn't know how to put on the duvet cover. She looked at him sheepishly. "Do you know how to do this?" Kaelin took the duvet and examined it. "If I study it for a bit, it shouldn't be too hard." And so the two of them fumbled with the duvet cover. Just as Adrian was walking past her room, he heard sounds that would make anyone blush. "Hey, slow down! Do you even know what you're doing? Be gentler, can't you? Just get out of the way and let me do it." It was enough to make poor Uncle Adrian break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his niece was so assertive in private. He had no idea that inside, Arya and Kaelin were just busy wrangling a duvet cover. Arya finally finished, poking her head out proudly. "See? You needed me after all." Kaelin looked at her adorable expression and just smiled with a soft, The sight of his devastatingly handsome face made Arya's cheeks flush again. Once Arya had crawled out of the pile of bedding, Kaelin said leisurely, "You're right, it was thanks to you. But the method was my idea." "Humph," Arya said, not convinced, her hands on her hips. "Fine, I'll give you half the credit." "It's late, go take a shower," Kaelin happily agreed. After he went into the bathroom, Arya clutched her head, wondering if she was going crazy. It was just putting on a duvet cover. Why did it feel like they were playing house? Kaelin showered quickly. When he came out, he found Arya asleep on the sofa. He walked over to her. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully, he couldn't resist reaching out. He gently stroked her plump cheek. The moment his finger touched her skin, she thrashed violently and screamed. Kaelin clamped a hand over her mouth. "Don't scream, you pervert," she said angrily. "Don't touch me." Kaelin held out the tube of ointment. "This is the medicine from this morning. You didn't apply it tonight. Do you want me to help you?" Arya had thought he was up to something again, but he just wanted to help her with the medicine. She snatched the tube from his hand, her face red. I can do it myself. Kaylin chuckled softly. Go apply it on the bed. I'm the guest after all. I can't let the host sleep on the sofa. Wait, didn't you say the sofa was too small for you earlier? Before I changed my mind. Before he could even finish his sentence, she had already scrambled off the sofa and into the bed. Then she lay obediently under the soft covers. Kaylin watched her, a smile tugging at his lips. What a quick-witted girl. The night grew deeper. Outside, thunder rumbled and the rain grew heavier. The sound of thunder kept Arya awake all night. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Finally, she sat up. Are you asleep? Only silence answered her. Then Kaylin slowly sat up. You're making so much noise, I can't sleep. I can't sleep in a new place, is that my fault? She retorted. She skipped over to him, holding a book of high-scoring English essays. Can you read this to me? The smile on Kaylin's face froze. Arya stood there waiting for him to agree. After a long moment of silence, she frowned and went back to bed. Fine, you cheapskate. Don't read it then. But Kaylin reached out and pulled her back. Will reading this help you sleep? Yeah, if you read this, I'll definitely fall asleep. Kaylin smiled. Go lie down properly on the bed. Arya obediently climbed into bed. Kaylin suddenly walked over and pulled the blanket up for her, which made her freeze. What are you doing? Is he going to lie down next to me and read? He said nonchalantly. Didn't you ask me to read? Kaylin began to read the English essay, his gentle voice gradually drowning out her fear of the thunder, lulling her into a dream. In less than 20 minutes, his voice had hypnotized her into a deep sleep. Kaylin reached out and gently stroked her cheek, looking down at her face. Sleep well, little girl, he whispered. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Arya slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them. She was about to check the time on her phone when she saw a flood of unread messages. They were from that scumbag Nathan Cho. He had been spamming her. What did you say to Alara? I can't believe you're so vicious. Just because you're unhappy, you have to make everyone else miserable? You're a psycho. Reading the messages just gave Arya a headache. It had been so long she had forgotten to block this guy. She quickly blocked him, her actions swift and decisive. But just as she blocked him, he called her Cell. Arya's face darkened. She answered, grinding her teeth. Before Nathan could say anything, she cut him off. I'm only answering to tell you that I have nothing to say to you. Please delete my number. Thanks. I'm right outside your gate, he said. If you're not afraid of the adults finding out, then just try me. You stay right there, Arya roared. Don't you move. Arya quickly went to the gate of the Jade Garden residential complex where Nathan was waiting with his arms crossed. Seeing her, he frowned and took off his sunglasses. Arya looked at him and just felt tired. Was I blind before? How could I have dated this guy? If she hadn't seen him wearing a white shirt and black trousers, his back looking 2 or 3 parts like his, she wouldn't have agreed to date him on a whim. Arya clutched her head in frustration. Who does this lunatic even look like? Arya Jiang, Nathan said coldly. I'm asking you, what did you say to Alara yesterday? She suddenly wants to break up with me. Is this your doing? Arya couldn't help but laugh mockingly. She crossed her arms. You didn't come looking for me when you were cheating on me with her, but now that she's dumped you, you come running to me? I'll say this one last time, I, Arya Jiang, never go back for seconds. And I'm not like Alara Vance, going around breaking up other people's relationships. Your business has nothing to do with me. Who else could it be? Nathan roared. I really don't get it. So what if I fell out of love with you? You already got your revenge that day. You hit me. You cursed at me. Why are you still clinging to me? Don't tell me you actually think I like you. Let me be honest with you, I was forced to pursue you. What do you mean? Arya asked. Who forced you to pursue me? Why do you care? Nathan yelled in frustration. Anyway, I hate stuck-up princesses like you the most. Ilara is 100 times gentler than you. She's a real lady. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her arm. Oh, do you hear me? She yelled, trying to shake him off, but Nathan shoved her forward. Looks like you won't tell the truth until I teach you a lesson. Caught off guard, Arya was completely defenseless. Luckily, just as she was about to fall flat on her face, a strong arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her back. It was Kalen Vance, her fake boyfriend. He pulled her into his arms, and their eyes met. Are you okay? He asked softly. Of course, she was fine, but her heart was having some issues. Every time she got close to him, her heart would pound uncontrollably. She quickly composed herself. This was not the time for swooning. Kalen gently took her wrist. He pulled her behind him, shielding her from Nathan. Seeing Kalen, Nathan quickly straightened his clothes and smiled. Mr. Vance, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Just passing by, Kalen replied coolly. Just happened to see you manhandling your ex-girlfriend on the side of the road. Arya pinched him hard. Do you even know how to talk? Kalen turned his cold gaze on Nathan. I wonder if my cousin Alara knows about this. Nathan immediately stammered. That's not it, Mr. Vance. Please don't misunderstand. You don't need to explain to me, Kaylin cut him off. We're not close. I can't accept you calling me Mr. Vance. Nathan's face went pale. He waved his hands frantically. Mr. Vance, I'm serious about Alara. I want to spend the rest of my life with her. Kaylin's eyes narrowed. As for why Alara broke up with you, I suggest you go home and ask around. It's not my place to say more. Yes, I understand. Nathan nodded repeatedly. Good that you understand, Kaylin said. Now go. Nathan bowed 90 degrees. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Vance. You're a good man. Then he scrambled into his car and sped off, not daring to stay a second longer. After he was gone, Arya turned to Kaylin, curious. Why did your family want Alara to break up with Nathan? How would I know? Kaylin shrugged. Didn't you just tell him to go home and ask? Kaylin smiled. Once he asks, won't he find out the reason? Arya put the matter aside for now, frowning at him. What are you doing here? Even if we're just acting, you don't need to go out of your way to find me. You almost blew our cover just now, you know? Kaylin frowned back. What do you mean? Arya crossed her arms, speaking calmly. I mean, we only need to act in front of my grandfather and uncle. In front of anyone else, we're strangers, understand? Hearing the word strangers, Kaylin's face immediately darkened. He didn't answer. Or have you changed your mind? Arya asked. Kaylin's face was grim. He turned and walked away without a word. What are you doing? Arya chased after him. Say something. Kaylin stopped abruptly. Arya, unable to stop in time, ran right into his broad back. You said your friend was bringing you something? He asked. Arya rubbed her sore nose. That's right. It would have looked suspicious if I came back empty-handed. To get out of the house, she had lied to her grandfather, saying a friend was bringing her some local specialties and she had to go get them herself. At this, Arya praised him happily. It's a good thing you were here. As expected of the CEO of the Vance conglomerate. CEO Vance, you're a genius. 10 minutes later, her grandfather kept poking at the bright red watermelon on the table. Your friend gave you this? He asked doubtfully. Yes. Arya nodded eagerly. It's a specialty her family brought from their hometown. It's really sweet. Adrian held back a laugh. It was clearly a crimson sweet watermelon, the kind sold everywhere at the community gate. But he didn't think much of it, just ruffled his niece's hair. I've booked your flight back to Solace Harbor for the 7th. Arya nodded while eating watermelon. Okay, I'll spend these next few days at home with Grandpa. Mind your manners, her grandfather reminded her cheerfully. Or Kaylin will start complaining. As if he'd dare, Arya huffed. He's the one who pursued me first. I was the one who complained that he was 9 years older than me, practically my uncle's age. Adrian, sitting nearby, quickly coughed, signaling to her. He had just seen Kaylin coming down the stairs, and he did not look happy. Seeing Kaylin, Arya immediately sat up straight, as if she hadn't said a word. Adrian was speechless. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was delighted. As soon as her boyfriend appeared, his granddaughter immediately behaved. Kaylin walked over and greeted her grandfather. I'm heading to the office now. Go on then, Mr. Cheng said. Come visit whenever you're free. Kaylin turned and ruffled Arya's hair. I'm going to work. Be good at home. Get off me, Arya grumbled under her breath. Kaylin leaned in close, whispering in her ear. Aren't we supposed to be acting in front of your grandfather and uncle? Before she could react, he leaned in and kissed her forehead, then moved his face close to hers again. Text me, okay? This sweet display of affection made the two spectators pretend they hadn't seen anything. Just go already, Arya said, pushing him away, embarrassed. She quickly took out her phone and sent him a private message. Can you not be so over the top? You almost gave me a heart attack. Kaylin read the message and smiled, then replied, I'll do better next time. Grandpa, I'm going back to my room, Arya announced, standing up. Back in her room, she couldn't stop thinking about what Kaylin had just done. She giggled to herself. That Vance guy's attitude about admitting his mistakes isn't bad. Arya sprawled lazily on her bed, happily texting Kaylin. There won't be a next time. Don't come to my house for the next few days. If Grandpa asks, just say you're busy. Got it? Once I'm back in Solace Harbor, I'll find a chance to tell him we broke up. Oh, and the money for the gifts yesterday, plus the watermelon you just bought. What's the total? Reading that message, a chill went through Kaylin. This girl wasn't just burning bridges. She was trying to sever all ties with him. Arya waited for a while but got no reply. She sent a cute fox emoji and asked, Why aren't you replying? That one emoji was enough to lift Kaylin's mood. He replied with one message, You can owe me for the gifts. Arya frowned. What did he mean by that? While she was still pondering, her phone suddenly rang, startling her. She quickly answered. It was Mrs. Vance. Is this Miss Zhang? I'm Alara's mother. I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Would you be available? What are these two up to now? Arya thought. She wanted to see what they were planning, so she calmly agreed. That afternoon, Arya followed the address Mrs. Vance had given her to the Elysian, the most luxurious restaurant in the city. One look at Alara's face and she knew the girl did not want to be there. "What would you like to drink, Miss Jiang?" Mrs. Vance asked. "The wine here is quite good, and the juice is very fresh." "I'll just have water, it's clean." Arya's choice made Alara grind her teeth in anger. She was about to explode, but her mother grabbed her hand. Mrs. Vance smiled warmly. "What happened recently was Alara's fault. They've already broken up. But you two were classmates after all. We can't let a man ruin your friendship, don't you agree, Miss Jiang?" Then she told Alara to apologize to Miss Jiang. "I'm sorry," Alara said haughtily. "It was my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Arya smiled. "No need to apologize, Miss Vance. I've thought it through. A dog bit me, so I kicked it a few times to vent. There's no point in arguing with an animal, right? So from now on, let's just pretend we don't know each other. Because frankly, you two scumbags disgust me. Seeing you is like seeing two piles of crap." Alara slammed the table and shot to her feet. "Don't you go too far. I'm trying to be nice, but you're asking for it." Her mother frowned and pulled her back down. "Did you forget everything I told you at home?" Alara sat down, fuming. "Alara just broke up with Mr. Cho, so she's not in the best mood," Mrs. Vance said. She then took out a jewelry box containing a jade bracelet. Alara sincerely came to apologize. "See, she even picked out a gift for you, Miss Jung." Arya took the bracelet. "You're too kind, Mrs. Vance. Don't be so formal, dear." "You can call me whatever you like." Mrs. Vance smiled. Mrs. Vance got straight to the point. "In that case, could you please delete all those photos and videos?" Arya leisurely tried on the bracelet. "Are you talking about the bed photos and videos of Miss Vance?" Mrs. Vance quickly helped her put on the bracelet. "As long as you delete everything, we can meet any demand you have." Arya smiled, shaking the bracelet on her wrist. "Since you're being so sincere, fine. I promise you, I won't release any of the photos or videos." Mrs. Vance was overjoyed and thanked her profusely. Alara slammed the table and yelled, "My mother told you to delete them. Are you pretending not to understand, or are you deaf? Can't you understand human language?" Arya propped her chin on her hand, speaking slowly. "In 10th grade, I was chosen as the lead dancer for the school's dance team. The day before the performance, Miss Vance here cut my costume to shreds with a pair of scissors, and she became the lead dancer instead. At the end of year exams in 10th grade, you were the English class representative, and you intentionally tore up my exam paper, causing me to get a 0. And during the evening study session in 11th grade, you had thugs corner me. If my uncle hadn't happened to come pick me up, I probably would have ended up on the news." Alara jumped to her feet. "Shut up, don't you dare slander me, she's lying." "If you don't want people to know, then don't do it," Arya replied calmly. "Do you really think that just by changing your last name and dressing in designer clothes, you can become a real socialite?" Arya then deliberately called her by her old name, emphasizing Alara Ye instead of Vance, which made both mother and daughter freeze. Arya smiled. "Actually, I just want to keep something to protect myself, in case Miss Vance here decides to target me for revenge again like she used to. I'm sure you understand what I mean, right?" At this point, Mrs. Vance had no way out. "Since you've agreed, Miss Jiang, I hope we can reach a mutual understanding," she said quickly. Arya gave them both a cold look, then left the restaurant without a second glance. After she was gone, Alara turned to her mother. "We don't need to be so polite with her. We can just hire someone to hack her phone." Mrs. Vance looked at her daughter hesitantly. "You have to listen to me on this, Mom," Alara said, her teeth clenched, a ruthless, calculating glint in her eyes. After leaving the restaurant, Arya went straight back to the Chung family home. She could hear cheerful chatter from the courtyard. It seemed they had guests. Seeing her return, her grandfather smiled. "Arya, you're back. Come here, your boyfriend has been waiting for you for a while." Arya groaned internally. "What the hell?" "I specifically told him not to come over for the next few days, but he still didn't listen. Is he deliberately trying to defy me?" Arya sat down right next to Kaylin, pouting. "You're so bad." She clung to his arm. "Why did you come over without telling me first?" She looked at him smugly. "You like to act, right? Then let's act until the end. Let's see who's afraid of whom." She unintentionally squeezed his bicep. Her actions made Kaylin's cheeks flush and his Adam's apple bob. He leaned in close to her ear. "Stop messing around," he whispered. The sight of his handsome, alluring face made Arya's heart flutter like a spring blossom. She stopped messing around and quickly pulled her hand back. "I know," she said coolly. Their cheesy drama happened to be witnessed by Adrian. He clutched his head. "I'm going upstairs to read," he said helplessly. "I really can't watch these two kids make googly eyes at each other anymore. I just want some peace and quiet." "There's plenty of space to read down here," his father grumbled. "Why do you have to go upstairs?" Adrian sighed, giving his father a look. "Dad, I think you should make yourself scarce too." His father followed his gaze to the young couple and immediately understood. Right, he said cheerfully. "I just remembered the flower pots on the balcony need to be repotted." And just like that, the living room was empty except for Arya and Kaylin. Arya quickly scooted away from him, frowning. Why did you suddenly show up? Didn't I tell you not to come? We almost got found out just now, you know? Can you please not surprise me like this next time? I came to get the clothes I changed out of yesterday, Kaylin said gently. Oh, why didn't you just have your driver pick them up? Did you have to come all this way yourself? Why are you so nervous? Kaylin smiled. His words hit a nerve, and her face turned red. How can I not be nervous? She stammered. If Grandpa and Uncle find out we're faking it, do you know how serious the consequences will be? My grandpa is terrifying when he's angry, and my uncle trained in boxing for 5 years, you know? Kaylin smiled and nodded. I know. Arya crossed her arms, trying to sound mature. I'm only saying this for your own good. If they get really angry, they'll just scold me a bit. It's no big deal, I'm their flesh and blood. But you're not. You've lived a pampered life, and you're so skinny. You wouldn't be able to take it. Hearing the words, so skinny, Kaylin asked, Am I skinny? Arya glanced at him. Kaylin's body was lean but solid, with clear muscle definition. Every movement exuded a masculine charm. The sight made her blush. She stood up awkwardly. Well, you should get your clothes and go home. It's getting late. Besides getting my clothes, Kaylin said, there's one more thing, huh? What else? Kaylin calmly took out 2 receipts. You said you'd pay me back for the gifts. Arya looked at the long list of items, a case of French wine worth thousands, premium tea, a handmade tea set, each item more expensive than the last. The 5 and 6 figure numbers stabbed her in the heart. Why did you buy such expensive gifts? She asked angrily. Expensive? I thought they were pretty normal. Arya screamed internally. Arya tried to calm herself down, clearing her throat. She then gently pushed him down onto the sofa. Why don't you sit down and rest for a bit? She then started to turn on her charm. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it would be so expensive. Inside, she was calculating either pay in installments or owe him for now. How about I give you a suggestion? Kaylin asked. Let's hear it, she said, thinking. Kaylin really is a good guy. But then, this good guy suddenly leaned in and pulled her into his arms. And just like that, she was pinned under him on the sofa in a very suggestive position. Her cheeks flushed. What are you doing? She stammered. Kaylin leaned in close, his voice deep and husky. 1 kiss, 100,000 off. Her face was burning hot. Huh? What did you say? Kaylin didn't mind repeating himself. He looked straight into her eyes, his hand gently stroking her round cheek, his thumb brushing over her soft pink lips. 1 kiss, 100,000 off. What do you say? Seeing her staring at him blankly, he moved even closer until their lips were almost touching. Just as Arya slowly closed her eyes, Kaylin was about to kiss her when her grandfather came down the stairs. Arya, your aunt is on the phone for you. Before he could finish, he saw the intimate scene before him. Seeing her grandfather, Arya panicked and pushed Kaylin away. Get off me! But he was as solid as a rock and didn't budge. Her grandfather cleared his throat. Ahem! You two, carry on, carry on. With that, he quickly retreated upstairs. I'm going to check on my orchids. Arya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, her uncle caught them in her room. This time, her grandfather saw them on the sofa. I'm going to die of embarrassment. She angrily pushed him off. What were you doing just now? My grandfather saw everything. Isn't it better that he saw? Kaylin smiled. Hearing him say that, she realized he had a point. It would help prove their relationship was real. Thinking about it made her blush again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. You still didn't have to get so close. If I don't get close, how can I kiss you? He chuckled. Arya stood up in a huff. I'm not going to argue with you anymore, it's a waste of time. Just then, Kaylin spoke up slowly. Actually what? She asked, turning back. Kaylin looked at her and said nonchalantly, Actually, I wouldn't mind trading 100,000 for your kiss. Arya put her hands on her hips. In your dreams. I don't have the money right now, but I'll pay you back eventually. And for the next few days, you're not allowed to come here without my permission, you hear me? She stormed upstairs. You can see yourself out now. Kaylin watched her go with a smile, feeling a little helpless. Arya's days were peaceful, but she didn't feel as relieved as she thought she would. It's the holiday, why aren't you going on a date with Kaylin? Her grandfather asked. I hear he's going on a business trip tomorrow. Did he dump you? Adrian teased. Her grandfather immediately whacked him with his cane. You got left by your wife, and you have the nerve to talk about Arya? If you're so great, bring Dana back. Can you do that? He then turned to Arya with a smile. You two are doing well, aren't you? Right, Arya? Arya was busy texting that jerk-face Kaylin. Play along with me. I'm going to pretend to go on a date with you tomorrow, but I'm actually going out with my friends. If my uncle asks, don't blow my cover. Kaylin replied quickly, I'm playing basketball with a friend tomorrow. Arya, then I'll just say I'm going to play basketball with you. Kaylin could only reply with an ellipsis. With everything arranged, she smiled at Adrian. Uncle, My boyfriend just texted and asked me to go play basketball tomorrow. Are you happy now? I'm going on a date with Kaylin Vance, so you can stop suspecting me, right? Adrian was shocked. You're playing basketball tomorrow too, but Kaylin also invited me to play with him. Arya froze as if struck by lightning. Oh my god, why didn't that jerk tell me he had invited my uncle? She immediately jumped up. Uncle, can you not go tomorrow? He's leaving for his business trip the day after. We only have tomorrow for a date. Adrian was about to lose his mind with these two. Fine, he agreed quickly. I'll go to the precinct and work overtime tomorrow. Her grandfather, who had overheard, immediately scolded him. All you know is overtime. You finally have a day off? Why don't you call and check on Dana? How did I raise such a blockhead? You don't even know how to woo a woman. The next morning, Arya took a taxi to the city square. In the car, she called Kaylin to give him instructions. You have to remember that we're playing basketball together. Don't you dare let it slip. Kaylin nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay. She thought everything was settled, but then she felt something was off. A black car seemed to be following her. Sir, can you drive a little faster? She asked the driver. Miss, as you can see, it's a holiday, the taxi driver said, looking troubled. The traffic police are everywhere. I really can't speed. Arya had no choice. Then can you stick close to that white car in front? She said, crossing her arms. The driver looked back at her nervously. Are you a police officer on a mission? Arya nodded with a straight face. Yes. Hearing that she was a cop, the driver's enthusiasm surged. All right, officer, don't you worry. I guarantee I'll stick to them. He stepped on the gas and the taxi sped around the roundabout, with the black car still hot on their tail. Now Arya was sure she was being followed. She quickly called Kaylin. I'm being followed. I'll send you my location, he said. Tell the driver to go there. He added gently, don't be afraid. Your boyfriend will protect you. The driver followed the location Kaylin sent and drove to the Azure Club. From a distance, Arya saw a group of thugs with blonde and red hair waiting there. It must be Alara's doing again, she thought. She wasn't stupid enough to wait for them to deal with her. She turned and ran. The thugs immediately gave chase. Arya burst into the club but saw no sign of Kaylin. The huge place was empty. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. That jerk holds a grudge, doesn't he? Did he have to set me up like this? Just then, a hand shot out and grabbed her arm. She frowned. She swung her purse and hit the blonde guy hard on the head. Let go! She yelled. 3 men bullying 1 woman. He glared at her. Trying to run? Go on, try it again. Alara Vance sent you, didn't she? She said. Oh, you're a smart one. Since you know, then cut the crap and hand over your phone. Arya shook her phone, her voice cold. How much did Alara Vance pay you? I'll give you 5, 10 times that. Or you can name your price. Just let me go today. The blonde guy lunged for her phone, but she wasn't going to let him get it that easily. Alara Vance paid 100,000, he said. Can you pay 10 times that? I don't have that kind of money, Arya said. That's fine, he said. Miss Vance already told us. Just hand over the phone and cooperate with us for a few bed photos, and we're done. But if you resist, don't blame us for not being gentle. Arya laughed coldly. You're willing to risk your life for Alara Vance, but do you know who calls the shots in the Vance family now? If Kaylin Vance finds out about this, do you think she can protect you? The blonde guy laughed. Kaylin Vance? Oh, I'm so scared. You think he's going to believe his own cousin or help an outsider like you? Why should he protect you? Just then, the sound of steady footsteps came from behind them. Because she's my woman, he said coolly. Even in this dangerous situation, seeing Kaylin in his sportswear made Arya blush. The blonde guy immediately shriveled up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Mr. Vance, he said fawningly, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just hired to do a job. Please don't be angry. With that, they turned to flee. We won't bother you anymore, Mr. Vance. We'll be leaving now. Did I say you could leave? Kaylin snorted. The blonde guy immediately sensed trouble. Kaylin took out a cigarette and slowly lit it. A team of bodyguards instantly appeared. They subdued the 3 thugs. Mr. Vance, please let us go. The blonde guy begged in pain. It was a misunderstanding. We won't do it again. Knock them out. Kaylin ordered the guards coldly. Put them in the car and watch them. Mr. Vance, it was a misunderstanding. We were wrong. We won't do it again, the thugs cried. But Arya just stared at Kaylin. He walked over to her. Are you okay? She didn't answer. What's wrong? He asked again. So you were hiding upstairs this whole time? She said angrily. I was being chased all over the place. You were deliberately watching me suffer, weren't you? Kaylin smiled. Didn't I tell you to record it, did you? Of course, Arya said smugly. I was deliberately stalling for time just now to get a recording. Kaylin smiled, satisfied. You're a smart one. Now do you see that I wasn't just standing by and watching? What if they had actually done something to me? She huffed. Kaylin looked straight into her eyes. Then you would have fought back. and helped me beat them to a pulp. Kaylin remembered the scene from earlier. He and Flynn Rider were watching from upstairs as Arya was being chased by the thugs. "Isn't that Adrian's niece?" Flynn had said. "Why are these big guys bullying a girl?" He had turned to Kaylin anxiously. "What are you going to do?" "I'm watching," Kaylin had replied, unfazed. "Let's just keep watching." Flynn had turned back to the scene. To his surprise, Arya had straight up beaten the blonde guy until he was crying. Suddenly, Kaylin had started walking downstairs. "Where are you going?" Flynn had asked, confused. "To help." "Miss Jiang is so capable, does she need your help?" Flynn was bewildered. "Are you going down there to help or to cheer her on?" Arya didn't want to dwell on Kaylin's words. He was always like this, saying the right things, doing good things for her. Who could resist that? Arya suddenly shook her head, warning herself not to fall for it. He was only being nice to her because of her uncle. "Why did you suddenly decide to learn self-defense?" Kaylin asked. "Of course I had to learn how to defend myself," she replied. "What if I get bullied like I used to? Countless experiences have taught me that at crucial moments, I can't rely on anyone but myself." Kaylin looked at her, feeling that this girl must have gone through a lot. Just then, Flynn came downstairs holding a basketball. "Are we still playing?" he asked Kaylin. Kaylin ignored him and turned to Arya. "Come with me to the Vance family home." "To the Vance family home? Why?" she asked, confused. Kaylin frowned. "Alara Vance sent people to cause trouble for you. Are you just going to let it go?" Arya pursed her lips. "We don't need to involve the elders, do we? You already had your men beat them up. Besides, Alara is your cousin. Aren't you going to help her?" "No matter who it is," Kaylin replied coldly. "If you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences." His words made Arya blush. Is he defending me? She reminded herself again to stay calm and not overthink things. She followed him to the Vance family home to clear things up. Flynn was left fuming behind them. "What the hell? Am I a ghost? Why is no one looking at me? Are you deliberately ignoring me?" The two of them quickly got into the car. "Do you know how to drive?" Arya asked. "If you don't, just say so and I'll drive. I've never seen you drive before." Kaylin smiled. "You don't know how I handle a stick shift? Just drive slowly." "All right, if Arya likes it slow, then I'll go slow." His words made her face turn beet red. "You jerk," she mumbled. Kaylin couldn't help but laugh, leaning in close to her. She panicked even more. What are you doing?" she stammered. He continued to move closer to her flushed face, close enough to hear her frantic heartbeat. Just as she closed her eyes, the seatbelt clicked into place. Kaylin sat back in his seat. "You said you know how to drive, but you don't even know how to buckle your seatbelt?" "Kaylin Vance, go to hell!" she shrieked. Flynn, eager for gossip, had followed them. A housekeeper rushed out to greet them. "Get the family doctor here," Kaylin said coldly. "Then go to the West Wing and bring third aunt and Alara over." While Kaylin was arranging things, Flynn noticed Arya sitting alone on the sofa and immediately sidled up to her. "I love a good drama," he said, trying to look cool. Seeing him get close to Arya, Kaylin's face darkened. Just then, Alara and her mother stormed into the living room. "What are you doing here?" Alara demanded. Arya calmly took a sip of tea. "Didn't we agree to pretend we don't know each other from now on? I didn't realize Miss Vance's memory was so poor at such a young age. You've already forgotten what you said just a few days ago." "Who are you talking to?" Alara stomped her foot. Flynn, sitting nearby, frowned. "What's going on here? I haven't been to the Vance family home in a long time. Is this how you treat your guests?" "Don't mind her, Mr. Ryder," Mrs. Vance said quickly. "My daughter is just being childish." "Children are childish," Flynn retorted. "Miss Vance is an adult. This is called being uneducated. I brought Miss Jiang here. Is Miss Vance's attitude a reflection of her opinion of me?" Alara froze. "Apologize now," her mother hissed. Just then, old Mr. Vance came down the stairs. "What's all this noise? So many people here to see me. What's going on?" Flynn stood up with a smile. "Mr. Vance, I'm just here for the show. As for the details, you should ask Kaylin." He turned to Kaylin excitedly. "It's all you. Let the show begin." Kaylin really wanted to slap him. He turned to the doctor. "Did you bring my grandfather's usual medication?" After confirming that he had, Kaylin felt at ease and began to recount the story. Mrs. Vance was the first to speak, asking Arya what had happened. Kaylin shot her a look before saying, "It seems, third aunt, that you're still in the dark. Miss Jiang was being followed, but of course nothing happened in the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here." Mrs. Vance let out a breath of relief. "That's good." Alara also secretly sighed. Old Mr. Vance frowned at Kaylin. "So, what does this have to do with Alara?" Kaylin said slowly. "Grandfather, you may not know, but Miss Jiang and Alara have had some disagreements in the past." Sensing trouble, Mrs. Vance quickly interjected. "Ah, it's like this. Alara was seeing a young man, and only later did we find out he was Miss Jiang's ex-boyfriend. But it's all in the past." I took Alara to apologize to Miss Jiang, and Alara has already broken up with that boy. Alara put on a pitiful, innocent act. That's right, Grandpa. And that business about being followed has absolutely nothing to do with me. Old Mr. Vance turned to Arya. Miss Jiang, is what they're saying true? Arya nodded politely. More or less, sir. The mother and daughter duo let out a quiet sigh of relief. But then Arya suddenly stood up. I do need to correct a few points. First, when Miss Vance was seeing Nathan Cho, we hadn't broken up yet. Second, about being followed, I knew you two would deny it, so I took the liberty of saving some proof. Arya took out her phone and played the recording from earlier. The conversation between her and the thugs filled the room, every word crystal clear. Alara froze, horrified. The recording not only detailed the plot to harm Arya, but also included insults directed at Kaylin. The moment he heard it, old Mr. Vance's face turned crimson with rage. Arya slowly stopped the recording. Did everyone hear that clearly? Flynn Rider, standing to the side, looked at Arya with astonishment. No wonder she's Kaylin's protege, he thought. This girl knows when to draw the line. The old man's anger had reached its peak. He slammed his hand on the table and roared. Alara, explain yourself. Mrs. Vance remained calm. Miss Jiang, is there some misunderstanding? Alara has been at home with me for the past few days. She hasn't gone out at all. Are you trying to slander us in front of everyone? This is going too far. Arya shrugged. Miss Vance still refuses to admit it? Alara was so furious she pointed a finger at Arya and screamed, Why should I admit to something I didn't do? I've put up with you for too long. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Arya wanted to laugh. You? Easy to bully? She gently touched Kaylin's arm and whispered, Your turn to take the stage. Kaylin took out his phone and made a call. You can bring him in now. A moment later, the main doors of the Vance estate were pushed open, and 2 bodyguards escorted the blonde-haired man inside. The moment Alara saw the thug she had hired, her face went pale. The blonde thug recognized her too and immediately dropped to his knees. Miss Vance, save me. Please, explain to them. I have no beef with Arya Jiang. I was just doing a job for you. What nonsense are you spouting? Alara said in a panic. I don't know you at all. The blonde thug trembled in disbelief. Miss Vance, how can you just abandon me like this? You told me yourself, as long as we got Miss Jiang, deleted the videos and photos of you and Nathan Cho from her phone, and took a few bed photos, you'd give us 200,000. My brothers and I only did it because you paid us. You even said if Miss Jiang resisted, we could teach her a lesson however we wanted. No need to hold back. I still have the transaction history on my phone. I can show them if you don't believe me. Old Mr. Vance couldn't take it anymore. He furiously smashed a teacup on the floor, then pointed at Mrs. Vance and roared, Evelyn, is this the good daughter you've raised? She immediately knelt. Mrs. Vance's face was ashen. I had no idea Alara would do something so foolish. She's still young. It was a moment of impulse. It's my fault for not teaching her well. Father, please don't be angry. She turned to Alara. Apologize to your grandfather now. Alara was trembling with fear. Grandpa, I was wrong. Kaylin is the heir to the Vance family, designated by my own hand, the old man bellowed. And yet in the eyes of outsiders, he's become some weakling. Who gave you the audacity to use the Vance family name to cause trouble? To be a third party in someone else's relationship and then dare to hire people to harm them? How many foolish things have you done behind my back? With that, old Mr. Vance grabbed a porcelain incense burner and hurled it straight at Alara's head. It shattered on impact, sending fragments flying across the floor. Flynn Rider, standing nearby, sighed with regret. Damn, that incense burner was worth a few $100,000. I specifically picked it out for the old man's birthday last year, and now it's smashed. Once things had calmed down, Kaylin ordered the guards to take the man away. The blonde thug wailed, Miss Vance, just say something. We really were just paid to do a job. We never even touched Miss Jiang. Arya glanced at Kaylin. After they were gone, Kaylin stepped forward and offered tea to the old man. Grandfather, have some tea to calm down. Don't let outsiders ruin your health. The old man snorted. You're right, they're just outsiders. A descendant like that isn't worthy of our Vance family name. Mrs. Vance, whose real name was Evelyn Ye, turned deathly pale at his words, her body slumping. Out! The old man roared. Take your daughter and get out! Father, please reconsider, Evelyn begged. We were wrong. Alara cried along with her. Grandpa, I won't do it again. While they were sobbing, Kaylin turned to Arya and asked gently, Are you satisfied now? Arya huffed. Whatever. Don't stand so close to me, your grandfather is still watching. The old man turned to Arya. I'm sorry you had to witness this today. It's my fault for disturbing you on your day off, Arya replied politely. Thank you for getting justice for me. The old man then turned to Flynn Rider. Flynn, please see Miss Jiang home for me. Flynn was stunned. He snuck a glance at Kaylin. Why not have your grandson do it? Why make an outsider like me do it? He thought. It's been over an hour and you're not even asking me to stay for lunch. Afternoon tea would have been fine too. Flynn stood up and Kaylin clapped him on the shoulder. Take Miss Jong home and remember to drive slowly. Arya glanced at Kaylin, finding the whole drama rather amusing. Let's go, little Arya. He frowned. When did they get so close, he wondered. Once they were in the car, Arya said, You can just take me to the Azure Plaza. I'm meeting a friend for shopping. She's still waiting for me. No problem, Flynn agreed cheerfully. On the way, they made small talk. Are you and Kaylin close? Flynn asked. We're all right, Arya said a bit hesitantly. You were neighbors before, plus your connection with Adrian. You must be close, Flynn said with a smile. Do you know who his girlfriend is? The question caught Arya off guard, and her heart skipped a beat. Did that jerk tell everyone about us? But Flynn continued. I called Kaylin a few days ago, and he suddenly said he had a girlfriend. I didn't believe him. But seeing your reaction now, could it be that his blind date was a success? Arya froze for a few seconds. Did you say Kaylin Vance went on a blind date? Yeah, his parents set it up, carefully screening each candidate. I thought he wasn't into the prim and proper type, but things are moving so fast. They just had the blind date and he's already meeting the family. Looks like we'll be drinking to his wedding soon. Hearing this, Arya's hands clenched the hem of her pants, her chest heaving with anger. That scumbag is about to get engaged and he's still toying with my feelings. What a player. Just then, a message from Kaylin came in. Adrian told me you're going back to Solace Harbor tomorrow. Arya coldly replied, Send me your bank account number. I'm paying you back. Immediately after, Kaylin called, but she decisively rejected it. He was about to get married, she didn't need to get tangled up with him anymore. Early the next morning, Arya had finished packing. Grandpa, it's getting late, I have to go. Adrian, take Arya to the airport, Mr. Cheng told his son. Adrian was busy with a game. Her boyfriend is coming to pick her up in a bit. What's the rush? They're on the same flight back to Solace Harbor anyway, so he can take care of her. Arya's heart dropped. What? A business trip to Solace Harbor on the same flight and he didn't even tell me? Mr. Cheng clapped his hands excitedly. That Kaylin boy is quite something. That's how a man should be, persistent. Arya quickly called Kaylin. Why didn't you tell me you were going to Solace Harbor for work too? You never asked. I was going to tell you when I called yesterday, but you didn't pick up. Great, so it's my fault? Arya was about to explode. Are you trying to get back at me? Whatever, she thought. I don't have to pretend with this Vance guy anymore. I'll cut ties with him for good on the plane. It's already 10 o'clock, she said with a smile. May I ask when Mr. Vance will be arriving? Kaylin chuckled. Are you in such a hurry for your boyfriend to come pick you up? Nonsense, she snapped. Kaylin couldn't help but laugh. Drive faster, he told his secretary, Leo. Is Miss Vance getting impatient? The secretary asked. Yes, she wants to see me sooner. In her room, Arya muttered to her phone, Why isn't he here yet? Just then, Adrian called, telling her that her boyfriend had arrived and to come down. Boyfriend, my ass, she thought. So ridiculous. She opened the door with a smile. I'll be right down. Kaylin, wait for me. Adrian could only shake his head at his niece. Her grandfather chuckled at Kaylin. Haha, that girl has no shame. That's what I like about her, Kaylin thought. Arrogant in public, but a whiny kitten in private. A few minutes later, Arya ran over with a bright smile, calling out, Kaylin? She accidentally stumbled into his arms. He quickly caught her. The sight of their intimacy left everyone else in the house speechless. What are you doing? Arya stammered. There are so many people here. You're overacting. She tried to get down but couldn't break free. Kaylin held her tight, teasing, You're being very enthusiastic. Her face flushed. Let me go, she stammered. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. Kaylin set her down and politely greeted her grandfather. He ruffled her hair. It's getting late. Arya and I should be going. If you need anything, just give me a call. Her grandfather took her hand. Arya, remember to visit often. I will, Grandpa, don't worry. Once my exams are over and I have no more worries, I'll come see you all the time. Then, Arya and Kaylin left the Chung house hand in hand for the airport. Adrian and her grandfather saw them off at the end of the lane. The moment the two men went back inside, Arya snatched her hand away. All right, stop acting. Kaylin just smiled at her in silence. Afterward, they were driven to the airport by Leo. CEO Vance, Miss Vance, please let me handle your luggage, Leo said. Don't call me Miss Vance anymore, Arya said coldly. Your CEO and I are not that close. I drove very fast and we weren't late, Leo asked his boss worriedly. Why is Miss Vance still angry? Kaylin smiled, his voice full of affection. That little girl just has a bit of a temper. Leo nodded. That's women for you. You just have to humor them a bit. How do you humor them? Kaylin asked, curious. It's simple. Looks like you don't have much experience, CEO Vance. You can't be too forceful with women, you have to be gentle. Kaylin's eyes narrowed at him. Leo realized he had misspoken and quickly added, I mean, women prefer a soft approach. You have to be patient, not rush things. Kaylin listened, deep in thought. Leo let out a sigh of relief. He had dodged a bullet. His job as secretary was safe for now. On the flight to Solace Harbor, Arya thought to herself, I can't have anything to do with Kaylin Vance ever again. You can do this. But when she turned her head, she was startled by the person next to her. She whipped off her sunglasses in shock. What are you doing here? Kaylin smiled. Your uncle knew I had a business trip in Solace Harbor, so he had someone change my flight to this one. He also told me to upgrade your ticket. Arya frowned. Why do you listen to my uncle so much? She crossed her arms, her voice cold. I told you to send me your bank account number last night. Why didn't you? Do you really want to pay me back? Arya flicked her hair back confidently. Of course. Once I pay you back, we'll be even, and we can cut all ties. Hearing this, Kaylin's face fell slightly. Seeing him silent, she pressed, Send me your account number. The fuzzy memory of his $100,000 kiss offer flashed through her mind. Her face turned red. I'm not going to sell myself for money. Don't even think about it. Kaylin leaned in closer, his voice serious. What if I really wanted to? You're disgusting, she blushed. Suddenly, Kaylin stopped and laughed. What are you laughing at? She frowned. He didn't answer, just looked straight at her. His gaze made her heart pound and her face flush. He leaned in closer. Why is your face red again? Arya was so flustered she couldn't speak. Kaylin sat back up, pulling up the window shade to let the sunlight in. I'll send you my account number. Even though I still have some feelings for this Vance guy, she thought, he's already engaged. I can't fall for him again. She quickly transferred the money to him, then turned to look out the window. Kaylin thought to himself, she's really grown up in the past 3 years. Only her personality is the same, wearing all her emotions on her sleeve, so easy to read. Wait a minute, Kaylin said. I'll take you back to campus. I have to go see my aunt, Arya replied coolly. To avoid any misunderstandings, I won't trouble you, CEO Vance. She held up her phone, showing him the transfer confirmation. Thank you for your cooperation, CEO Vance. I've sent you the money. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. So, if there's nothing else, please don't contact me. Understood? What do you mean by that? Kaylin frowned. I mean, please move your legs. I need to get off the plane. Thank you, she said angrily. Kaylin moved his legs to let her pass. She snorted and walked past him without a second glance. She quickly returned to her dorm, sighing, I'm so exhausted. She turned and handed some bags to her roommates. I'm back. Got some gifts for everyone. Every time you come back, you bring us delicious food. You're the best, Arya. Her roommates, Ivy and Chloe, cheered. She crossed her arms and snorted. Look at the little princess, turning on the AC the moment she gets back. Look at the born and bred servant, calling everyone a princess, Arya shot back. Hannah jumped up furious. Don't think you're so great just because you have some dirty money. Always using money to buy people over. Do you think friendship is that cheap? Are you saying this because you can't have it, so you're calling it sour grapes? Arya asked nonchalantly. Whatever. I'm naturally easygoing and friendly. Not like some people who are so sour they make everyone hate them. Hannah was so angry her face turned red. Who are you talking about? Finally, Chloe stepped in. It's 5:30. Let's go to the cafeteria. Arya tossed her hair. Let's go. Don't mind Hannah. She got into the finance academy with the top scores, so she's got a big ego. But you outshine her everywhere you go, so of course she's jealous. I heard she's been having a tough time finding an internship, so that's why she's been so grumpy. Arya laughed coldly. What does that have to do with me? Why should everyone around her have to put up with her moods? I think she doesn't have a princess's life, just a princess's attitude. Arya said this because she had already been through her share of hardships and shed her share of tears. She knew that being patient only encouraged others to push her around. Luckily, Chloe and Ivy were on her side, whether they were being genuine or not. Just then, a luxury car sped towards the campus gate. Arya recognized it immediately as her aunt's. Wait, what is she doing here? Didn't I say I'd go find her later? The car stopped in front of them, and a beautiful, confident woman got out. Your boyfriend came to Solace Harbor and you didn't even tell me, she said. Arya stammered. Her aunt got out of the car. Get in, quickly. Come on, I bought you a new outfit. Go change. I've already made plans with your boyfriend for us to have a nice, intimate dinner together. Arya wanted to explain, but her aunt gave her no chance, pulling her straight into the car. About 40 minutes later, Arya still couldn't understand why she was sitting in such a high-end restaurant. She snuck a look around. This was an intimate dinner? She turned to her aunt with a smile. Auntie, this place is too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. Mr. Vance is used to big occasions. As his girlfriend's family, we can't let you lose face. My aunt is so good to me, Arya thought. I can't bear to lie to her. She started, actually, Kaylin and I. Before she could finish, Kaylin walked in. Sorry, I'm late. There was traffic. It's all right. We just got here. Mr. Vance, please, have a seat. Please, Aunt, call me Kaylin. Arya nearly choked. Arya, are you okay? Her aunt asked. I'm fine, she said, a bit flustered. Kaylin took her hand, asking with concern, "Why are you so careless?" Arya froze. "My aunt is still here. How can I push him away?" Kaylin gently wiped the corner of her mouth, making her face flush. After he was done, he said, "There." Arya sat down, embarrassed, covering her face. "Mr. Vance is truly a talent," her aunt said with a smile. "To be honest, I was quite worried when Arya was dating Nathan Cho." "That was my fault for making her unhappy," Kaylin said. "My father explained it to me," her aunt said. "Arya is still young and doesn't have much experience with relationships. If there's anywhere she's immature, I hope you'll be patient with her, Mr. Vance." "Feelings are between two people, and so is patience," Kaylin replied. Her aunt nodded with a smile. "Well said." Arya sipped her water, muttering under her breath, "Such a good actor." "Now I understand why Arya wanted to study finance back then," her aunt said. "Why is that?" "Because of you, of course. Your major is also finance, isn't it?" "Arya, am I right?" "It's true, that's why I did it," Arya thought. She just laughed awkwardly. "He was the one who suggested I choose this major." "When did I suggest that?" Kaylin was stunned. Arya grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze, cursing him under her breath. "This guy is deliberately trying to sabotage me." Kaylin immediately understood. "Oh, right. It was the day you agreed to be my girlfriend." She pretended to be angry. "How could you forget something so important? I'm mad at you." "You're right, my mistake," he said. "Just saying sorry isn't enough. You have to peel shrimp for me as punishment." Kaylin looked at her. Then he picked up a shrimp. "All right." Arya was surprised. He's really doing it? After peeling one, he asked, "Can you forgive me now?" "What is this? Is he addicted to acting? What am I supposed to do?" Kaylin continued to peel a second, then a third, then a fourth shrimp. "All right, stop making your boyfriend your slave," her aunt said with a laugh. "Since Auntie is speaking up for him, you don't have to peel anymore," Arya said. "Go wash your hands." "Kaylin is such a good man," her aunt said. "You have to treat him well in the future. Don't lose your temper at the drop of a hat, you hear me?" "I've known Kaylin was a good man for a long time," Arya thought. "It's just a shame a good man like him doesn't belong to me." Her aunt picked up her phone. "Sorry, I have to take care of something. I'll be right back. Make sure you take good care of Kaylin." After her aunt left, Arya said, "Hey, were you doing that on purpose today?" "Was doing what on purpose?" Kaylin replied. "Are you blaming me?" she said loudly. "Who was the one who blocked me on WeChat?" Kaylin said calmly. "The moment I got the dinner invitation, I messaged you, only to find I was blocked." "Then you should have called," she said. "You blocked me. You think you would have answered my call?" he replied. She panicked a little. "Well, you could have used your driver's phone to call me. I would have definitely answered an unknown number." "Right. And let my driver know his boss got blocked by his girlfriend? Do you think I have no pride?" Arya angrily picked up her wine glass and downed it in one go. "Don't drink too much," Kaylin warned. "You'll get drunk." "I don't need you to care about me. Anyway, tonight is the last time we're pretending to be a couple. After dinner, I'll tell my aunt. No one in your family knows about this, right?" Before Kaylin could answer, she cut him off. "Of course they don't know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone on that blind." "Gone on what? Nothing." Kaylin saw her evasive gaze and knew she was hiding something. He glanced at the bottle of wine on the table, a knowing smile on his face. "Is the fruit wine good?" he asked. "Yeah, the peach flavor is really good." He told the waiter, "Could we have 2 more bottles of the fruit wine, please?" When her aunt returned from her call, she said, "Work has been so busy lately. This case is pretty tricky, so I'm a bit tired." "Is it that acquisition of Oceanic Tech you showed me last time?" "Yes. It's been dragging on for half a year. We might have to give up on it." "The contact person at Oceanic Tech is Victor Shu, right, Aunt?" Kaylin asked. "You know Director Shu?" Her aunt was overjoyed. "That's great! With you as a bridge, this deal will definitely succeed. Why didn't you bring Kaylin to see me sooner?" "Here, let's add each other on WeChat." "Okay, sure." A moment later, Kaylin made a call. "Contact Victor Shu of Oceanic Tech immediately. Tell him that Vance Capital is interested in collaborating with Crestwood Funds and ask him if he's interested in joining." A few minutes later, her aunt's phone rang. After the call, she was beaming. "Kaylin, your assistant is amazing. Oceanic Tech has been persuaded. They're willing to give us another 5%. But their boss is so excited he called and told the company to revise the contract immediately." "Yes, this is important. You should go take care of it, Aunt." "All right, that's all for today. Before you leave Solace Harbor next time, I'll definitely cook a meal for you myself." "Oh, has Arya had too much to drink?" "No, I haven't had much. I have to go back to the office and work overtime. Kaylin, you take her back to campus later, okay?" "No, I don't want him to take me back. He's an animal." Her aunt looked puzzled. "An animal?" Kaylin forced a laugh. "That's a nickname Arya gave me." Her aunt's face broke into a wide smile. "All right, I get it. How interesting. Well, you take care of Arya for me then." "Yes, Aunt, don't worry. I'll take good care of her." "Auntie, don't go," Arya said, dazed. She was already a bit drunk. She swayed and Kaylin caught her. What did you just call me? Don't touch me, Arya said in a panic. I want to go home by myself. I'm your boyfriend. Why can't I take you home? You're not, she said, pushing him away. She ran outside. Kaylin watched her go, his expression unreadable. Arya stepped outside and saw the high steps, her head spinning. To make matters worse, she was drunk. As she hesitated, Kaylin came up and wrapped an arm around her waist. Slowly, he helped her down the stairs. Let go of me, let go, she struggled. After a while, he finally got her outside. He gently helped her into the car. She was still struggling. No, I don't want you to take me home. Kaylin looked at her, a stirring in his heart. He moved closer to her, but she said, no, you can't kiss me. Why can't I? Because you already have a fiancé. Who told you I have a fiancé? Flynn said you had a successful blind date. Your fiancé is the daughter of the district chief. What was her name again? Serafina how? Kaylin laughed. I don't even remember her name, but you remember it so clearly. Why do you remember? I have to remember because she's the first girl you liked, so I have to remember her name. She wasn't the first. Kaylin was stunned. The first one? My head hurts. I'm so sleepy, Arya mumbled drunkenly. Because the first person I liked, Kaylin continued, was you. With that, he gently kissed her. Somehow, it was already the next morning. Arya's eyes snapped open, and she rubbed them to wake up. She was stunned for a moment, then looked down at herself in shock. How did I get here? I remember having dinner with my aunt last night. Then Kaylin took me home. I think I told him a lot of things. Ugh, I can't remember anything. Just then, Kaylin brought in breakfast. You're awake? Why did you bring me to a hotel? She asked. You said we had to pretend to be a couple. You were so drunk. If I had taken you back to your dorm, what would your roommates have thought? Arya thought about it. This guy was famous online, rich and handsome. If he brought her back to the dorm dead drunk, it would definitely cause a commotion. She crossed her arms. Then I'm asking you, what did you do to me last night? I didn't do anything. Then tell me, she said, pointing at herself. Why are my clothes now pajamas? Kaylin followed her finger and saw the view of her chest. His face flushed as he quickly looked away. He laughed. You're a smart one. You really are an animal, she yelled. Taking advantage of me, you shameless pervert. Kaylin handed her a glass of milk. Actually, a hotel staff member helped you change. Arya was a bit dazed. Really? I was just teasing you, Kaylin smiled. Your clothes were dirty, so I had the staff take them to be laundered. I don't have any clothes to wear now, she said, her hands on her hips. How am I supposed to go back to campus? Are you expecting me to walk out in a bathrobe? Kaylin handed her a bag. This time I bought them for you myself. Arya remembered him saying he would buy her clothes himself last time. She couldn't believe he had actually done it. She was happy again, taking the bag and saying, thanks. But when she saw the price tag, her eyes went wide. This guy really has too much money to burn? Why is he giving me gifts? What am I fantasizing about? Stop overthinking it. Get a grip. He ruffled her hair. I'll be very busy for the next few days. If you need anything, call me, or unblock me on WeChat. She stuck her tongue out at him. Don't worry, I won't be calling you. You should go now. The moment Kaylin got in the car, he received a message. He casually opened it. He saw a picture of him and Arya kissing by the car last night, along with a string of messages from Flynn Rider. Playing hard, I see. I thought you came to Solace Harbor for work, not to pick up girls. If your girlfriend saw this, could she handle it? Luckily, your brother here intercepted it for you. So how are you going to thank me? Tell me who my girlfriend is. Oh my God, Kaylin Vance, don't scare me. Now you're scared? Did I misunderstand? Isn't your girlfriend Serafina Ho? You said you were going on a blind date, that you had to meet the family, and that you came to Solace Harbor this time to meet her family. It was all your nonsense that made that little girl blow her top. Now what? Flynn Rider's face went pale. This is bad, he thought. Meanwhile, Arya finally made it back to her dorm. She pretended to be calm. Sorry guys, I had dinner last night and it got too late, so I stayed at my aunt's. Stop pretending. I called you last night and your boyfriend answered, didn't he? You got a new boyfriend and didn't even tell us? That's right, when did you get a new boyfriend? His voice is so nice, he must be handsome, right? More handsome than Nathan Cho? Of course, otherwise why would Arya stay out all night? Did sparks fly? Arya was being teased from all sides, breaking out in a sweat. She waved her hands. You guys misunderstood. The person who answered the phone last night wasn't my boyfriend, just a friend of my uncle's. We just happened to run into each other. Oh, a friend of your uncle's? Wow, what a coincidence. If he's an older man, why did he say you were sleeping in his bed? Arya felt like she had been struck by lightning. Oh my God, what did that jerk say to my friends? I was too drunk last night, she said in a panic. I probably went to the wrong hotel room. Let me just call my aunt for a second. She quickly made an excuse and fled. What is wrong with that jerk? I have to call and give him a piece of my mind. Kaylin was in a meeting at his office. His phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and smiled, which left his employees stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen CEO Vance smile so happily. They couldn't believe someone could distract him like this. Arya pouted. Why isn't this jerk answering his phone? She sent a few messages. Why aren't you answering? Feeling guilty? What did you say to my friends? Are you a psycho? You freaking pervert. She was so angry she put her hands on her hips, practically fuming. Whatever. I'm not dealing with him anymore. I'll go to class and cool off. At 5 in the afternoon, during class, Kaylin finally called. She picked up her phone, thinking, he's probably trying to start something again. She answered, and he asked, what's wrong? Is Arya mad at me? I had a meeting this afternoon, I just got my phone back. Arya was clearly still angry, but the moment she heard his voice, her tone softened. Seeing her silent, he spoke up. I'm downstairs at your dorm. That made her jump. What? What are you doing at my school? Go away, I'm in class, I don't have time to see you. Your aunt asked me to bring you some things, he said. I happen to be free tonight, so you can just stay in class. Come find me when you're done. Arya screamed internally. Why won't he leave me alone? She went back to class and her roommate said, let's go back to the dorm together. Arya panicked a little, hoping she wouldn't run into him on the way. Soon they were walking back to the dorm together. The moment she stepped outside, she recognized Kaylin's car. Oh my god, why did he have to park in such an obvious spot? I left my student ID in the classroom, she told her roommate. I'm going back to get it. You go on ahead. With that, she quickly ran off. She hid behind a tree, secretly watching her friend. Only after her friend was far away did she call Kaylin. I'll be there in a minute. You're not allowed to get out of the car, and neither is your driver. Got it? Got it, Kaylin replied like an obedient puppy. A few minutes later, Arya walked towards his car. Just as she was about to get in, she saw her 2 roommates walking over. She panicked and yanked open the car door. Closing her eyes, she dived in, only to crash right into Kaylin. Ouch, what did I just hit that's so hard and pointy? Are you diving into my arms? Kaylin asked. Arya's 2 roommates were now looking at the eye-catching car, remarking, car looks so expensive. And that outfit looks like Arya's. Close the door, quick, Arya said in a panic. My roommates will see. Please, close the door. Before she could recover, Kaylin pulled her over and sat her on his lap, leaving her stunned. A moment later, the car door slammed shut. They were so close, Arya's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would fly out of her chest. Wait, why did he put me on his lap? Flynn Rider watched this with a helpless expression. So that's why he wanted me to sit in the back. It was all a trap to get the little white rabbit to sit on his lap. Poor Arya, falling into this big-tailed wolf's trap. Drive, Kaylin said calmly. Arya was in a complete panic. Oh no, do I have to sit like this the whole way? So embarrassing. Let me down, she said. He just held her tighter. Don't move. Being so close, her heart beat even faster. Oh no, if this keeps up, my heart is going to burst. Please, she begged. I want to sit by myself. It's too crowded, there's no space, he said. What? This is a top-of-the-line luxury car and you're saying it's crowded. There's clearly an empty space in the middle. Flynn gave him a look. Brother, leave it to me, he said seriously. Little Arya, just sit on his lap. It's not safe to sit in the middle. The police will give you a ticket. With that, Flynn laughed to himself. That should be enough to make up for it, right, brother? I'm atoning for my sins here. Kaylin shot him a look but didn't reply. Seeing no reaction from him, Flynn screamed internally. I'm screwed! The boss has it out for me! What do I do? Then I'll sit in the front, Arya said stiffly. If we stop the car, your roommates might not see us, Kaylin said. She looks uncomfortable, he thought. I'll stop teasing her. Yeah, they won't see. She nodded frantically. Finally, the car stopped. Flynn opened the door, a bit disgruntled. Let me sit in the front. He got out and moved to the front seat. Kaylin gently set her down on the seat. Arya let out a sigh of relief. Where are you guys going? She asked. To eat. Then you guys go ahead. I'm not going, I just came to get my things. I have plans tonight. Don't be like that. I just flew in from Ethelgard. Let's have a meal together. Can't you do me this one favor, little Arya? Fine, Arya said. We'll eat, then go home early. But inside, she was fuming. I absolutely cannot get involved with a certain someone anymore. After a while, they finally arrived at a very remote restaurant. Huh, why is it so far? It's a bit of a drive, Flynn said. But my friend said the wild game at this restaurant is amazing. We have to try it. After we eat, we can even watch the moon. The view from the mountaintop is beautiful, the air is fresh, and the moon is really round. Little Arya, let's add each other on WeChat. Kaylin was very unhappy. He's been calling her Little Arya this whole time. Now he wants to add her on WeChat, and he's getting so close. He deserves a beating. Seeing Kaylin's expression, Flynn felt a little awkward. Hey, big bro, don't be mad. Let me salvage this. He said, Little Arya, I'll create a group chat and add you and Kaylin. I'll be in Solace Harbor for 2 days, so it'll be easier to talk in the group. Seeing her silent, Flynn's jaw dropped. Oh my god, did little Arya get mad at Kaylin because of what I said and block him on WeChat? It's all my fault. About Serafina who, I was just guessing. Kaylin and she never went on a blind date, and they never met the families. It was all a misunderstanding. He then winked at Kaylin. I've explained it very clearly. Why aren't you going along with it? But Kaylin's expression didn't improve. Weird. Does this Kaylin Vance even know how to date? Does he know how to humor a girl? Entering the restaurant, Flynn said enthusiastically, "Let me order. You two can chat." After they left, Arya put her hands on her hips. Hey, did you forget what I just said? Before she could finish, he gently rubbed her forehead. She asked what he was doing, and he replied, "Did you bump your head in the car just now? I saw a little red spot." She was stunned. Oh! He took her hand. Don't touch it. Let me take a look. He rubbed her forehead and asked, Does it hurt? She shook her head. No. He smiled. Then it's probably fine. Let's sit down first. Kaylin asked, Did you block me because you misunderstood that I have a fiancé? I don't. Arya was a bit flustered. So you don't. It has nothing to do with me. Kaylin looked at her intently and smiled. My fiancé will only ever be you. So can you unblock me now? Fine, Arya said, embarrassed. I'll unblock you. Do you need to pull me into the group chat? Kaylin smiled. Are we showing off for my family? And now we have to show off for your friends too? She thought. I need to be in the group to keep an eye on things, Kaylin said, propping his chin on his hand, in case a second fiancé pops up. The waiter came in. Hello, I'm here with your food. Arya asked. The two people who came with us are still ordering? Why aren't they coming in? Oh, they left a long time ago. Just then, a message from Flynn came in. My dad was in a car accident. I have to go back to Ethelgard immediately. I'm borrowing your driver for a bit. See you back in Ethelgard. Kaylin smiled. If Flynn is busy, then let's eat first. Arya was a bit confused. After a while, Arya was full, rubbing her stomach. Oh, I'm so full, but it was so good. Let's go home after we finish. Flynn took the car, Kaylin said. You should get up. Why didn't you say so sooner? Arya asked. Then we'll have to call a cab. If we can get one, we won't get back to campus until 10. She took out her phone to call a cab, but after 10 minutes, no one had accepted the ride. She asked the restaurant staff, Do you have a shuttle service? We can pay extra. It's a half-hour drive down the mountain and another hour to the city. It's very troublesome. The mountain road isn't safe at night, and it's even more dangerous if it rains. Why don't you two stay the night and go down tomorrow morning? Flynn already booked the best VIP double room for you. The roses and wine have all been prepared. Arya froze. What? I'll walk down the mountain myself, she said angrily. If you're not going, I'll go alone. Kaylin grabbed her hand. Wait for me a moment. He went and spoke to the manager. Arya watched them from a distance, her heart in turmoil. After he was done, he said, Let's go. Go where? The manager smiled. This young lady wants to go down the mountain. Now her boyfriend will drive her down. Soon they were in the car. How did you convince the manager to lend you the car? Arya asked. He smiled. I bought it. Arya was utterly shocked. Just then, the car suddenly stopped inexplicably. What's wrong? She asked. The car broke down, he said. He unbuckled his seatbelt. He took off his jacket, leaving her confused. What are you taking your clothes off for? He draped the jacket over her. It's cold in the mountains at night. You have to stay warm. Arya was a bit embarrassed. Oh, thanks, she said. Are we just going to sit here and wait? What if no one comes? Kaylin propped his chin on his hand. There's a second option. We can walk down the mountain. We might run into someone on the way and then find a place to rest. So they got out of the car and started walking down the mountain together. After a while, she suddenly stopped, which made him a little confused. What's wrong? I don't want to walk anymore, she said, pouting. He looked at her and smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to go back to campus? I'm so tired, she said, fuming. She then held out her hands, whining. Carry me. Kaylin looked at her and smiled, handing her the bag. If you don't want to carry me, fine, she huffed. But now you won't even carry my bag for me? He squatted down, turning his back to her. I'm carrying you, so it's not convenient to hold the bag. You hold it. She quickly climbed onto his back. As they walked, she said, Actually, this is all your fault today, you know? If you hadn't insisted on giving me those things, and then dragged Flynn to take me up the mountain for dinner, I wouldn't be stuck on this mountain. So you have to carry me, you hear? Yes, it's all my fault. She snuggled against his back, giggling to herself. He's so warm, like a big furnace. After a while, he suddenly lifted her up a bit, which startled her. What are you doing? I was afraid you'd slip down. I'm not a child, I won't slip. Besides, I'll hold on tight. You won't be able to shake me off. Kaylin smiled. Not this time. They walked, and finally reached a hotel. Arya Jiang, wake up. She closed her eyes and nuzzled his neck. Suddenly, someone said loudly, Wow, your girlfriend is exhausted, which made Arya jump. Ah, how did I fall asleep? That's right, Kaylin said. I'm as tired as a dog and someone else is sleeping like a pig. You're the pig, Arya retorted. Let's just stay here for the night, he said. I'll take you back to campus tomorrow morning, okay? She looked at her watch. It was already midnight, so she had to agree. They went to book 2 rooms, but the front desk told them they only had 1 large room left. She quickly explained, You misunderstood, we're not a couple. Whether you're a couple or not, we really only have 1 room left, the receptionist said. We'll take this room, Kaylin said. Arya was stunned. In the room, she said, You're sleeping on the sofa tonight. I just carried you for 2 hours on the mountain, he replied. So what? She asked, looking at him. He gently tapped her forehead. You made me sleep on the sofa at your house, and now you're making me sleep on the sofa at a hotel. You can't bully your boyfriend like this. Hearing the words, bully your boyfriend, Arya's face turned red. We're not really a couple. How can we sleep in the same bed? He moved closer to her. It's not like we haven't slept in the same bed before. Why can't we now? Of course not. I think the floor is quite clean. You can sleep there later. I want to sleep on the bed, he said. Hey, would you really let a girl like me sleep on the floor? I've been tired all day too, but I'm the one who carried you down the mountain. I'm more tired. Arya suddenly had an idea. She pushed him into the bathroom. Then if you're tired, go take a shower. She closed the bathroom door, her hands on her hips. I am absolutely not sleeping in the same bed with him. Then she laid out a sheet, blanket, and pillow on the floor for herself. She even smiled happily after she was done. Just then, Kaylin finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. She turned around and saw his chiseled 6-pack abs, her eyes widening. My God! He threw a towel over her head. What are you looking at? She continued to stare at him, then embarrassedly went into the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. Half an hour later, she finally finished and came out. She saw Kaylin lying on the bed, looking at her with a devilish expression. She looked down and found that the bedding she had just laid out on the floor was gone. Wait, why are you on the bed? Where's my bedding? Kaylin smiled. The receptionist said this room faces north so it doesn't get any sun. And since it's at the foot of the mountain, it's very damp. Sleeping on the floor will make you catch a cold. So I put the bedding away. Let's just share the bed. It's late, aren't you sleepy? This bed is so big we can each take a side. We'll definitely be able to sleep. Besides, you didn't drink tonight. What are you afraid of? Is your willpower not strong enough? She reluctantly climbed into bed. My willpower is very strong. She placed a pillow in the middle. This is the line. Don't you cross it. He looked at her and smiled. What if you're the one who's not well behaved? In your dreams, she said decisively. Right, I'm so sleepy. Turn off the light and go to sleep. Kaylin obediently reached out and turned off the light. Lying next to him, Arya's heart was in turmoil. It was the first time she was sharing a bed with this man while sober. I probably won't be able to sleep, right? Soon she was fast asleep, even snoring softly. He looked at her, a puzzled expression on his face. She fell asleep that fast? What a carefree girl. In the middle of the night, the wind howled outside. Arya felt cold in her sleep. She unconsciously snuggled up to him. Kaylin was woken up, but he didn't resist. Instead, he felt very content and held her as he fell back asleep. The next morning, the sky was clear and the birds were chirping. Arya woke up groggily, her hand accidentally touching Kaylin's abs. Where's my phone? She mumbled. Then she opened her eyes, horrified. Wait, what is this comfortable feeling? She suddenly turned her head and saw Kaylin still asleep next to her, and her heart went into a panic. She snuck a peek at his handsome face and his devilish 6-pack, sighing to herself. Then she shook her head. Get a grip. She pulled the blanket over him, thinking, please don't wake up right now. After covering him, she quickly got out of bed and flew into the bathroom, slamming the door. Kaylin waited until she was gone before opening his eyes, a smile on his face. When Arya came out, her face was still full of embarrassment. Oh my God, I can't believe I crossed the line. Luckily, that guy didn't wake up, otherwise he would have definitely thought I was up to something. The moment she stepped out, she saw Leo. Good morning, Miss Vance. Wait, what are you doing here? I received a message from CEO Vance last night, so I rushed over early this morning. Is CEO Vance not up yet? Yeah, he's still sleeping. He was probably too tired last night. She quickly shook her head. No, I mean... Before she could finish, Leo smiled slyly. I understand. I'll go upstairs and give CEO Vance his clothes. Yeah, you do that. Soon Kaylin got in the car too. Did CEO Vance not rest well last night? Leo asked. Yeah, I had sleep paralysis. Arya couldn't take it anymore. Just say I was lying on top of you. What do you mean, sleep paralysis? A little while later, the car arrived at the campus. He said, There are gifts for your aunt in the trunk. They're a bit heavy. Let me carry them for you. No need, I can carry them myself. You are not allowed to get out of the car. Stay in the car and be good, you hear me? Kaylin looked at her. Leo, help Miss Vance carry her things to her dorm. Arya was stunned. She said, Let's not contact each other for the next few days. You go ahead with your business trip. Just let me know when you're coming back. Arya looked around. Then she said to the secretary, "Give them to me." "CEO Vance told me to take Miss Vance to her dorm," Leo said. She snatched the things from him. "Stop calling me Miss Vance. Just give them to me, thanks." As she walked, Arya felt tired. What on earth did that guy buy? Why is it so heavy? On the way, a young man came up to her. "Long time no see." She was dazed. You are? I'm Ethan Shu. We were in the sports club together in our sophomore year. You don't remember?" Arya was still a bit fuzzy, not sure if she remembered or not. "Are you going back to your dorm?" Ethan asked. "Let me help you with that." No, it's fine. Let me," Ethan said enthusiastically. "I'm heading back to my dorm anyway." "Come on, give them to me. Okay, thanks then." Leo watched them walk away, 3 question marks appearing above his head. He quickly ran back to report to Kaylin. "CEO Vance, bad news." Kaylin sat in the car, his face dark, his expression stern. "I saw." A few days later, Arya sat in class thinking, "It's been a few days, and Kaylin Vance has kept his word and hasn't contacted me. I wonder what he's been busy with." Then she slapped her own face. Stop thinking about it. Without Kaylin, she still had to study hard. She had to focus on her studies. As she was thinking, her 2 roommates said excitedly, "Hot news! The chairman of some conglomerate is coming to our school to give a lecture. He's super handsome. Let's go see the handsome guy." "It's boring, I want to study," Arya said. Her 2 friends wouldn't let her. They grabbed her arm. "Studying isn't as interesting as handsome guys. Let's go, don't miss out, or the handsome guy will be gone." Arya had no choice but to be dragged along. Just then, the sound of the famous handsome lecturer's footsteps echoed on the stage. Her 2 friends' eyes lit up. "He's here, look, he's so handsome." But the person who walked onto the stage was none other than our CEO Vance, Kaylin Vance. He held the microphone and said, "Good afternoon, I'm Kaylin Vance." Arya was speechless. "Oh my god, why is he here?" Kaylin smiled from the stage, and the female fans in the audience went wild. "Oh my god, he's smiling at me. Hubby, you're so handsome. This is the legendary domineering CEO, isn't it? Ugh, I need him to give me CPR to live." Arya looked at him thinking, this is Kaylin Vance? Wherever he appears, he's the center of attention. He always so easily captures the gaze of every girl. With that thought, she stood up. "I'm going back to study." As she stood up, a professor called out to her, "You're the student representative. You'll be in charge of presenting flowers to CEO Vance later." Sir, can another student do it? I have something to do later." "You're our campus belle, the face of our school, understand?" All right, go on, be good." Arya had no choice but to steel herself, take the bouquet, and slowly walk onto the stage, handing the flowers to Kaylin. Kaylin smiled at her. "Thank you for the roses, Miss Jung." He reached out to take the flowers. Arya kept her eyes closed, thinking that once he took them, she could let go and have nothing more to do with him. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. While taking the flowers, Kaylin had grabbed her hand, gently stroking it and even giving it a light squeeze. Arya stared at him, stunned, while he looked back at her with a smug expression. "This jerk," she cursed internally. "What is he squeezing my hand for? In broad daylight, with so many school leaders and students here, he dares to secretly squeeze my hand. Whatever, it's almost over, calm down." After receiving the flowers, Kaylin said, "Does anyone have any more questions? It's now time for a Q&A session." A female student asked, "May I ask what type of girlfriend CEO Vance likes?" "Everyone appreciates beauty," Kaylin replied with a smile. Another male student asked, "Then may I ask what you think of Miss Jung, who just presented you with flowers? She's been our campus belle for 4 years straight, a super beautiful girl." Arya's head was spinning. "Oh my god, why are they talking about me again?" Kaylin glanced at her. "The campus belle of Solace Harbor University is indeed very beautiful. You all have good taste." The moment he finished, the students below erupted in cheers and whispers. The professor said, "Thank you, CEO Vance, for taking time out of your busy schedule to come to our school. Today's lecture is now over. Students, please leave in an orderly fashion." After the lecture, Arya received a message from Kaylin. "Meet me in the parking lot in 10 minutes. She was typing back, "Not going." He quickly sent another message. "If you don't come, you'll face the consequences." Helpless, she had to go find him in the parking lot. "What do you want to see me for?" She looked around nervously. If someone saw her, she would lose all face at the university. "You haven't had lunch yet, right?" Kaylin asked. "Want some cake?" "What cake?" He handed her the cake. "I saw a very popular bakery online. I remembered you like delicious food, so I bought you a strawberry cake." The moment she opened the box, the strawberry cake looked incredibly tempting. "Try it," he said. Her eyes lit up. "It smells so good." "It's right here, how can I not eat it?" She quickly picked up a spoon and took a bite. The moment she ate it, her mood instantly brightened, as bright as a flower. "This is so delicious." As she ate, she asked, "You still haven't told me what you wanted to see me for." "I have to go back to Ethelgard tomorrow," he said. "Then you could have just texted me. Why did you have to come all this way?" What if someone saw? Seeing him staring at her, she asked, "What are you looking at?" "You have cream on your face," he said. "Where?" He reached out and wiped the cream off for her. "Let me get it." In that moment, they were so close. Arya's heart started pounding again. Oh my God, so close. Can he hear my heart? Her face turned red, as it always did. Why do his actions always make my heart race while he acts so nonchalant? It was the same on stage today. He maintained a serious, proper demeanor, yet he made all the female students swoon. What a bad man, Arya cursed internally, so angry that she bit him. Why did you suddenly bite me? Don't you know why? Suddenly the cake didn't taste so good anymore. He grabbed her hand. Let me have a taste. After eating, he said, a little sweet. Arya was stunned. He just used my fork. Isn't that an indirect kiss? She said, I have to have dinner with my roommates. I'm leaving. As she was about to get out, she saw Professor Kirk outside, knocking on the window. Knock, knock, knock. Her face went pale. Oh my God, why is Professor Kirk here? Did he see us? She quickly ducked down. Hide me, quick! Take off your jacket and cover me. So direct? Kaelin was dazed. Professor Kirk knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door. He clutched his head, muttering, I clearly saw CEO Vance come in here. Just then, the CEO opened the door and stepped out, asking Professor Kirk, You were looking for me? The principal said that since you rarely come to Solace Harbor, we should host a dinner for you tonight. I'm sorry. I have plans tonight. I won't trouble you all. Then I won't keep you from your business. We'll make another appointment next time you have time. Yes, okay. With that, he closed the car door, took off his jacket, and said, Your professor is gone. He's gone? Kaelin looked at her, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice deep and husky. Yeah, he's gone. Arya stood up, overjoyed. Great! But just then, she lost her balance and stumbled. She fell right between Kaelin's legs. Arya's eyes went wide, her face pale. Oh no, save me. She tried to stand up, stammering, Sorry. At that moment, Leo returned to the car to call the CEO. He only saw a scene he shouldn't have seen. He panicked and slammed the car door shut. Sorry to disturb you, CEO Vance. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Arya's face was burning hot. Oh my God, what is happening? Leo is definitely going to misunderstand. Are you okay? He asked. She was both embarrassed and angry, pushing him away. Your assistant just misunderstood us. He's misunderstood from the beginning, he smiled. How can that be the same? She mumbled. Just now, your secretary definitely thought we were... He leaned in closer to her. We were what, Her face flushed and she opened the car door. I'm leaving. He smiled, finding her embarrassed look adorable. In the car, Leo kept apologizing. You've added Arya on WeChat, right? Kaelin asked. Give me your phone. Leo handed over his phone. My password is your birthday. Change it later, Kaelin said with a look of disgust. He took Leo's phone and saw a message from Arya. Secretary Leo, you misunderstood just now. I accidentally stepped on your boss's foot, and he was just helping me up. We really weren't doing anything. Leo drove, his heart pounding. Why does CEO Vance like to tease the madam so much? So mean. Meanwhile, Arya sat at the dinner table, looking at the message from Secretary Leo, but which was actually sent by Kaelin. My boss is such a good person, don't you like him? She was a bit bewildered. She never would have thought the honest-looking Secretary Leo would be so good at flattering Kaelin. She replied, He's your boss, of course you'd speak up for him. But I don't like him, so don't misunderstand. But I can see that CEO Vance really likes you. He's only ever patient with you. That's because he's a friend of my uncle's, so he's just taking care of a junior. You understand? She waited for a while but got no reply. She laughed to herself. He didn't reply, so he must believe me. She asked, Is the mapo tofu ready? Her two friends giggled. It's ready, eat up. Were you just chatting with your boyfriend? Let us see a picture of him. Arya had no choice but to hand over her phone. Here, look. But she showed them a picture of her uncle. Her two friends immediately praised him. Wow, he's so handsome. He's wearing a white coat. Is he a doctor? A doctor isn't bad. He just looks a bit old. Yeah, he is a bit old, she said. My uncle just went through a failed marriage. That's why he looks so haggard and old, she thought. Did Nathan Cho hurt you so much that you're into older men now? Her friend asked. Older men are good too. I don't see any problem with it, Arya said. Her two friends chattered on, warning her, Mature men have a lot of experience with women. You can't just play around with them. They might be stringing you along. Arya listened helplessly, thinking, Kaelin doesn't have any of these bad habits. Just then her uncle called. I'm going to take this outside, she said quickly. Her two friends said worriedly, This older man is really something. If this keeps up, he's going to eat Arya alive. Arya stepped outside to answer the phone. Uncle, what's up? Old Mrs. Zhang's heart condition acted up again. She was taken to the hospital this morning and is currently in emergency surgery. They say she might not make it. The moment she heard that name, she was annoyed. Then find a doctor or a funeral home. Why are you looking for me? When I left the Zhang family, they set off firecrackers to celebrate. Am I supposed to bring firecrackers to her funeral now? Sai, I'm just calling to give you a heads up. If the Zhang family comes looking for you, talk to them properly. Don't do anything rash, understand? I know, don't worry. After hanging up, Arya clutched her phone. Her heart trembled and her mind was a mess. Adrian said, Dad, don't worry, I've called Arya. She's 20 now, and the doctor said her condition was cured a long time ago. It won't relapse easily. I've also messaged Kalen. With him accompanying Arya back, what are you worried about? Then have Kalen give me a call later. Adrian was confused. He had said so much, but it still wasn't as good as one phone call from Kalen. Kalen now knew the situation. He called Arya, but it didn't go through. Did this girl go to sleep so early? He asked Leo. What's the situation? Currently, the Zhang conglomerate's internal capital chain has a major problem. Their previous partner suddenly withdrew their investment. I'm still investigating the specific reason. What about the hospital? Old Mrs. Zhang finished surgery this afternoon. The Zhang family didn't try to hide this news at all. Logically speaking, at a time like this, any news from the Zhang family would affect the company's stock price. There's no way CEO Zhang wouldn't understand this unless... Keep investigating, Kalen cut him off. The next morning at the dorm, Arya stretched and woke up groggily. The moment she picked up her phone, she saw several missed calls from Kalen. Why did he call so many times? Then a message from Julian Zhang. Answer your phone. I've booked you a flight back. Come back to Ethelgard. Even though Grandma didn't treat you well before, she's dying now. Don't you want to see her one last time? Julian kept bothering me yesterday, she thought. I turned off my phone, so that's why I didn't get Kalen's call. She called him back, and he answered quickly. You're awake? Yeah, I fell asleep yesterday. You haven't gone back yet? Is there something else? Grandpa told me to bring you home, so I stayed an extra day, Kalen said. I'll pick you up this afternoon. Oh, will that delay your work? It's fine. Grandpa said bringing my girlfriend home safely is the most important thing. Arya was a bit embarrassed. All right, I know. She hung up and muttered, girlfriend my ass, it's obviously just an act. The moment she hung up, she received messages from her friends. Someone had posted that she was an escort, which made her want to explode. She quickly clicked on the post. It said that a certain Miss J was very arrogant, like an escort, and was involved with CEO Vance's driver. They got in the car together and only came out half an hour later. After reading it, she was so angry she clenched her bedsheets. She looked down and saw her roommate typing on her phone. She quickly got out of bed, walked over to her, and snatched her phone. What are you doing? Her roommate yelled. Don't you know what I want to do? Arya said. What a coincidence. I just opened the forum and found that you're the one adding fuel to the fire. Were you replying to comments and cursing me out the whole way? That's right, I posted it, so what? I was just telling the truth. Arya angrily pushed her down on the table. Hannah Wong, you're always posting things on the forum to slander me. You think I don't know? If you saw everything, why didn't you say that the driver got out of the car and CEO Vance got in? And the man in the car was clearly CEO Vance, so why were you secretly trying to find him? The man you wanted to seduce was attracted to me instead, so you couldn't take it, could you? You were dying of jealousy, weren't you? That hurts. I was wrong. I was really wrong, Hannah stammered. Where were you wrong? I shouldn't have posted that. Actually, I didn't see anything. What about my aunt? I was wrong. I shouldn't have said bad things about your aunt. Post an apology immediately. Otherwise, I'll send a video of you crying and begging me for mercy to the company you're interviewing with. Every company you go to, I'll send it. If you don't believe me, just try me. I'll post it right now, Hannah said in a panic. Soon, Hannah posted an apology on the forum admitting that it was all because of jealousy, an impulse that she had hurt her friend, and also apologizing for bad-mouthing her aunt. Arya packed her luggage thinking, people can say whatever they want about me, but my aunt has been by my side for the past 3 years. I absolutely cannot tolerate them slandering her. Luckily, they didn't get out of the car, otherwise there would have been more rumors. In the car, she said, you were really thoughtful. If the secretary had gotten out of the car and been recognized, I would have been in big trouble. Are you afraid of our relationship being exposed? Right, stop pretending, she mumbled. I've already made it clear to Secretary Leo. We don't need to act in front of him. What did you say to him? Why did you add him on WeChat? I already told you if you want to know anything, just ask me directly. Don't go asking other people. She frowned. Why are you so suspicious today? Kalen propped his chin on his hand and smiled at her. She blushed under his gaze. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? He touched her cheek. No, I just think you're very cute. What nonsense are you talking about? She fumed. There are other people in the car. Her face was bright red and she quickly turned away, not daring to look at him. Seeing her like this, he found it even more amusing. How could she be so cute? Everyone else in the car was a bit dazed. There was a traffic jam outside, and they couldn't get through no matter which way they went. While she was asleep, the secretary spoke up. CEO Vance, that document has been sent to you. Before he could finish, Kaylin signaled for him to be quiet and not wake Arya. The secretary understood and stopped talking. He gently let her lean on his shoulder and tenderly watched her sleep. Ah, it's so itchy, she mumbled. Kaylin stared at her lips. They were so alluring. Even though he had tasted them, he still felt it wasn't enough. Far from enough. He slowly leaned in and gently touched her lips. If she found out about this stolen kiss, he might as well just confess to her. Arya felt something and frowned, letting out a soft, Wait, is she awake? But she wasn't. She was still fast asleep. He laughed to himself. What am I hoping for? The secretary sitting in the front snuck a peek in the rearview mirror. As he was peeking, he was caught by Kaylin's sharp gaze. Oh no, I've been caught. Kaylin quickly draped his jacket over Arya. The secretary broke out in a cold sweat. Does he have to be so possessive? At the airport, the secretary handed her a bottle of water. Miss Vance, please have some water. Arya frowned. Why are you still calling me Miss Vance? Didn't we make it clear on WeChat yesterday? Miss Vance, you misunderstood. Yesterday afternoon, it was Mr. Vance. What about me? Kaylin cut him off. Nothing. I'm going to go buy some food. You should manage your subordinate better, Arya said. Don't let him go around calling people by the wrong name. Then what do you think he should call you? Kaylin asked. She casually glanced behind her and saw a girl staring at Kaylin with infatuation. Oh my god, this man clearly has a girlfriend and she still dares to stare at him? Doesn't she see me here? What's wrong? Kaylin asked. She turned his face back, not letting him look behind him. What are you doing? He asked. Nothing, there's nothing to see. With that, she said, a bit embarrassed, I'm going to the restroom. Kaylin curiously looked behind him. He saw that girl smiling and waving at him. He called the secretary. What is it, Mr. Vance? He whispered a few words in the secretary's ear, and the secretary immediately understood. I know, Mr. Vance. The secretary quickly walked over to the girl behind them. The girl's eyes lit up. Are you looking for me? Hello, miss. The gentleman in front is my boss. He asked me to relay a message to you. He said his girlfriend is jealous, so he'd appreciate it if you'd stop looking at him. Also, it would be best if you could move to another seat so his girlfriend can't see you. Thank you. Hearing this, she was so disappointed she was speechless. Soon they arrived at the hospital. The moment she saw it, Arya yelled, Stop the car! Just send the luggage to Mr. Cheng's place, Kaylin said. Yes, your father is up ahead. When you two leave later, drive fast. Don't get caught. Go on. Mr. Vance, are we just leaving like this? The secretary asked. Drive by here in 5 minutes, Kaylin said. Arya, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Arya pretended not to see her and walked right past. Julian grabbed her arm. No manners. Did you not hear your aunt talking to you? You can't even say hello. Don't be like that, Julian, Nina said. Arya definitely didn't do it on purpose. She was probably just too tired to notice. Arya crossed her arms. I did do it on purpose. You've already secured your position as Mrs. Jung. Why do you still have to put on this fake act? Isn't it nauseating? This is how the Chung family has taught you for the past 5 years? Julian was furious. Respecting your elders is the most basic thing. Arya glared at him. What kind of elder is she? She knew you had a family, yet she shamelessly climbed into your bed and got pregnant with your child. I wouldn't even deign to look at an elder like that. Julian angrily raised his hand to hit her. But Kaylin immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm. The couple was stunned. Why was Kaylin Vance here? Arya was also a bit panicked. I clearly told him to leave. Why did he come back? Hello, CEO Jiang, Kaylin said. Oh, what a coincidence, Julian said with a laugh. Are you visiting a friend at the hospital? Kaylin looked at Arya. And this is? This is Arya, my daughter. She came home to visit. Arya, this is Mr. Vance. Say hello. She said nothing, just stood there. Julian scratched his head. Arya is still young and doesn't know any better. Please don't mind her, Mr. Vance. It's fine, it's cold, you should let her go inside. Julian was a bit confused. Why did it feel like Kaylin Vance was being so polite today? I'm sorry, my daughter and I had a bit of a misunderstanding. Arya has a stubborn personality. I hope you're not offended, Mr. Vance. Not at all, she's just my type. I hope you won't upset her. If you're busy, CEO Zhang, then I'll be leaving. Then I won't keep you, Mr. Vance. Julian was puzzled. Didn't he say he was visiting someone at the hospital? Why did he leave? In the car, the secretary asked, Mr. Vance, is it okay to leave Miss Vance there by herself? She doesn't need protection, he replied, then smiled proudly. That's right, Leo agreed. Miss Vance's tongue is so sharp, who could possibly win an argument with her? Kaylin ordered his men to keep an eye on the Zhang family and report any movements immediately. The secretary acknowledged the order but couldn't help but complain internally. He just said she doesn't need protection. So much for that. At the door of the hospital room, Julian instructed her, Your grandmother just had surgery, she can't be agitated. Whatever she says, you just nod. Understood? If she tells me to help her pull the plug, should I agree to that too? Arya replied with a smile. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm leaving. She pushed open the door and sat down on a chair. If you have any last words, say them now. You're still the same as you were before. It seems the Chung family has protected you well. The Cho family will be here later. Don't be rude when you talk to them. What are the Chos doing here? She asked. The Cho family has had some bad luck these past few years. As long as they get an investment, they'll recover quickly. You and Nathan have a history, so your father has already agreed to the marriage. The Cho family will be over later to discuss the betrothal gifts. Arya shot to her feet. So you called me here not to mourn but to get married? She stood up to leave. Too bad I'm never getting married. You can forget about that idea. As long as you agree to the marriage, you can have whatever you want. What if I want 8% of the Jiang conglomerate's shares? Done. What? She really agreed? It seems there's something more going on between the Jiang and Cho families. Just then, Julian walked in. The engagement will be announced within 2 days. I've had the maids clean your room at the Jiang house. You can move back in any time. Arya smiled to herself. If you dare to let me back in, don't expect to live in peace. The next day, she returned to the Chung house, calling out happily, It's good that you're back. I want to go back and live at the Jiang house for a while, she said. I'm 20 now. Grandpa, please trust me, I can protect myself. I'll support you in whatever you do. Besides, your room is always here upstairs. If you're not happy at the Jiang house, you can come back anytime. Arya's eyes welled up. Okay, why are you crying? It's not like you're leaving for good. Besides, you have a boyfriend now. Just mention that boy's name and who in the Jiang family would dare to force you. Grandpa, Kaylin Vance and I broke up. What, did he bully you? Do you need Adrian to call him? No, we just weren't a good match. I want to forget him as soon as possible and start a new, sweet relationship. Don't worry, Grandpa. All right, if you say so. At the Jiang house, the maids were whispering. I heard the real eldest daughter of the Jiang family is coming back later. That's right. She's a month older than Miss Jiang. The mistress got sick because the master was involved with the current Mrs. Jiang. The master is back. Stop talking. Arya walked into the house calmly. The moment she saw her, Mrs. Jiang said, The room upstairs has been cleaned. Let the maid take you up to see it. She ignored her and walked right past. If you need anything, just let me know, Mrs. Jiang said with a smile. Then please help me carry my luggage upstairs. Julian was furious. This ungrateful child. I never should have let her come back. She'll be the death of me. She's your own daughter. Besides, it's for the company. If it weren't for the company, Mrs. Jiang thought, I would never let this ungrateful child walk all over me. She had no choice but to personally carry Arya's luggage upstairs. She panted as she asked, Are you satisfied with this room? Whose room is the one next door? That's Crystal's. The room next door has a direct view of the garden downstairs. She really knows how to enjoy herself. Arya, if you like that room, I'll have Crystal give it to you. Fine. Move all my luggage and the things in my closet over there. Mrs. Jiang was fuming, but could only grit her teeth and bear it. And so, the people in the house immediately moved all of Arya's things to Crystal Jiang's room. Mom, why are you moving my things? Crystal panicked. Because Arya likes the view from that room. Your sister just came back, so you should let her have it. Why? Her room is exactly the same as mine. Why do we have to switch? Arya ate an apple and said, It seems your daughter is reluctant to give it to me. Does she not welcome me back to the Jiang family? Mrs. Jiang gave Crystal a look and Crystal understood. She smiled and said, If you like it, then you can have it. We're family after all. Arya patted Crystal's head. Good girl. But inside she was thinking, Don't worry, your happy days are numbered. One evening, late at night, Julian asked, Where are you going so late? Arya had already put on her makeup. I have a date with a friend. Does our family have a car? I think that pink Ferrari is pretty nice. I want to drive it out. Seeing Julian's angry face, she pretended to be innocent. Didn't you say that as long as I agree to get married, you'd give me whatever I want? Now you won't even lend me a car? That was a 20th birthday present from Mom and Dad to me, Crystal said. I haven't even driven it once. You can't drive it. Your sister rarely comes back. Let her have it, Mrs. Jiang said. Crystal was incredibly upset, but Julian was still cold. Give her the keys. Crystal angrily threw the keys at Arya. Arya caught them and happily left the house. I'm sorry you two had to go through this tonight, Julian said. It's my fault for wronging Valerie. It's only natural that Arya hates me, Mrs. Jiang said, putting on an act. Julian gritted his teeth. Don't worry. As long as she agrees to marry Nathan Cho, I'll marry her off to the Cho family immediately. For now, you two just have to be patient. I know, give Arya some time. I believe she'll understand your difficulties. Arya went to a lively bar. Oh, baby, you're finally here, her best friend said enthusiastically. This is my best friend, Arya Jiang. Mix her your newest cocktail to try. I've quit drinking, Arya said. Because of Kaylin Vance? Olavi asked. It has nothing to do with him. All right, I know you're not over him, so this drink is perfect for you. What do you mean? They say first love is a poison, her friend said. Arya laughed. You're so cheesy. As they were chatting, a young man came over. Aren't you going to introduce your friend? Get lost, her friend said impatiently. She has a boyfriend. So what if she has a boyfriend? Waiter, get this lady a Conquer the Four Seas. Our teacher told us that girls shouldn't drink alcohol bought by men at a bar, Arya said, pretending to be innocent. What are you afraid of? If you get drunk, I'll take you home. Oh, really? She grabbed the man's arm. Then, with a crack, she twisted it behind his back. Will you dare to grope people again? I won't. Let me go, big sis. My arm is about to break. At the next table, Flynn Rider witnessed this, then immediately called Kaylin. I saw little Arya at the bar, drinking alone and looking sad. You have no idea how many hungry wolves are circling her. After hanging up, Flynn laughed to himself. Looks like CEO Vance won't be able to sit still. That girl's dancing is not as good as mine, Arya said. Then you dance. Let's dance together. No, I'm not going. You go pole dance and I'll go strip. If you don't dance, I'll tell Kaylin Vance that you said he's too small and can't satisfy you. Arya quickly covered her friend's mouth. You dare? What's there to be afraid of? He's not here anyway. I'm not afraid of him. If you're not afraid, then go. Kaylin received the call and quickly went to the bar. The moment he walked in, he frowned. On the stage was Arya, writhing around a pole. Wow, she looks pretty professional. The crowd below the stage was cheering. Encore! Beautiful! Look over here! Seeing her like this, Kaylin's face grew darker. Arya Jung, you're getting bolder and bolder. Arya finally finished her dance with an impressive move on the pole, and the cheers from below grew even louder. She came down and said, Your turn, go strip. Her friend's face went pale. Don't dance anymore. Look, doesn't that person look like Kaylin Vance? Don't lie to me. You have to go up today. But when she turned around, she nearly choked. Oh my god, it really is Kaylin Vance. I'm leaving, she said in a panic. Hey, are you really leaving? Wait for me. What are you running for? Arya panicked. Let go of me, she said. When did you learn to dance? You're really good. Are you here to party too? No, I'm here to catch someone. Did my uncle send you? I'm with a friend, and we're about to go home. Can you tell my uncle for me? I promise I'll be home by 11. Kaylin's face grew even darker, not knowing what to say. I have to go get my purse, Arya said with a smile. Bye. Are you that afraid of your uncle? He asked. How can I not be? Arya was startled. He doesn't let anyone who bullies me off the hook. All my friends have been scared away by him. Besides, he just got divorced, so his temper is even worse. It's best not to provoke him. Do me a favor, and I won't tell your uncle, he said. Just then, she heard someone at the next table say, Where did CEO Vance go? I think he's over there. He looks like CEO Vance. He pushed her down onto the sofa. Play along with me. Just then, a friend came over. CEO Vance, what a coincidence. Before he could finish, he saw the scene before him and cursed under his breath. People always say CEO Vance is so clean and doesn't get close to women. Who started that rumor? CEO Vance, you take your time, the man said with a smile. We won't disturb you. Seeing him gone, Arya said, All right, he's gone. As she stood up, her lips brushed against his. She panicked and quickly covered her mouth. What's wrong? He asked. Didn't you say you were going to get your purse? She glanced at him and said quietly, You have something on your face. What is it? It's my lipstick, she said, embarrassed. Is it over here? No, a little to the left. He took her hand. Wipe it off for me. Arya looked at him, once again mesmerized by his handsome face. Her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest. Her face flushed. She quickly helped him wipe his mouth. Then she said shyly. He stood up and smiled. I'll take you home. No need, I'm going home with my friend. She called her friend, but her friend said, You go ahead. I'm at a crucial, happy moment in my life. I'll bring your clothes and purse to your house tomorrow. Bye. The line went dead and she was stunned. Wow, why is she suddenly so gentle? She blinked at him. He understood. All right, I said I'd take you home. I'm getting out here. Bye. Wait, what's wrong? He propped his chin on his hand and smiled. Just leaving like that? Don't you have anything to say to me? Is there something? She asked, confused. Suddenly, he leaned in closer, which made her a little flustered. What do you want? She stared at him. Then he said, When I came to the Chung house this afternoon, Secretary Leo forgot to bring 1 bag of local specialties. Take it back with you. With that, he handed her the bag. She snatched it from him, grumbling. You remembered 1 measly bag of specialties? I'm leaving, bye. Kaylin sat in the car, saying helplessly, Arya, you still haven't returned my jacket. The moment Arya walked in the door, she saw Crystal Jiang and Liam Zhou walking in together. Who brought you home today? Crystal asked. Arya didn't answer, just said, Open the door. I'm sorry, sis, Crystal said. I shouldn't have said so much. Let me open the door for you. Liam was a bit impatient. It's been 5 years. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't make things difficult for Crystal. She's your sister, after all. Arya laughed. Liam Joe, are you stupid? Liam gritted his teeth in anger. She continued, we used to be friends, but from the moment you betrayed me, you became nothing. Are you still trying to meddle in the Zhang family's affairs? I have 3 words for you. So shameless. I know you don't like me, Crystal said, but Liam is innocent. What you said was too harsh. With a bang, she kicked the door open and walked into the house. The moment she walked in, a maid said, the eldest young miss is back. Why do you smell so much of alcohol? Mrs. Jiang said. And you're wearing a man's clothes? Were you in some kind of danger? I'll stand up for you. Someone who smells of alcohol obviously went to a bar, Arya said nonchalantly. And wearing a man's clothes means I went on a date. If you have any questions, just ask them all at once. She was a bit flustered, holding her anger in. Are you hungry? I'll have the chef make you something to eat. Where's your husband? Arya asked. Your father has a social engagement tonight. He's not back yet. Oh, so he's not home. Then why are you pretending? Sure enough, Mrs. Jiang was much more relaxed now. Living in a big house, wearing designer clothes, not having to worry about food, not having to work hard to earn money like you used to. You can even bring your own family over to sponge off us. Mrs. Jiang's mother yelled, You little brat, who are you calling a sponge? Arya remained calm. Whoever stands up and admits it, sponging off people and still being so arrogant, so shameless. How can you talk to your elders like that? Mrs. Jiang said. My elders are the Jiangs and the Qings, Arya scoffed. Which family are you elders from? Stealing someone else's husband, and now you want to steal her daughter too? In the old days, you would have just been a concubine. No matter how favored you were, you wouldn't have been allowed to be so arrogant. Mrs. Jiang's family was so angry, they stomped their feet. You little brat, so disrespectful to your elders, so uneducated. Nina, why are you so good to her? Don't be so soft-hearted, a child with no mother to teach her. Hearing this, Arya stopped in her tracks. Who just mentioned my mother? Mrs. Jiang panicked a little. Don't get agitated, they were just sticking up for you, right? She said. Great. Talking behind people's backs, and now you're acting like a coward and won't stand up. Then I'll just call the police. Arya walked over to the table and suddenly swept everything off. Things crashed to the floor, leaving the house in a mess. Julian had just returned home and was stunned. What's going on? The house is a mess and there are police here. Julian, tell the police that my brother didn't do it on purpose, Mrs. Jiang said. Are you Mr. Jiang? The police asked. We received a report that someone was causing trouble here. Several adults ganging up on a young girl. No, it was just a misunderstanding. My brother-in-law just pushed her lightly. I don't know why she fell and got cut by a piece of glass. Julian saw that his daughter had caused trouble and was about to scold her. But Arya laughed. Dad, your brother-in-law hit me. How are you going to handle this? She insulted me first and smashed things, the uncle said. I just wanted to pull her away. Shut up. Mrs. Jiang interrupted. Arya is a girl and a junior. No matter how disrespectful she was, you shouldn't have laid a hand on her. Apologize to my daughter, Julian said. Arya looked at the scene before her, laughing coldly on the inside. The uncle had to say, I'm so sorry, I was too agitated. Is that what you call an apology? Arya laughed. You're 50 years old and still so clueless? Didn't anyone teach you how to apologize when you were a kid? The uncle gritted his teeth in anger, and Mrs. Jiang quickly held him back. Calm down. Dad, you see? Arya said nonchalantly. He was just about to hit me like that. Julian glared at the uncle, who quickly bowed his head in fear. It was my fault, I'm sorry. Arya stood up. All right, I'm bleeding so much, I have to go to the hospital. Let me take you, Mrs. Jiang said. No need. I'm going to go change. I hope this pest doesn't show up again. And I don't want the Jiang family to have this kind of pest. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Mrs. Jiang gritting her teeth, but she could only endure it. I got hurt just now. Why didn't I use my left hand? Now my right hand is injured. How am I supposed to eat and shower? Just then, her phone rang. It was Adrian. Where are you? What's going on with you and Kaylin Vance? Nothing. It's normal to date and then break up. I'm not talking anymore. I'm at the hospital. I'm hanging up. She hung up and sighed. She was definitely going to get an earful when she got home. Another call came in. She thought it was her uncle and said, Stop calling. But it was Kaylin. Which hospital are you at? Arya was stunned for a moment. What do you want? Your uncle called me, Kaylin said. He told me I have to seize this opportunity to atone for my sins. Arya was helpless. Her uncle was being nosy again. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Kaylin ran into the hospital, wearing a youthful, energetic outfit. Arya was stunned. Why was he dressed like that today? He walked over and looked at her. Why are you staring at me like that? She turned away, a little embarrassed. I was just spacing out. He took her hand to check it. You're injured? Yeah, just a little accident. Kaylin frowned. How did you get hurt? Why do you care so much? She retorted. But inside she was thinking, he never used to care about me like this. Back then, when she got into a fight with Julian and went to him for comfort, he hadn't said a single word of comfort, which had made her feel incredibly wronged. After that, she had asked her uncle to tell Kaylin not to come to tutor her anymore, and he really hadn't come. From then on, she had given up all hope. She didn't know why she was thinking about these old things. She was in a daze, and Kaylin had to call her name several times before she came back to her senses, her eyes wide. What were you thinking about? Nothing, let's go. In the examination room, he asked the doctor, Is it serious? It's fine, the wound isn't deep. We'll just clean it and bandage it. Does she need a tetanus shot?
It wouldn't hurt. I'll write her a prescription later. The nurse can treat the wound and give her the shot.
The nurse quickly treated Arya's wound. She smiled and said, If you're afraid of the pain, just hold your boyfriend's hand. Oh, he's not my boyfriend. Oh, so you're married. What a sweet couple. Kaylin remained calm, but Arya's face was bright red. We'll do a skin test first to see if you're allergic, the nurse said, picking up a syringe. The moment Arya saw it, she trembled with fear. This girl who fears nothing is afraid of needles, Kaylin thought. He smiled, finding this side of her adorable. The nurse brought the needle closer to test the medicine, and Arya's face scrunched up as if she were about to cry. Kaylin quickly walked over, ruffled her hair, and let her lean against him. Don't be afraid. Arya leaned against him and seemed to really not be afraid anymore. There, all done, the nurse smiled. Was it that painful? Sorry, my girlfriend is a little sensitive to pain, Kaylin said. Don't worry, the shot won't hurt later. Arya was about to say something, but Kaylin cut her off. I didn't know you were afraid of needles. She turned away, denying it. It's not that. It's called trypanophobia. You understand? He ruffled her hair affectionately. I understand now. Arya cleared her throat, quickly changing the subject. This outfit of yours, isn't it the one we bought together in Solace Harbor? Does it look good? I don't think it suits you. This brand is designed for young people like a youthful maiden like me. You're older, it doesn't suit you. Promise me you won't wear it again. Kaylin leaned in close to her. Are you calling me old? Arya turned away, embarrassed. Well, you are. Just then the nurse came in. Ready for your shot, patient. Seeing them so intimate, the nurse smiled again. Maybe I shouldn't be disturbing you two lovebirds. Thanks, Arya said with a smile. I'm fine now. I want to go look at puppies today. You can go home first. Do you want me to get beaten up by your uncle? Ever since I called him old, he's been in a bad mood, Arya thought. Then let's go together, she said. Older men are so sensitive, suspicious, and fragile, she thought. They quickly arrived at a pet store. The moment Arya saw the puppies, her eyes lit up. Oh, so cute. If I buy a dog, I can teach it to guard the house and protect me. That would be great. The store employee asked enthusiastically, What kind of dog are you looking for? A gentle one or an energetic one? Do you have any Czechoslovakian wolf dogs? Arya asked. Yes, we have a purebred Czechoslovakian wolf dog over here. Arya looked, and her eyes lit up even more. I want this one. This dog is too big. It won't be easy to raise, Kaylin said. Do you have anything smaller? Yes, we have a Czechoslovakian wolf dog puppy over here. It's very cute. If you raise it from a young age, it will be very attached to you. The employee continued enthusiastically. I just had a couple this morning just like you two who also bought a dog. Oh, we're not a couple, Arya quickly denied. Then we'll take this one. Kaylin smiled. I don't like it, Arya said, confused. This dog is very smart, the employee said. It will be very majestic when it grows up. If a girl walks it, it will be very eye-catching. Kaylin ruffled her hair. Be good. Let's get this one. Arya was not convinced. I was the one who came to buy a dog. Why does it feel like he's the one buying it now? So annoying. You've never had a dog before, Kaylin said. If you buy such a big one for your first time, it's dangerous. Dangerous is good, Arya argued. I like danger. It would be best if it could scare those three to tears. At the checkout, Arya's stomach suddenly rumbled. I'll take you home after lunch, Kaylin said. Okay, fine. I want to eat at this Sichuan restaurant. The reviews are pretty good. Didn't the doctor say you can't eat spicy food while you're recovering? Then let's eat this beef hot pot. That's bland enough, right? Beef is also easy to cause allergies. You're injured, it's best not to eat it. Then let's just eat McDonald's. Fast food has no nutrition. You should eat less of it. With that, he turned around and saw Arya pouting. Her cheeks puffed out. What's wrong? He asked. You told me to choose, but you won't let me eat anything I choose, she said angrily. Are you getting back at me? Kaylin looked confused. Why would I get back at you? She put her hands on her hips. Because I called you old at the hospital just now. Then try saying it again now, Kaylin smiled. Arya stomped her foot in anger, cursing him under her breath. This hateful man is being petty again. He took her hand. I'll take you to eat. At a restaurant, Kaylin gallantly pulled out a chair for her, which made the table next to them look over with admiration. Look, Her boyfriend is so thoughtful. What would you two like to order? The waiter asked. Arya was about to order, but Kaylin cut her off. Bring us all your best dishes, not spicy and no seafood. And a bowl of red bean soup with lots of condensed milk. She likes sweets. The waiter looked at them helplessly. This couple is something else. Arya was both angry and amused. She was angry that he had ordered without asking her, but now she couldn't be angry anymore. Soon the table was filled with delicious food. Your hand is still not healed, let me feed you. She wasn't shy, letting him feed her, which made the table next to them admire them even more. Look, her boyfriend is so gentle and he's even feeding her. As a result, the girl at that table stood up angrily and left. Arya watched the couple next to them as she ate, remarking, "How interesting. I didn't know Kaylin and I were so powerful that we could drive away the couple at the next table." She stared after them, dazed, and Kaylin said, "Come back to Earth." She turned back and saw him putting food in his mouth. "Wait, I used those chopsticks. Why are you using them? Isn't that an indirect kiss? So unhygienic." He wiped her mouth. "Arya, you can't order your boyfriend around like that." After they finished eating, they went for a walk. As they were walking, Kaylin suddenly took her hand. She tried to pull away. "I can walk by myself. So many people have misunderstood that we're a couple today," she thought. "I'm not at ease, why not? My hand is injured, but my legs are fine." "Wait," he said suddenly, "your shoelace is untied. Be careful not to trip." And so, in the middle of a busy street, Kaylin squatted down and tied Arya's shoelace for her. His action made her heart pound and her face flush. "You really don't have to take such good care of me." "What do you mean? Our relationship, I'll explain it clearly to my uncle. I won't cause you any more trouble. If this makes people misunderstand..." He leaned in close to her. "How did it feel today?" "Feel what?" "The experience of having a boyfriend, being protected by someone so handsome and gentle, making others jealous. Do you like this feeling? If you do, I can use this model for dating in the future." Is he kidding me? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. "I don't want to talk to you anymore," she yelled. She went to the trunk to get her things and left. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't provoke me. Goodbye forever." She looked at the puppy in her arms. Then she named it, "I'll call it Kaylin the dog." The next afternoon, Arya came down from her room and found that the house had guests. The living room was very lively. "Arya, come sit down," Mrs. Jiang said. "This is Nathan's parents. They heard you were injured, so they came to visit you today. Nathan, give Arya the gift." "I'm sorry for making you angry before," Nathan said, a bit embarrassed. "It was my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Arya took the gift box and snorted. She opened it and saw a diamond necklace. Crystal's eyes were red with envy. "I can't believe the Cho family is so generous giving a diamond necklace just like that." "Nathan picked these out himself," Nathan's mother said. "We're so sorry for upsetting Arya before. After all, we'll be family soon. We can't be holding grudges. Mr. Cho is so thoughtful," Mrs. Jiang said with a smile. Just then, a maid came over. "Eldest young miss, there's someone outside looking for you. They say they're here to deliver something for you." "Let them in," Mrs. Jiang said. The moment she finished, a group of people strode in, carrying a mountain of designer handbags, filling the entire house. "Miss Jiang, here are 20 limited edition Hermes women's handbags. The client said he hopes you can forgive him, and that you won't be angry with him anymore." Arya smiled. Not bad. So he couldn't help but send a gift to apologize. Just then, she received a message from Kaylin. "Did you get the gift? Are you happy now?" Crystal looked on with admiration. "Who gave you all these bags?" What's wrong? Do you like them?" "Then take a good look because you won't be seeing them again in a minute." She told the maid, "Take all these bags up to my room." Crystal couldn't help but snatch the receipt. "Who bought these for you?" she asked angrily. "What's your relationship with the person who gave you these bags?" Arya snatched it back with a scoff. "I don't need to report to you. This bag is worth over 100,000. If it gets damaged, there's no replacement. Are you going to pay for it then?" Mr. and Mrs. Cho broke out in a cold sweat. Who could be so generous, they wondered. They had brought a small gift to visit, but they didn't expect to be mocked like this. Julian stared at Arya, his face grim, the atmosphere tense. Mrs. Jiang quickly stepped in. "Julian, lunch is ready. Why don't we eat first? Arya must be hungry too." Soon everyone was seated at the dinner table. "Arya, sit next to me," Mrs. Cho told her. Arya reluctantly sat down. Mrs. Cho then told Nathan, "Arya's hand is injured. She can't use chopsticks. Take care of her, you hear?" Nathan's face was dark, but he gritted his teeth and put food on Arya's plate. Seeing him piling food on her plate, Arya said, "You're giving me so much, how can I finish it? And it's all vegetables, I want steak." Nathan had no choice but to cut the steak into small pieces and give it to her. "Here, eat." Arya looked at the plate and said in surprise, "The doctor said I'll have an allergic reaction if I eat beef while I'm injured. I can't eat it." Nathan gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Then have some foie gras, Mrs. Cho said. I'm allergic to foie gras, too. Jiang, that's enough. Julian couldn't take it anymore. Arya looked helpless. All right, I won't eat then. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. It's like this, Mrs. Jiang began. Since our two families have decided to become in-laws, let's settle things quickly. I think the 8th of this month is an auspicious day. We can have the wedding then. What do you think? I have no objections, Arya replied with a smile. Julian knew his daughter. He knew she wasn't that simple. What are your conditions? Say them now. Sure enough, Arya said. CEO Jiang knows me best. Then I'll be direct. Grandma promised me before that as long as Nathan Cho and I get married, she would give me 8% of the Jiang conglomerate's shares. The groom's family also has to give 8% of their shares as a betrothal gift. That's not too much to ask, is it? Mrs. Cho was momentarily speechless. The company's shares are a bit complicated. How about after you two get married, I'll discuss it with the board of directors and make arrangements. Oh, if you're not willing, then we don't need to discuss this marriage any further. Julian slammed the table and stood up. Sit down. Arya, if there's something, we can talk about it slowly, Mrs. Cho said quickly. It's not that I don't agree. It's just that our family is a family business, and everyone's shares are different. The distribution isn't something that can be resolved in a day or two. You understand that. But I'm doing this because Nathan Cho has too many scandals. Besides Alara Vance, his previous girlfriends. Before she could finish, Nathan shot to his feet and slammed the table. Arya Jiang, you've gone too far. Arya glanced at him. Have I? She took out her phone. There's a search history on social media. Just type in your name, and you'll find news of you driving a hot girl around to go shopping. If a man can be trusted, then a pig can climb a tree. Do you think I can't live without you? Nathan was furious. If my parents hadn't forced me to come here, I wouldn't have bothered to humor you. Don't push your luck, you think you're a real lady? Uncle, aunt, you see? Arya said. Is this Nathan Cho's sincerity? Nathan, sit down, Mrs. Cho said sternly. What did I tell you just now? Did you forget? Nathan turned away. Do we have to use my marriage as a transaction for the company? Mom, you and Dad are going too far. Mrs. Cho looked troubled. All right, we'll discuss the shares again when we get home. We're so sorry for today. We'll be leaving now. The moment the three of them left, Julian said, You've gone too far. Nathan Cho is a talented man, and your aunt and uncle are very fond of you. Why did you have to push them and say such harsh things in front of everyone? Do you want everyone to be unhappy? If you praise Nathan Cho so much, why don't you marry Crystal off to him? Arya replied. I think she's very willing. Crystal broke out in a cold sweat. Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? I have someone I like. Then I have someone I like too. Who is it? Julian asked, puzzled. Of course it's the person who spent tens of millions to buy me a mountain of designer bags. Tasteless, Crystal snorted. But don't worry, everyone, Arya continued. As long as I get the shares, I'll marry Nathan Cho. Julian gritted his teeth and sat down at the table, his hands clenched into fists, so angry he could die. Outside, Mrs. Cho told Nathan, Why can't you be more patient? As long as we become in-laws with the Jiang family, our company's problems will be solved. I hate Arya Jiang, Nathan said, frustrated. I pursued her before and she wouldn't even let me hold her hand. Now I have to shamelessly suck up to her. Don't I have any pride? The entire family business will be yours in the future, Mrs. Cho said. As long as you get married, you can do whatever you want. She's just a little girl. It's fine to play with her a bit. Just be patient and don't make a big deal out of it. Think about it yourself. The day after, as Arya Jiang was about to head out, Mrs. Jiang asked, Are you going somewhere? Mrs. Cho just called. She said they've agreed to give you the shares. Arya was a little suspicious. Yesterday they were making excuses and today they agreed? Something was definitely off. Once you're married into the Cho family, you'll get the shares anyway, Mrs. Jiang added. It's better to just give them to you now. Got it, Arya said, then slammed the door behind her. Mrs. Jiang immediately called her secretary Leo. Announce the marriage alliance between the Jiang conglomerate and the Cho Corporation. Make it as big as possible. This is Julian Jiang's wish. Over at Vance Conglomerate, Leo had also received the news about the Jiang-Cho marriage alliance. Kalen tapped his fingers on the desk. It's only the second. Why the rush? Leo scratched his head, choosing his words carefully. The Cho Corporation agreed to give Miss Jiang 8% of their company's shares. She's still young. Maybe she was swayed by the money. No, it's not about the money for her. Leo thought to himself, no matter how much you defend her, it's no use. Your fiancé is gone. This isn't that simple, Kalen said. Go investigate the Cho Corporation. I want everything, current operations, internal asset structure, all of it on my desk. Leo took the order, a little excited. Anyone who dares to steal a woman from CEO Vance is picking a fight they can't win. Kalen sat in his office and picked up the phone to call Flynn Ryder. Release that photo from last time, now. Flynn was bewildered. Did someone hack you? Are you even Kaylin Vance right now?
Kaylin just smiled knowingly. Make sure it hits #1 on the hot search list, understand?
They met at a restaurant and Arya gave her friend a birthday gift. I love it, her friend squealed. Just as they were laughing, Adrian Cheng called. The moment she answered, he demanded, "What's going on with you and Kaylin Vance?" Arya was confused. "I've been behaving and resting at home for the past 2 days." She pulled up the news on her phone. The top headline was the picture of Kaylin kissing her next to a luxury car. Thankfully, her face was obscured, so no one could recognize her. The comments were buzzing. "Who is this girl? I can't believe CEO Vance is so intense in real life." Her friend leaned over to look. "Whoa, Kaylin has a girlfriend? Who is she? I didn't know he was such a player doing it right next to a car." Beads of sweat formed on Arya's forehead. "Just eat your food and stop gossiping. Aren't you curious who it is? I know you're still not over him. You must be too sad to even speak, right?" "Don't be ridiculous," Arya snapped. But she thought to herself, how am I supposed to tell her it's me? And what will that jerk think when he sees this news? As she was lost in thought, her friend's voice pulled her back. "You still say you don't like Kaylin?" her friend teased. "You look like you've just been dumped. I have not!" Arya quickly denied. She stared at her phone, muttering to herself, why hasn't that jerk made a move? There were no messages. She clutched her head, unable to believe he could be so calm. It was so annoying. She was dying of curiosity. No, I can't be this curious. After thinking it over, she picked up her phone again. Should I ask him? She agonized. Why are you staring at your phone? Her friend asked. Oh, nothing, just checking the time. When she got home, she sat in her room, distractedly waiting for Kaylin's call. Finally, her phone rang. She snatched it up, but it wasn't him. It was her aunt. I've sent the files on the Cho family you asked me to look into to your email. Thanks, Aunt. Arya hung up, a little annoyed. That damn man, how can he be so calm today? She checked the news again and saw a new headline at the top of the hot search list. Kaylin Vance's girlfriend revealed, the talented and beautiful heiress, Serafina Hu. It was the girl Flynn had mentioned before. She started searching for information on Serafina Hu and found countless comments shipping the couple. Furious, Arya immediately called Kaylin. 1. You're all over the hot search list and you can still sit back and do nothing? Kaylin was driving, but answered the moment he saw her name. Arya, what's wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Nothing, she snapped. I misdialed. She hung up, fuming. If he doesn't care, why should I? She buried her face on her desk. Didn't you learn your lesson 3 years ago, Arya? Why can't you remember? As she was spiraling, a message from Kaylin came in. Arya, I'm outside your gate. She panicked. Oh my God. She quickly went out and got in his car, her face still stormy. I'm not talking to him today, not a word. I'll take you to get something to eat, Kaylin said. What do you want? Why isn't he explaining himself? And he wants to go eat, she thought. When she didn't answer, he asked again. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you saying anything? She said nothing, just threw a small object at him with a thwap to show her anger. He remained calm. Don't be like that, I'm driving. Pull over now, I want to get out. What's wrong? He still dares to ask what's wrong, she thought, furious. She tried to open the door, but he pulled her back. Let go of me, you damn man. He held her tight. Why are you so angry? Who upset you? When she didn't answer, he pressed, Tell me. Arya's eyes turned red. Kaylin Vance, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Tell me the truth. Do you like me? Kaylin was stunned for a moment, then sighed. He looked at her seriously, his voice full of deep affection. I do. Then why didn't you call me sooner? He wiped a tear from her cheek. I'm sorry. I was wrong. What good is sorry? You're a player, she yelled. Kaylin Vance, you're a bastard. She started pounding on his chest, but her hand was still injured. Don't move. Did you hurt yourself? Let me see. Arya thought to herself. Actually, I already guessed he liked me. He's always finding excuses to be with me, taking such good care of me. But I still wanted to hear him say it. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Besides, a sly old fox like him would never just ignore online gossip. Unless this was all his plan. You got the bandage changed today. What did the doctor say? You don't need to worry about me. Are you still mad at me? Arya still felt wronged, tears welling in her eyes. I have to be strong. I can't cry in front of him. He wiped her tears away. I haven't even asked you yet. Why do you want to marry Nathan Cho? Why are you the one who's upset? Wait, you knew? Of course I knew. You even wanted 8% of the Cho family's shares. Why? Feeling guilty? I told you to stay home and rest for a few days, but you went and agreed to a marriage behind my back. Are you deliberately trying to make me angry? She glared at him. What are you trying to say? He pulled her hand and placed it on his chest. Feel my heart. It's beating this fast, don't you get it yet? Then why did you reject me back then? She asked. He sighed. You were too young. You had to prepare for your college entrance exams. She snatched her hand back. You didn't come looking for me after the exams either. You told me not to tutor you anymore, he said. I came to find you a few times, but you wouldn't see me. I thought you didn't like me anymore. I was mad at you then. It was your fault for rejecting me in the first place. Is it too late to accept now? Before she could answer, he leaned in, his lips meeting hers in a kiss he had been holding back for a long time. How did that feel? He asked. It was okay. Kaylin looked at her intently. Then let's do it again. And so they kissed again, a passionate embrace that left Arya feeling a little dizzy. So this is what it feels like to kiss someone you like while sober? I don't want it to stop. After a long moment, he finally pulled away. She looked at him, panting, and thought shyly, the person I like is so handsome. I want to do everything with him. Kaylin said slowly, Arya, I want to be your boyfriend. Will you let me? Her heart was already a mess, but she still played hard to get. I don't want to. Why not? She grabbed his collar. Why should I do whatever you say? When I liked you, you rejected me and were cold to me for 3 years. You even deliberately tricked me recently. If that photo hadn't been leaked, you'd probably still be lying to me. You ignored me before and now you want me? It's not that easy. Hearing her long tirade, Kaylin felt a bit helpless. Then he smiled at her. I've thought it over, she continued. This time you have to pass my tests before I agree to be your girlfriend. He leaned in close to her. Oh? Then I'll be sure to perform well. She pushed him away. Stop. The first test is that you have to learn to be patient. No getting handsy whenever you feel like it. He moved closer again. What if I can't hold back? She pushed him away, embarrassed. You have to. Now move, I have to go home. If you keep moving, Kaylin said, I really won't be able to hold back. Arya immediately froze. Just then a phone rang. Your phone's ringing. I'll get it for you. The moment he answered, Julian Zhang's roar came through the speaker. Where is that damn girl? Why isn't she home yet? Seeing Kaylin smile, she got even angrier. You're still laughing at me, she yelled into the phone. I ran into a golden retriever in the neighborhood and it won't stop following me. What am I supposed to do? For some reason, the person on the other end hung up. The moment the call ended, he scooped her up. Who's the golden retriever? Arya, it looks like you don't want to get out of the car tonight. Stop, she said. This is your second test. You can't just get mad at me. Whatever I say goes. He rested his head on her shoulder. How could I be mad at you? But you just called me a dog. So what do you want? He pinched her chin. I want you to kiss me for a bit. Humor me, okay? Then close your eyes, she said. Kaylin happily closed his eyes, waiting for her kiss. This shameless man, she thought. She slowly leaned in, stopping just before their lips touched. She planted a kiss on his nose. Then she pulled away and laughed. Kaylin sighed. You took the initiative to kiss me. I'm satisfied. It was nothing, Arya said with a laugh. I'm making a special exception and approving you for the probationary boyfriend phase. You have 3 months. All right, I'll be sure to perform well. It was late when Arya finally got home. The moment she opened the door, Julian yelled again, You're becoming more and more outrageous. What is a girl doing out so late? She calmly walked upstairs. I'm back now, aren't I? Stop. We're having dinner at the Cho family's house tomorrow night. Watch what you say. Don't embarrass the Jiang family. Arya paid him no mind and went straight to her room. The moment she got inside, she checked her messages from Kaylin. He had sent, Are you free tomorrow? I want to pass my test as soon as possible. Let's go on a date. Can't tomorrow, I have to have dinner at the Cho's. I've given you my schedule in advance, so you can't be mad. Kaylin clutched his phone, so angry he couldn't stand it. The Cho family again. The next evening at the Cho family home, Arya arrived in a beautiful dress. Oh my, Arya, you look so beautiful today, Nathan's mother gushed. Nathan, quickly, show Arya to her seat. Nathan was also a little stunned by her beauty. He went to pull her to her seat, but she turned away, saying coldly, Stay away from me. Nathan could only glower in anger. While the adults were chatting happily, Arya was busy texting Kaylin. He messaged, Are you free tomorrow? Let's have lunch. Or a date night for dinner. She replied, I have to study for my exams. Don't bother me. He messaged back, A knife needs to be sharpened to be sharp. You need to balance work and rest. As they were texting, Crystal Zhang leaned over to look. Sis, who are you texting? None of your business. Unable to get anything out of her, Crystal gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, Liam Zhou arrived. Sorry, I'm late. The moment Liam arrived, everyone started praising Crystal's boyfriend, a military academy graduate so young and promising. Well, of course. Liam, you're finally here, Crystal said with a smile. Arya paid them no mind, continuing to text Kaylin. So fake, she thought. Texting Kaylin is more fun. A little while later, Tiffany Cho walked in to announce, We have 2 distinguished guests visiting. The moment she saw the 2 distinguished guests, Arya was a little flustered. Walking behind Tiffany were none other than Kaylin Vance and Flynn Ryder. The moment Kaylin arrived, he stared straight at her, which made her feel guilty. Why is he here? This is Mr. Ryder, the owner of a subsidiary company, Tiffany introduced. And this is his friend, the CEO of Vance Conglomerate, CEO Vance. Flynn waved with a smile. Sorry to intrude tonight, I hope we're not interrupting. Julian Jiang thought to himself, the Cho family and the Jiang family are on a similar level, but compared to the Ryder family, we're nothing. And as for the Vance family, we're not even worth mentioning. Julian smiled. CEO Vance, this is my eldest daughter, Arya. Kalen extended his hand. Miss Jiang, a pleasure. Arya reached out to shake it. Hello, CEO Vance. After the handshake, he calmly sat down next to her. Still pretending to be so cold, she thought. You were just secretly holding my hand. Soon, the table was filled with delicacies. Please, everyone, eat. During the meal, Kalen said, Excuse me, I have to take a call. Arya let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. Eating with him felt like they were having some secret affair. Just then, he sent her a message, which made her jump. Oh my God, you scared me to death. He messaged, Come out. For what? Just come out of the living room, turn left, past 3 trees, and I'll be waiting for you in the back garden. Arya looked at the message, breaking out in a cold sweat. Is he really trying to have a secret rendezvous? She said in a panic, I'm just going to the restroom. She followed his instructions to the back garden. She called out as she went, Kalen Vance, where are you? As she was looking around, Kalen suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, startling her. You scared me to death. That's all it takes to scare you? Why didn't you wear a jacket? How could I? What if I raised suspicions? Are you afraid of people finding out about our relationship? Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the Cho's house? You did it on purpose, didn't you? I did. Because I wanted to see you, but we just saw each other last night. Look up, he said. Her face flushed. For what? He lifted her chin. So I can kiss you. My lipstick will smudge, she said in a panic. He lifted her chin again. Will eating lipstick poison me? With that, he gave her a deep kiss. They kissed for a long time until Arya was almost breathless. Then they finally broke apart, both panting. We should go back, she said. He held her. Let me hold you a little longer. But I'm afraid they'll get suspicious if I'm gone for too long. Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps came from nearby. Oh my God, speak of the devil. What would they do if they were caught? The person who emerged was Flynn Ryder, on the phone. Amy, I've been drinking, so I'm missing you a little. You have to go shoot a scene? Then make sure you take care of yourself. It's getting cold lately. I'll have my assistant. Before he could finish, the person on the other end hung up. Flynn sighed and walked away. I didn't know Mr. Ryder was such a coward, Arya said with a laugh. That's how it is for everyone when they're facing their goddess, Kalen said. Who talks about their friend like that? Arya said, exasperated. He pinched her cheek. I'm talking about the feeling a man gets when he's facing the girl he likes. He's always anxious. Oh, so you'll be like that with me too? He leaned in close to her. Not me. Because I like you and you like me. We both like each other. Hearing him say that, Arya's face flushed, and she pushed him away, embarrassed. All right, I have to go back. You go first. Okay, you come in 5 minutes later. Before she left, he pulled her back and kissed her on the cheek. Walk slowly, be careful. As she went back inside, she thought to herself, that bad man finally let me go. The moment she walked in, she saw Crystal. Sis, you said you were going to the restroom. Why did you come in from outside? None of your business. Arya walked right past them, treating them like air. Crystal saw Liam staring after Arya and asked, What are you looking at? She remembered how Liam's eyes had been on that woman during dinner and muttered to herself, What a vixen. Oh, nothing, Liam said. Can't you see she's in a bad mood? Crystal said. Actually, I don't think she likes Mr. Ryder. She only did it for the 8% of the Cho family's shares. You mean she's just in it for the money? Don't tell anyone. This can't get out or it will ruin her reputation. You don't have to make excuses for her, Crystal. I'm leaving. Please say goodbye to your aunt and uncle for me. Crystal smiled on the outside, but inside she was thinking, could he really have feelings for someone so terrible? Just then, someone called out to her. Second Miss Jiang. It was Kalen. Hello. Hello, CEO Vance. Next time you want to talk behind someone's back, you should stand a little further away. That way people won't overhear you. CEO Vance, you misunderstood. I wasn't... Oh, so I misheard? Let me recommend a place for you. The restroom. It suits you. Soon, Arya had signed the contract and received the shares from the Cho family. Nathan's mother stood by, secretly pleased. After signing the contract, Mrs. Cho said with a smile, You and Nathan are getting married soon. There's a very beautiful diamond ring being auctioned at the charity gala tomorrow night. We'll have Nathan bid on it and buy it for you as your wedding ring. How does that sound? If the price is too high, it would be a waste, she refused. How could it be a waste? Mrs. Cho laughed. This is a token of the Cho family's sincerity. You have to accept it. All right, then. I'll have Nathan pick you up tomorrow. You have to go. I know. The moment Mrs. Cho left the room, she called her friend. Nina, are you free tomorrow night? I need you to do me a favor. At Vance Conglomerate, Leo was giving a report. Miss Jiang has signed the share transfer agreement with the Cho family and received 8% of the shares. Mrs. Cho has invited her to attend the charity gala tomorrow night. Many prominent figures in Ethelgard have received invitations. The Cho family probably wants Nathan to bid on the diamond ring at the gala and announce their engagement to Miss Jiang. CEO Vance, will you be attending tomorrow? Also, the chairman said that it's Miss Howe's birthday in a few days and asked you to take her to the gala and bid on a birthday gift for her. Hearing this, Kalen casually threw his pen and notebook on the table. Should I just send you to be the chairman's secretary instead? Leo was a bit flustered. It's because you never explained the situation on the hot search list, so the chairman misunderstood. What does that have to do with me? So, in the end, CEO Vance, are you going? Kalen was pensive. I wonder if there will be any drama that night. Finally, the charity gala took place as scheduled. Many famous people were in attendance. The host enthusiastically worked up the crowd, and the first auction item was quickly sold. Then came the second, the third, and the auction went smoothly. Everyone was satisfied with their purchases. Then, the most anticipated item of the night appeared, a diamond ring created by a famous French designer, flawless and of the highest quality. The starting bid is 2 million. Let the bidding begin. Nathan quickly raised his paddle. The two sides went back and forth, and finally, Arya's friend called out a price of 5 million, which made everyone turn to look at her in surprise. She saw Arya in front and smiled, nodding. Arya smiled back, signaling, well done. In fact, the two had already discussed it on the rooftop of the venue, determined to drive the price of this diamond ring as high as possible. Nathan persisted, determined to get the ring. But Arya's friend was not to be outdone, bidding frantically. They went back and forth, and the price shot up to 8 million. Does your friend really want to buy this ring? Nathan's mother was getting a little anxious. I don't know, she didn't say anything to me. 8 million going once. Forget it. I'm not bidding anymore, Nathan said, but his mother insisted. Keep bidding. Nathan had no choice but to raise his paddle. 8,200,000. The other friend raised her paddle. 9 million. They continued like this, and the price soared to 10 million. Mom, let's just forget it, Nathan said angrily. Spending 10 million to buy a wedding ring for Arya Jiang? Are you crazy? His mother was thinking, we've already arranged with the media. After the auction, Nathan was supposed to go on stage and propose, but now it's come to this. With no one else bidding, the host called out, 10 million going once, 10 million going twice. Mrs. Cho decisively bid again. 12 million. Mom, are you insane? Nathan exclaimed in shock. The people around them were whispering. The Cho family is so generous, spending 12 million on a wedding ring for their son. Is there anyone who will bid higher than 12 million? The host continued. Just then, a voice came from the back row. 30 million. Arya was also stunned. She turned around and saw that the person who had raised the paddle was Kalen Vance. I bid 30 million, he said. Oh my God, why is he here? With a price like that, what more could be said? The host quickly brought down the gavel. This diamond ring officially belongs to CEO Vance. He slowly walked onto the stage, accepting the ring under the flash of all the reporters' cameras, then looked at Arya with deep affection, which made her stare back at him, dazed. He stood on the stage, so dazzling that he was blinding. What's wrong? Nathan's mother asked, pulling on Arya's arm. Oh, nothing.
There are still many items left. Don't worry, I'll have Nathan bid on one for you.
The auction continued, and the host introduced many more items. In the end, Nathan bought a jade necklace for 10 million. He went on stage, holding the gift, and said, Today, I want to give this necklace to a very important person, my future wife. We will spend the rest of our lives together. Now, I would like to invite her to the stage. Is he proposing? Just then, a girl stormed up, fuming. Nathan Cho, how could you do this to me? Are you even a man? Didn't you say you'd take responsibility for me? You liar, you scumbag. The host was a bit flustered. We're in the middle of an auction, please don't disrupt the event. The girl snatched the microphone from the host and said, Nathan Cho, if you're a man, then tell me clearly in front of everyone. Do you want the baby in my belly, or do you want Miss Jiang? A buzz went through the crowd below. Did I hear that right? A hit and run? Is this girl trying to use the baby to force a marriage? Mr. Ryder and Miss Jiang are about to get married. How could this happen? What is Miss Jiang going to do? Nathan's mother gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. She quickly turned to placate Arya. Arya, someone is just trying to cause trouble. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Arya thought to herself, what I overheard in the back garden of the Cho house that night, I thought Nathan was just finding a girlfriend. I didn't expect to have underestimated him. Nathan's mother strode onto the stage. Then, in front of everyone, she slapped the girl hard across the face. Do you know where you are? How dare you make such a scene? Who do you think you are causing trouble here? You've got a lot of nerve. Arya smiled faintly. She had always tried to put on an act in front of her, but today she had finally shown her true colors. What do you mean I'm causing trouble? The girl said. I just want Nathan to give me an explanation. If you want money, then I suggest you know your place. My son is generous, but he's not a bottomless pit. And if you want something else, then forget about it. What doesn't belong to you will never be yours. Your future mother-in-law is something else, Arya's friend said. Future mother-in-law? Not for long. The reporters swarmed around Nathan. Is she really pregnant with your child? Does Miss Zhang know about this? Please explain. In the midst of this chaos, Arya felt quite satisfied. Just then, she received a message. She opened it. It was from Kaylin. Come to the rooftop. I'm just going to the restroom. Arya stood up and said, Hey, it's getting exciting. Where are you going? Yeah, I'll be right back. The moment Arya arrived, she saw Kaylin. They looked at each other, their eyes full of affection. He held out his hand. Come here. Seeing her hesitate, he quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her close. What's taking you so long? I haven't even asked you yet, she said. Why did you come to the gala tonight? I wanted to see what it was like and give you a little gift. Arya took it, puzzled. What is this? Open it when you get home. She put it away, muttering to herself, so mysterious. Before she could recover, he moved closer, pinning her against the door and lifting her chin. You look so beautiful tonight. I want to devour you. With that, he kissed her passionately. We're outside, Arya said in shock. Someone might see. Do you miss me? He asked. Someone's coming, she said quickly. Let go, answer me first. Arya, do you miss me? I do, now let go. Just as someone was coming out, Kaylin quickly pulled her against the wall. Seeing her panic, he asked, Are you that scared? It's all your fault, we almost got caught. But it's also very exciting, isn't it? Exciting. You scared me to death. Before she could finish, he pulled her over and kissed her again, making her melt once more. Inside, Nathan's mother was still pressuring the girl. I'm asking you, you say you're pregnant, do you have a doctor's certificate? If you're going to cause trouble, why didn't you prepare anything? So naive. My son was just playing with you, and you took it seriously? We're not playing for free, so I'll compensate you. Now go. The girl gritted her teeth in anger, but was helpless. Just then, Flynn Rider walked over. Wait a minute. If this young lady is really carrying a child of the Cho family, shouldn't Mrs. Cho be concerned? I think we should take her for a checkup. Outside on the balcony, our main characters were still kissing passionately, with no signs of stopping. Luckily, a phone rang just then, and Arya pushed him away in a panic. What are you shaking for? He asked. Kaylin quickly answered the phone. It was Flynn. I've drawn everyone's attention to the main hall for you. I bought you a lot of time. Aren't I a good friend? You're quick on your feet, Kaylin said with a laugh. Flynn hung up, unhappy. Just empty praise. Let go, Arya said. Kaylin stroked her hair. I'll take you downstairs. No, we should still be careful. Kaylin looked at her, his voice full of meaning. Do you still want to play this secret love game? If our relationship gets out, it will affect you, she said. Why do I sound like some bad girl, she thought. He moved closer to her, holding her tight. Then what should I do when I miss you next time? You can figure it out yourself. Right, stop teasing me. But he still wouldn't let her go, holding her back again. What's wrong? He lifted her chin to look at her. Your lipstick is smudged. He used his finger to wipe her lips for her. Arya's face immediately flushed, her heart pounding like a drum. There, he said after he was done. Arya then noticed his lips were also a little smudged. Your lips, she said, embarrassed. She looked up and saw that his lips were smudged just like hers. He smiled. Then you can wipe them for me. She turned away. Wipe them yourself. Kaylin watched her leave with a smile. So cute. She quickly returned home. Arya smiled as if nothing had happened and asked, Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. You're still in the mood to eat? Julian was furious. Mrs. Zhang took her husband's arm. Arya, don't blame your father for being so loud. So much happened at the gala just now, and we still don't know how to explain it to the Cho family. Oh, so you're worried I won't get married, Arya said with a laugh. I thought I was the one who was wrong tonight and that CEO Jiang would comfort me. Stung by his daughter's sarcasm, Julian's face went pale, but he was helpless. Arya turned to go upstairs. I'm not eating. I'm going up to rest. Julian gritted his teeth. This can't go on. I have to go to the Cho family tomorrow and set a wedding date. The sooner this is over, the better. Late at night, in her room, Arya had just finished showering. She couldn't stop thinking about the gift Kaylin had given her earlier. She opened the box and saw a diamond ring. Oh my god. Isn't this the ring he spent $30 million on at the auction? Just then, Kaylin video called her. Why did you give me this ring? It's too valuable. Kaylin was sitting in his study, smiling. You're overthinking it. It's just a small gift. A diamond ring isn't like other things, Arya thought. It represents... Before she could finish her thought, Kaylin held up his hand, revealing a ring on his ring finger. A couple's ring. Worn on the ring finger, right? He gave me a couple's ring? Oh my god, I almost misunderstood. I thought he was proposing. What are you thinking about? He asked. Oh, nothing, nothing. Then try it on. I'll just put it away for now. This ring is too flashy. I can't wear it. If someone finds out we're wearing couple's rings, won't our cover be blown? She thought. She quickly changed the subject. Are you busy with work? If you're busy, you don't have to call every night. I'm not busy, I want to look at you. I've already taken off my makeup, there's nothing to see. You're beautiful even without makeup. My girlfriend is the most beautiful. All right, it's getting late. You should rest early after you finish your work. I have to sleep too. With that, she hung up and rolled around on her bed, embarrassed. Ah, so this is what it feels like to be in love. It's amazing. The moment she hung up, Kaylin received a call from Flynn. Brother, Mrs. Cho has taken her to the hospital, but all the reporters and media are blocked outside. It's been an hour and they haven't come out. They must have left through the back. Then tomorrow morning, the hot search will definitely be Serena Zia is pregnant. Is she really pregnant? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, as long as there's a rumor. Oh, so you're letting them fight it out among themselves, right? The Cho family really has the worst luck. Messing with someone so ruthless, Flynn thought. It's 11 o'clock, Kaylin said. I just told Arya I had to rest. I'm hanging up. Flynn hung up, annoyed. I didn't ask for a front row seat to your love life. The next day, the news of Nathan Cho's affair and Serena Zia's pregnancy was the #1 topic on Weibo's hot search. At the Cho family home, things were in chaos. Have you still not been able to contact Serena Zia? Nathan's mother asked. Tell her to go to the hospital and get an abortion. She's not answering her phone, Nathan said, clutching his head. Arya ate potato chips while reading the news, in a pretty good mood. The netizens are really cooperative lately. As she was eating, she heard a loud banging on the door. Arya Jang, open the door! She immediately recognized her uncle's voice and quickly opened the door. What are you doing here? Adrian took her arm. We're going to the Cho family's house to find Nathan, huh? What for? Adrian's face was dark. To dig up their ancestors' graves, of course, huh? Oh my god! They quickly got in the car. To her surprise, Kaylin was already sitting inside. She was shocked to see him. Wait, why is he here too? Adrian slammed the car door, fuming. Let's go! Kaylin looked at Arya knowingly. She sat up straight, not daring to move. Seeing her ignore him, he took her hand, which made her panic a little. Hey, let go! But he didn't, just held her hand, smiling happily. Arya was worried. What if my uncle finds out we're being sneaky? But he didn't turn around, so he probably wouldn't see. Just as she thought that, Adrian suddenly turned around, his face grim. Do you two think I'm invisible? Arya tried to pull her hand back in fear, but Kaylin held on tighter. Arya and I rarely get to see each other. If you can't stand it, you don't have to look. The two men glared at each other, sparks flying. Arya was helpless. Someone save me. At the Cho family home, old Mrs. Cho slammed the table, demanding, How are you going to solve this now? The internet is full of people calling us irresponsible, saying we don't even want our own flesh and blood. Our Cho family has always been respectable with a good public image. And look what you've done. Mom, that woman is not worthy of marrying into the Cho family. Besides, as long as the Cho family and the Jong family are united by marriage, the Cho Corporation's stock will definitely soar. I don't want a manipulative woman to ruin the company's development. Before she could finish, Adrian stormed in, yelling, That's a nice way to put it! All for the company! Mrs. Cho smiled. And you are? I'm Arya's uncle. She then looked at Kaylin. Oh, why does CEO Vance have time to visit my home? Don't mind him, Adrian replied. He's a friend of mine, just happened to be passing by. Then I'll go make some tea for CEO Vance, no need. I'm here to solve a problem today, not to drink tea. We're all busy, so let's make this quick. Adrian continued. I've seen everything online. I'm asking you, why does Nathan Cho still want to marry my niece when he already has a pregnant girlfriend? Mrs. Cho was a bit flustered. That's because Nathan is still young and immature, and he had no idea Serena Zia was pregnant. But this has caused a lot of pain for Arya, and I would like to apologize to you both on behalf of the Cho family. Don't apologize. I'm asking, since it's come to this, why do you still want Arya to marry Nathan? Please answer my question. I don't have time to watch you put on an act here. Mrs. Cho gritted her teeth in anger. This man is so aggressive, like a gangster. What, you don't want to talk? Fine. Then as Arya's guardian, I am officially breaking off the engagement with the Cho family on her behalf. No, we can't break it off. I know Nathan has disappointed you this time, but you have to believe that the baby is innocent. It was all Serena Zia's scheme to frame him. Are you saying Nathan is innocent? She turned to Nathan. Explain everything clearly to Arya now. Nathan scratched his head awkwardly. I broke up with Serena a long time ago, but she kept clinging to me. I told her I was getting married, but I didn't expect her to get pregnant and cause trouble here. Arya spoke up. You're the one who got her pregnant. Why didn't you say you were innocent when you were sowing your wild oats? Now that you've zipped up your pants, you're pretending you don't know her? Hearing her words, Nathan gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't you go too far!" Mrs. Cho slapped her son, then yelled, "Get on your knees and apologize to Arya now!" Nathan was furious. "You want me to kneel and apologize in front of so many people?" His mother was about to hit him again. "Did you not hear what I said?" But old Mrs. Cho angrily stopped her. "You dare hit my grandson again, I won't let you off." Arya was enjoying the show. Kaylin was getting a little bored. This drama isn't very interesting, he thought. Maybe I should add some fuel to the fire. Just then, his uncle walked in. "I've brought her. Do you have anything to explain?" "What do you want? You're asking me?" "I haven't even asked you what you want. Miss Sia is carrying a grandchild of our Cho family, yet you were planning to get rid of the baby. How could you be so cruel? Did you ask for Mom and Dad's opinion?" "Uncle," Mrs. Cho said, "why are you making me sound so evil? This involves the entire Cho Corporation. I've been dedicated to the company for so many years without a single day of peace. This is the only way for the company to get through this difficult time." "Oh, using your son's marriage as a bargaining chip, killing a child of the Cho family, and hurting two innocent girls. Is that your way?" "Mom, a child of the Cho family is in Miss Sia's womb. Now you tell me, do we keep this child or not?" "Of course we're keeping it," old Mrs. Cho said. "You are not to touch my great-grandchild. If you dare, I won't let you off, you cruel woman." "But what about the company?" Mrs. Cho panicked. "Sister-in-law, you see, this child must be kept," her brother-in-law said. "If you feel this will affect the cooperation between our company and the Zhang family, then hand over the company to me. I guarantee that even without the Zhang family, the Cho Corporation's stock can still rise by 5%. "After all this, you just want control of the company, don't you?" Mrs. Cho said. "No, I don't agree. The Cho Corporation belongs to our Cho family," he said loudly. "You can't be the only one making decisions." "In that case, let's just do it this way," Adrian said. "My niece will break off the engagement. Nathan can marry Serena Sia. As for the Cho family's internal problems, you can solve them yourselves." Just then, a maid ran in with news. Bad news! "A lot of reporters have suddenly stormed in from outside. We can't stop them." A few seconds later, a crowd of reporters burst in, frantically taking pictures and asking questions. "Miss Jia, are you at the Cho family's house to force a marriage? I heard Mrs. Cho was planning to get rid of the baby. Will the marriage between the Jiang and Cho families still happen? Mr. Cho, can you say a few words?" Kaylin pulled Arya out of the crowd. "Let's go first." He ruffled her hair, took her hand, and said, "Let's go." As they escaped the crowd, Adrian saw this from a distance. He was furious. He went over and pulled his niece. "Hey, Uncle, Kaylin hasn't caught up yet. Who was the one who wanted to break up last time? Now you're being all ambiguous again like a 3-year-old. But I'm afraid he'll be surrounded by reporters. The reporters want to know about the Cho family and Serena Zia. It has nothing to do with Kaylin. If you don't leave now, the reporters will find out about you two when they come out." Arya was startled. She then signaled to Kaylin to go home and contact her later. He smiled and nodded at her. The moment she stepped outside, she ran into Julian Zhang. "Adrian, can't you be a little less impulsive?" he said. "Why did you bring Arya to the Cho family's house? Aren't you afraid of making things even more chaotic?" Adrian was fuming and wanted to punch someone. Julian's secretary was also a bit panicked. "Mr. Cheng, this is a public place. Please don't get agitated. Let's talk calmly." "I only came to the Cho family's house today for one reason," Adrian said. "To break off the engagement on Arya's behalf." Julian gritted his teeth. This marriage was decided by the elders of both families. Arya also agreed. "What right do you have to interfere?" "The Cho family and that pregnant girl are all in there, along with a crowd of reporters," Adrian said. "You have two choices. 1, you can storm in, demand an explanation from the Cho family, paint yourself as the victim, and win public opinion. 2, you can go back right now, find the media, and announce the broken engagement. Decide now, you don't have much time." Back at the Zhang house, Arya picked up her phone and saw the #1 hot search was, "Zhang family actively breaks off engagement." The Cho family had accepted Serena Xia and had even personally said they would treat her well. After reading it, she thought to herself, Dad acted quickly this time. This must have been a difficult decision for him. "Arya, about the broken engagement," Mrs. Zhang said, a little flustered. Before she could finish, Adrian interrupted. "Arya, if anyone bullies you, just call your uncle. If you don't want to stay here anymore, call me too, and I'll come get you." "Okay, I know." The moment Adrian left, Julian said loudly, "Arya, I have something to talk to you about." At the table, a secretary handed her a file. "Eldest young miss, this is the share transfer agreement." "Didn't I already sign it?" "This transfer agreement is different from the last one. Please take a closer look." She tossed the document aside. "I'm not looking, and I'm not signing. Since the marriage agreement between our two families has been canceled, you have to return the shares you were given last time." Julian said. Arya laughed. CEO Jiang, who told you that a gift given can be taken back? Besides, the condition was that I agree to marry into the Cho family. All the documents are clear, and I didn't break the contract. Nathan was the one who caused trouble this time. Even if you sue me, I'm still in the right. To give you 8% of the shares, your sister's and Nina's shares were taken back, Julian said. What does that have to do with me? Arya laughed. I'm also a daughter of the Zhang family. Even if my percentage is a little higher, that's normal. She tapped the table. In this house, may I ask who is more qualified to receive these 8% of the shares than me? If not me, then is it Crystal Zhang or your second wife, Nina Yue? Crystal stood up, furious. My mother is your elder. Watch what you say. Of course. The moment my engagement with Nathan was broken, you all showed your true colors. So what if I make your mother and daughter feel a little wronged now? To be honest, I never planned on marrying Nathan from the beginning. I just wanted the shares. Even without Serena Zia, I would have found a way to make Nathan break off the engagement himself. Oh, right. One more thing. I've changed my grad school application to Ethelgard University. I'll be staying at this house often in the future. Your happy days are just beginning. After Arya left, Mrs. Jiang told her husband, Don't worry too much, Julian. I have some connections in the social circle. I was thinking of having them introduce a few outstanding young men to Arya. Then you can handle it. Thank you for your hard work. Nina's expression changed, her mind racing with schemes. Arya went back to her room and called Kaylin. Are you home yet? Yeah, I'm back. Do you miss me? Of course. Suddenly, her eyes widened, staring at his chest. He had just finished showering, and his hair was still wet, water dripping down his chest. Kaylin also felt his hair was still wet and pulled his shirt open to look. Arya was stunned. Is he doing that on purpose? Wait, where did he go? Kaylin, where did you go? Kaylin was drying his hair with a towel. My hair wasn't dry. I went to get a towel. What's wrong? You look disappointed. Arya's face turned red. No, I'm not. He laughed. When we meet later, you can look at whatever you want. Arya was so embarrassed her face was beet red. I'm not talking to you anymore. Bye. With that, she hung up. Kaylin laughed. This little girl is not easy to mess with. Arya sat on her bed, stomping her feet. Ah, Kaylin Vance, you're such a pervert. Just then, her phone rang. She thought it was Kaylin calling back and answered, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why are you calling again? Hello, Arya, it's Nina. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go shopping. Oh, Nina. Yeah, let's go tomorrow. The next morning, they met at a shopping mall. Arya was wearing a red dress, looking absolutely stunning. You look gorgeous, Nina exclaimed. Red suits you so well. You'll definitely turn heads when you go out. Just then, another girl was trying on clothes nearby. Excuse me, do you have a size small? We have one left, but this young lady is trying it on. Are you buying that dress? The other person asked. Can't you see we're trying it on? Nina said, annoyed. What's the rush? Ma'am, this young lady is trying it on. Please wait a moment, the sales assistant said. Her daughter, Serena Zia, also said, Mom, don't be like that. What am I doing? Isn't she just a little girl? Can she even afford it? Nina put her hands on her hips, furious. That's ridiculous. This entire shopping mall is owned by Arya's family. You're saying she can't afford clothes here? What are you thinking? The woman laughed coldly. You're the eldest daughter of the Zhang family? Don't think I don't know. You were kicked out of the Zhang family 5 years ago, and you couldn't even manage to marry Nathan Cho. I didn't marry him because he's a player and not worthy of me, Arya said. And you, what are you so worked up about? The one who wants to marry Nathan is your daughter, isn't it? Why do you sound like you're the one who wants to marry him? You're a middle-aged woman. Don't you think it's inappropriate to be chasing after a young man? The woman gritted her teeth in anger but couldn't say a word. She then started to push Arya. In the scuffle, she accidentally pushed Serena, but then blamed it on Arya. Arya calmly called an ambulance. Then she told Nina to get the mall's security footage. The hospital, after an examination, the doctor accidentally revealed that Serena wasn't pregnant at all. Nathan also appeared. Wait, what's going on here? Serena cowered in a corner, her heart pounding. Nathan was furious. So I was played by this woman. Serena's mother quickly stopped him. You can't hit my daughter. The internet is digging up all my old scandals, Nathan roared. It's all over the place. I can't even leave my house. It's all your daughter's fault. No, wait, there's one more person, he yelled again. Did you set all this up? He stepped forward, grabbing her arm, his voice full of rage. Are you only happy when you've ruined me? But soon, Flynn Ryder and Nina arrived. Arya, we're here, Nina said. Get them out of here now, Flynn said. The bodyguards quickly subdued the mother and daughter who were screaming, Let me go. Mr. Ryder, what are you doing here? They're my friends, Flynn said. They were fine at the shopping mall just now, and then someone came and started trouble, pushing them and spilling things on my friend. Was it her? I'm sorry. Serena said in a panic. It was my fault. My mother didn't do it on purpose.
Miss Sia, is the baby okay? Nina asked with concern.
You took a hard fall just now. I heard you were pregnant. No, I'm not pregnant, Serena replied. So you were faking it? Nina said. If I had been a little later, would this have all been blamed on my friend? The entire mall has security cameras. I've already had the footage pulled. Luckily, Miss Sia isn't pregnant. If she had really had a miscarriage, would a mother really harm her own daughter? All right, let's just disperse. Making a scene isn't going to help. Serena watched Nathan walk away, as if she still wanted to say something. The moment Arya got in the car, Kaylin started applying medicine to her wound. It stung, but she didn't dare say anything. If it hurts, tell me, he said. The wound wasn't deep, but she had to be careful for the next few days. Don't get it wet when she showered, and don't eat anything too spicy or salty. Before he could finish, she leaned in and kissed him, which took him by surprise. That's your reward for helping me with the medicine, she said with a laugh. Kaylin leaned in close to her, his voice full of meaning. I'd be even happier if you kissed me somewhere else. She immediately turned away, pushing him. In your dreams! I have an appointment with a client at the club at 5, Kaylin said. Yeah, then you should get going. It's almost time. I had the driver come straight to the hospital after I got the call, Kaylin continued. I just wanted to see you. Tell me, how many days has it been since we've seen each other? But we just video called last night. Video calls don't count. He wrapped his arms around her waist. I want to see you like this, where I can see you, where I can hold you. He leaned in close to her. Arya, kiss me again. Suddenly being asked to take the initiative, the girl was naturally so embarrassed her face was beet red. Are you that shy? He asked. Then I'll kiss you. With that, CEO Vance gave our little girl a deep, passionate kiss. After a while, Kaylin told the secretary, go to the Zhang family's house first. The secretary, sweating, acknowledged the order, then snuck a glance back and saw Kaylin smiling like a flower, and Arya sitting next to him, embarrassed. The boss is such an animal, the secretary thought. At the Zhang house, she said, you can stop here. I'll go in by myself. Text me when you get home. Kaylin smiled as he watched Arya's graceful figure walk into the house, then asked, have you found where Serena Sia is staying? We've found it, Leo replied quietly. Drive. A little while later, Kaylin arrived at his appointment and was greeted warmly the moment he walked in. A girl saw him and said, Serafina, isn't that your fiancé? In front of them was Kaylin's bright face, his expression calm. Why don't you go say hello? I heard the Vance family decided you two will get married this year. The $30 million diamond ring is already bought, and you're still keeping it a secret from me. At that time, the Vance family said Kaylin would buy an auction item as a small gift. Serafina thought. I didn't expect it to be a wedding ring. She had been waiting for him to put the ring on her finger himself, and now that day had finally come. On Kaylin's side, the secretary was still giving a report. Everything has been resolved. The Chung family is preparing to announce the broken engagement. Keep an eye on it. Just then, Serafina called out, Mr. Vance! He turned and looked at the girl in front of him. She was quite cute, but he just asked coldly, is there something? My sister and I were just talking here. I happened to see you, so I came to say hello. He sighed. All right, I have something to do, excuse me. Oh, then I won't keep you. Just then, she saw a men's wedding band on his hand. She quickly called out to him again. Is there something else? I wanted to ask you about that scandal online last time, the girl in the picture with you. Before she could finish, Kaylin said, wasn't that you? Serafina was stunned. What? You saw it yourself and didn't deny it, Miss Howe. Didn't you admit you were the girl in the picture? You received the admiration and respect of the netizens, and I protected my privacy. It was a win-win situation. Only then did Serafina understand. The ring he had bought that day wasn't for her at all, and it certainly wasn't a gift for her. I already have a girlfriend, Kaylin added. With that, he walked away, completely ignoring her. Serafina's mind was a mess. After a few seconds, she immediately took out her phone and posted a clarification, stating that she was not the person in the picture, and that she was not dating CEO Vance. At home, Arya saw this post and panicked. Oh my god, Serafina actually posted a clarification. Then her friends started sending pictures of Kaylin and Serafina talking together in the group chat. Nina messaged that someone said Kaylin had rejected the girl, and there were even pictures. Arya was so angry she stomped her feet. He was just texting me ambiguously all day, and then he secretly goes to meet another woman. The others in the group chat continued to gossip. She explained that it was just a joke, that it was her strategy. I heard Kaylin and the Hu family have a marriage agreement, a business deal. Her explanation was to provoke the Vance family, so they'll be announcing their engagement soon. The more Arya read, the angrier she got. She couldn't take it anymore and decided to confront Kaylin directly. The moment he saw her attitude, he asked, You saw the hot search, didn't you? I did. How are you going to explain this? Kaylin smiled and walked into the house, then said, Let's talk inside. The moment they were inside and the door was closed, he pinned her against the wall. How do you want me to explain? Have you two met recently? She asked. Tell me now. But don't worry. She and I didn't do anything. She punched him lightly on the chest. What else do you want to do? You have to remember you already have a girlfriend. You can't meet a woman who likes you in private. She was having dinner with someone else, we just happened to run into each other. If you don't believe me, you can ask Leo. Leo is your assistant, of course he'll speak up for you. Kaylin moved closer to her, his voice serious. I was wrong. She looked at him, momentarily at a loss. This man's attitude about admitting his mistakes is so good. What am I supposed to do? I won't meet her in private anymore, he said. Besides, I was happy that you took the initiative to come find me, and I was even happier that you were jealous because of me. She turned away. Who's jealous? I'm not. He pinched her chin. Are you shy? Arya, I'm really happy right now. With that, he gave her a deep kiss. What about the engagement between your two families? Arya asked. Don't worry, leave it to me to handle. He held her tight. You'd better hurry up, she said. Just then, Kaylin saw someone approaching. He quickly opened the door. Grandfather, you were looking for me? Kaylin's grandfather slammed the table in anger. Oh, brat! The last time Arya Jiang came to see me, you were all Miss Jiang this, Miss Jiang that. How long has it been? We weren't a couple then, Kaylin said. My parents and I used to live in Jade Garden, and Adrian has been a friend for many years. Arya came to visit 5 years ago. She was still young then. I never had any other thoughts. At 17, she went to Solace Harbor University. We were in 2 different places for 3 years and barely had any contact. It wasn't until 2 months ago, because of the incident with Alara Vance and Nathan Cho, that she came back to Ethelgard. Do you remember what you said that day, grandfather? What did I say? You told me to bring a gift to the Chung family to apologize, and to find Arya and make things clear. If I could make it up to her, I should, and have her delete the photos. And then what? Keep talking. Then I went to find Arya. The photo that ended up on the hot search was taken then. If it weren't for your instructions, Arya and I wouldn't be together today. Are you blaming me? I told you to go find that girl. I didn't tell you to make a move on her. You misunderstood, grandfather. I'm not blaming you, he said. It was fate. I finally found the girl I like, and I'm very grateful to you. So you were the one who arranged what happened at the charity gala last time? As expected, nothing escapes your sharp eyes, grandfather. Kaylin's grandfather gritted his teeth in anger. The Jiang family and the Cho family are waiting for foreign investment, and this little brat, for a girlfriend, ruins the interests of both families. I'm not against you dating, but you have to understand whose family background is more beneficial to your future. The most important thing is your career. Love will fade. Before your father gets back, you should think it over carefully. After his grandfather left, Kaylin was left alone in deep thought. At the Jiang house, Arya had just returned. She was in a great mood and was about to go upstairs when Mrs. Jiang called out to her. Where did you just come from? My father isn't home. Aren't you tired of pretending? Then I'll be direct. Since things with the Cho family didn't work out, that's fine. The eldest son of the Su family just returned from abroad, a Cambridge graduate. If you have time, you should go meet him. I'm not free. With that, she went upstairs. You don't want to go? Mrs. Jiang was furious. This isn't up to you to decide. She quickly made a call to arrange the blind date. That's right, Arya has agreed to meet. Let's arrange it for tomorrow night. The next day at dinner, the atmosphere was very tense. Arya, you're meeting the eldest son of the Su family tomorrow night, Julian said. I already said I'm not going. If you don't go, then return the 8% of the shares to me. Is CEO Jiang threatening me? Are you going to tie me up and force me to sign? I'll be fine. But if word gets out that the Jiang family's shares weren't given to the eldest daughter, but to an illegitimate child and a mistress, I'll make sure everyone knows. He pointed at her angrily. Insolent. The shares are company policy. What right do you have to point fingers? This is what my mother left for me, Arya said with a laugh. What right do you have to make me return it? He was so angry he shot to his feet. You are an ungrateful child. Just then, Arya received a call. The moment she answered, the person on the other end said, Arya, I'm so sorry about what happened. How about I treat you to a meal? All right, tomorrow night. She hung up and stood up to go upstairs. Sorry, I have plans tomorrow. Julian was so angry he clutched his chest. How did I raise such a daughter? Don't be angry, Julian. Leave this to me to arrange. I'll handle it. Upstairs, Arya sent a message to Kaylin. Mrs. Cho is treating me to dinner tomorrow night. I'll send you the address later. This way, she could cancel the blind date, completely sever ties with the Cho family, and even see Kaylin. It was 3 birds with 1 stone. The more she thought about it, the happier she got, as if it were New Year's. The next evening, Arya dressed up and went to meet Mrs. Cho. The moment she saw her, Mrs. Cho greeted her warmly. Arya, come in. She then urged Serena. Serena apologized to Miss Jiang now. It was my mother's fault, Serena said. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against her. I'll drink this glass first. Arya was a little confused. What are these two up to? Actually, I should be the one apologizing, she said. I ruined the Cho family's good business. You can go out first, Serena, Mrs. Cho said. The moment Serena left, Mrs. Cho said, Look at her, so unrefined. She's not worthy of anything. I still like you better, Arya. Actually, Nathan still likes you. Mrs. Cho, Arya replied. If you mention him again, we don't need to have this meal. All right. The food at this restaurant is delicious. You should eat more. Mrs. Cho watched her drink a cup of tea, her expression suddenly changing, her mind full of schemes. I'm just going to the restroom, Mrs. Cho said. I'll be right back. When she left, Arya took out her phone to text Kaylin. He messaged, I'm here, when will you be done? I'm still eating, it'll be a little while, it's cold outside. Don't you know how to wait in the car, you idiot? Kaylin sat in the car reading the message, a small smile on his face. Just then, Leo said, CEO Vance, that's Mrs. Cho and Nathan over there. Kaylin quickly glanced at them. Wait, Leo said again, what are they doing? Didn't you say Miss Jung was just having dinner with Mrs. Cho? Why is Nathan here too? One more word and you're getting out of the car, Kaylin said coldly. Yes, sir, Leo replied with a smile. Kaylin appeared calm on the outside, but he quickly called Arya. The line was busy. She was on the phone with her uncle. Come visit Grandpa tomorrow, he had said. After hanging up, Arya felt a wave of heat wash over her. What's happening? Should I turn on the AC? She stood up to turn it on, then tried to open the door, but it was locked. Arya felt hotter and hotter, incredibly uncomfortable. She clutched her chest. Oh my God, why is it so hot? Outside, Mrs. Cho was pulling her son. Hurry up, we're running out of time. Mom, are you insane? Nathan was bewildered. Don't talk, I know you like Arya. If you didn't, why would you be in this mess? Everyone is laughing at you now. Whether you like her or hate her, she's in that room. She's already taken the drug. As long as you finish the job, this will all be settled. Nathan hesitated. Don't worry, Mrs. Cho said firmly. Once a woman has been drugged, she'll do whatever you say. For the sake of her reputation, our two companies can continue to cooperate, and everything will be resolved. Hearing this, Nathan finally made up his mind. He took the key and went to open the door. I'll do it. But just then, the room suddenly went dark, startling them both. What's going on? Must be a power outage. Be careful, son. I'll call the manager. Before she could do anything, someone rushed in and knocked them both out. Call the police in 10 minutes, he said calmly. He bent down, picked up the key, and opened the door. Arya was huddled in the room, cursing Mrs. Cho for using such a despicable trick. Suddenly, she heard a click at the door and jumped up in a panic. Who is it? She had no other choice but to save herself. She smashed a plate on the table. She grabbed a shard and yelled, Don't come any closer! The person who walked in was Kaylin. He took her hand. It's me. The moment she saw him, she threw herself into his arms, calling his name. Kaylin Vance, I feel so awful. Why is your face so red? Kaylin said in a panic. Under the influence of the drug, Arya felt a sense of relief just from his touch. I think I've been drugged. Should I take you to the hospital? No! Is this guy trying to make me even more famous? She thought. Then what should we do? Let's go to a hotel. Are you sure? He asked seriously. I'm sure. Let's go now. He put his jacket on her. I know. I have no strength left, she said. Carry me. Kaylin quickly scooped her up. They rushed to a hotel room. The moment they arrived, she couldn't hold back any longer, mumbling, So hot. Are you okay? He asked. Arya just clung to him, her hands roaming. Do you know who I am? She bit his neck, thinking, Of course I know. Why are you asking? He lifted her chin. Arya. Seeing him move so slowly, Arya was incredibly frustrated. I'm about to die of discomfort, and he's in the mood to ask these things? She pushed him away. I'm leaving. He pulled her back, wrapping an arm around her waist. Where do you think you're going? She looked at him. If you don't help me, I'll go find another man. You dare! It's your fault for being so slow. Before she could finish, he scooped her up and placed her on the bed. As you wish. What followed was a deep, numbing kiss, and Arya grew more and more urgent. Arya, don't rush, Kaylin said. Her hands started fumbling with his belt, but she couldn't get it undone. Kaylin Vance, she said, frustrated. Even your belt is bullying me. Let me help you, he said. He took her hands, unbuckled his own belt. Then he unbuttoned his shirt. He was already naked, and it was her turn to take off her clothes. Elsewhere, back with Nathan, the police broke down the door with a loud bang. There were even many reporters. They caught Nathan and Serena in the act on the bed. Serena shrieked in a panic. No pictures, get out, Nathan said. A crowd of reporters noisily asked, Mr. Ryder, didn't you already break up with Miss Sia? Why are you still secretly meeting? The two were both stunned, wondering what had happened and why they were together. The reporters were even more shocked when they saw Mrs. Cho. Oh my God, there's even bigger news here. Mrs. Cho, what are you doing in the men's restroom? What were you planning to do? When Flynn got the news, he laughed out loud. He ordered, release all the videos, push it to the top of the search list, and turn up the heat. Heh, I should give Mr. Vance a call. He called several times, but no one answered. He made a call and instructed, after the meeting tomorrow, acquire all of the Cho family's shares. Kaylin Vance. He lifted her chin. You're the one who said it, Arya. Arya's eyes flew open and she jumped.
Why is Kaylin Vance here?
She remembered what had happened last night and covered her face in embarrassment. Oh my God, so embarrassing. You're up? Arya turned away, embarrassed, not daring to look at him. What's there to be shy about? He said. You weren't like this last night. Oh no, my throat is so hoarse I can't even speak. He looked at her and smiled. So cute. Just then he received a call. You should answer your phone, she said. The moment he answered, she was startled. Oh my God, why is my uncle calling? Is Arya with you? Adrian asked. Forget it, don't pretend. Julian just called me and I told him she's at the Chung house. Tell her and don't let her get caught. Come back for lunch with the old man this afternoon. It's all over. I know. Arya sat there, panicking. It's over, my uncle knows everything. Kaylin came over to her. Let's continue. Hey, don't. He pressed against her again, gently stroking her, making it hard for her to resist. Be good. After a while, Arya was so tired she could only lie there with her eyes closed. He pinched her cheek. Are you going to sleep again? She threw a pillow at his face. Isn't this all your fault? I'm so tired. Then why don't you sleep a little longer? I'll call Adrian and tell him you're not coming back today. No, my uncle already knows we were together last night. If I don't go back for lunch, what will he think of me? It's fine, it's a special situation. Your uncle has been through it before, he'll definitely understand. Stop talking. Arya was so angry, but she didn't even have the strength to yell. Kaylin was still standing by the side, smiling, which made her even angrier. You're still laughing? Can't you show some restraint? You're so heartless. I helped you with the drug last night. My back is about to break. The mention of last night made her cover her face in embarrassment. I'm a victim too. Can you get dressed by yourself? Do you need my help? Arya's face turned beet red. No, I can do it myself. Just get me my clothes. We were clearly like that last night, Arya thought. Why is he acting so nonchalant now? Well, I have no strength at all. Wear this turtleneck sweater first, Kaylin said. Why do I have to wear a turtleneck? He pointed at her neck and smiled knowingly. Arya looked down and jumped up in shock. You animal! Turn around now! Is there any part of you I haven't seen or touched? Kaylin said. What are you so shy about? Oh my God, you're so shameless. You're missing a few more words, he said. He smiled and kissed. Arya's jaw dropped, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She threw a pillow at his face. Get out! Kaylin looked at her with an affectionate gaze. Soon they were back at the Chung house for lunch. I thought you two wouldn't be here until the afternoon, her grandfather said. I only made a few dishes, if it's not enough. No need, Grandpa, Arya said. These dishes are already delicious. You're easy to please, like her grandfather said, but how can Kaylin eat these dishes? He didn't say anything. As long as there's food, it's good enough. That is right, Kaylin said with a smile. Don't be so formal, Grandpa. I'll just eat what she eats. You just keep spoiling her, her grandfather laughed. Girlfriends are meant to be spoiled. Her grandfather then turned to Adrian. Look at him. He then looked at his granddaughter, who was eating like a starving wolf. Did you not eat this morning? Why are you so hungry? Yeah, I didn't eat much, she said. Isn't it all his fault? She thought. All he thought about this morning was that, and he's still laughing. She was about to kick Kaylin in anger, but she accidentally kicked Adrian instead. Why did you kick me? Adrian asked. Arya didn't do it on purpose, her grandfather interjected. So what if she kicked you? You don't have the grace of an adult. Kaylin, there's been so much news lately, especially about the Cho family. I know these things won't affect your relationship with Arya, but the family... Arya smiled at her grandfather. We're keeping it a secret for now. Grandpa, Kaylin said seriously, I came today for this matter. At the end of this month, I want to officially bring Arya home to meet my grandfather. Arya was startled. He's so serious. Is he just trying to make my grandfather happy? Her grandfather smiled. A relationship should be public. A man has to be responsible. He then turned to Adrian. Learn from Kaylin, you hear me? Dad, why are you always picking on me? Still talking? Dana had just given birth for over a month and you divorced her. I'm talking about you. Adrian stood up, feeling guilty. I'm going to make a call. Her grandfather smiled. Look at him, runs away after a few words. The trouble you're in today is the price you pay for what you sowed in the past. Grandpa, don't talk anymore, Arya said. Let's play chess. You and Kaylin play, her grandfather smiled. Let me see if you've improved. Soon they were sitting down to play. After a while, Arya said, a little disgruntled, You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Don't think I can't tell you're letting me win. Let's play again. Right, Kaylin said with a laugh. The next game, after only a few minutes, Kaylin had her in checkmate. Arya was so angry she had lost in less than 3 minutes. She stood up, fuming. I'm not playing anymore. With that, she sulked off. Hey, are you mad? Arya was in her room playing on her phone when Kaylin knocked and walked in. What are you doing here? She asked. Are you mad? He said. Didn't you say not to let you win? I said you can't deliberately let me win, she said. But you didn't have to be so ruthless. Don't you think I have pride? So I have to let you win, Kaylin said with a laugh. That's not what I mean, she said loudly. So, in the end, do I let you win or not? Kaylin was bewildered. Arya pouted. Can't you be a little more subtle? Kaylin rubbed his chin. That's a bit difficult. I'll try next time. She turned away. There won't be a next time. I'm not playing with you anymore. Suddenly, Kaylin climbed onto her bed, startling her. What are you doing? Who said you could come up here? Before she could finish, he kissed her. They were once again lost in a deep kiss. After a long moment, he pulled away. The netizens are right. I just looked up how to make a girlfriend stop being mad. They said you don't need to explain, just kiss her. It seems to be quite effective. Want to try again? Arya was so embarrassed her face was beet red and she pushed him away. I don't want to. He lifted her chin. Not being honest, are you? It's clear Arya really enjoyed it just now. Before she could retort, he kissed her deeply again. They kissed for a long time. Are all men like this when they're in love, she wondered? Seeing her dazed, he said, Don't get distracted. Arya's face was as red as a tomato. That was too intense just now. Arya, want to kiss some more? Kaylin asked. She was too shy to look up, just buried her face in his chest. Arya, do you want to come to my house in a few days? What? I promised your grandfather I would officially take you to meet my grandfather in a few days. But didn't we say we'd discuss it after a while? Besides, there are so many people in the Vance family. If I go there, won't I be completely exposed? So what if you're exposed? What are you worried about? The Zhang family or the Cho family? Neither. He ruffled her hair. Then you don't have to worry. Leave these things to me. A few days later, the day of the meeting finally arrived. Arya was wearing a red dress, looking incredibly beautiful. Kaylin looked at her and smiled. A runaway Disney princess. You really are breathtakingly beautiful. I have to leave a good impression on your family this time, she said. He just stared at her. Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? He smiled. You're very beautiful. They walked into the house together, happily. Aren't we going to meet your grandfather? Arya was a little confused. He pulled her in another direction. It's not time for dinner yet? Then where are we going now? He smiled. To my room. The moment they walked in, someone greeted them. Eldest young master, Miss Zhang, welcome. Arya also politely replied. I'm taking Arya upstairs first, Kaylin said. Prepare some drinks and bring them up. They went upstairs hand in hand. The moment he opened the door, Arya looked around, her jaw dropping. Your room is so empty. Where am I supposed to sit? You can sit on the bed. The moment they sat down on the bed, he moved closer and wrapped his arms around her. What are you doing? She said in a panic. Why is your face so red? He asked. Your ears are red too. Looking at the beauty before him, Kaylin couldn't help but kiss her. After a while, he pulled away. She pushed him away, panting. Let go of me! Keep your voice down, he said. It's easy to be overheard here. They quickly sat up straight and straightened their clothes. As she was touching up her makeup, she said, You're not allowed to touch me from now on. My lipstick is hard to apply, and now you've ruined it. The moment I saw you, I couldn't help myself, Kaylin said with a smile. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was a maid, bringing in water. Just leave it there, Kaylin said. But somehow the maid accidentally tripped. The glass of water spilled on Arya, soaking her dress. Are you burned? He asked, worried. No. How do you do your job? Kaylin said, unhappy. Apologize to my girlfriend now. I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. I really didn't do it on purpose. It's fine. You can go now. The maid quickly left, thinking to herself, why did the eldest young master say I dirtied Miss Zhang's clothes? I'm not an actress. Luckily, she didn't notice. Arya was a bit flustered. What am I supposed to do now that my clothes are dirty? I haven't even met the elders yet, and I've already ruined my new outfit. I don't have any women's clothes here, Kaylin said. You can wear mine for now. He took out some clothes, handed them to her, and walked out. I'll go downstairs first. Come find me when you're done changing. The moment he got downstairs, the maid came to report. Eldest young master, the Hao family has arrived. They're in the main hall having tea with the chairman and the old master. The chairman told you to go over immediately. Go to the main hall and tell them we're having dinner at my place tonight, Kaylin said. Invite them over. Yes, eldest young master. Arya finally finished changing. She looked at herself in the mirror for a moment. Then she went out to find Kaylin. She went downstairs looking around but couldn't see him. She took out her phone to call him but couldn't get through. Just then, she heard the sound of a door opening. Kaylin's grandfather and the entire Howe family walked in cheerfully, which made Arya jump. Why are Kaylin's family here? And Serafina Howe and her parents too? At that moment, she realized, oh no, this is bad. The moment they walked in, they were stunned. Who is this? They all looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became silent and awkward. I'm sorry, Arya stammered. Just then, Kaylin also came out. You're done changing? Everyone's here.
His grandfather was so angry he was speechless.
Your clothes look a little big on you, Kaylin told Arya. Yeah, they're a little big. How are you going to explain this? Kaylin's father said angrily. Oh, just now Aunt Jo accidentally spilled something on Arya's clothes, so she had to wear mine for now. Since you've brought her home, shouldn't you introduce her officially? His grandfather said. Didn't you already know, grandfather? Kaylin said seriously. This is my girlfriend, Arya Jung. As for a formal introduction, can everyone wait a moment? I have to go upstairs and help her change. This outfit is too big. His grandfather was even angrier. I told you to come downstairs and you dare to go upstairs? Grandfather Vance, Mr. Vance, I'm sorry, Serafina said, gritting her teeth. I suddenly don't feel well. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Old Mr. Vance, Serafina's father said, unhappy. Did you invite my family here today to watch this scene? If Serafina didn't want to come, I wouldn't have come either. Hey, District Chief Ho, let's talk about this slowly, Kaylin's father said, embarrassed. The Ho family had all left, leaving only a tense atmosphere in the house. Arya was also panicked. This was so awkward. Miss Jung has been to our house before, his grandfather said. But you like this. Before he could finish, Kaylin interrupted. Grandfather, it's getting late. When can we eat? You little brat, get out here with me, his grandfather yelled. Arya thought to herself, Grandfather Vance is mad. But why was the Howe family here? Suddenly, she thought of something and was startled. Yeah, what's wrong? Kaylin asked. She clenched her fists. Did you do this on purpose? District Chief Howe just said you invited them to dinner. You deliberately let them meet me? My girlfriend is indeed smart. She was even angrier. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Do you know how awkward that was for me? Luckily, only the top half of my dress got wet. If my clothes had been a mess, it would have been so embarrassing. I didn't know you would look so good in my clothes, Kaylin said with a laugh. You admit it, don't you? If the Howe family had been here, I wouldn't have come. I was wrong, Kaylin said with a smile. Kaylin Vance is a bastard. With that, she ran upstairs. Arya, don't call me! He stood outside the door, arguing with her. Are you mad? I don't want to see you right now. I'm still asking why. Out of the way! But he patiently said, You really don't want to see me? That's right. The moment she finished, Kaylin let go of the door, and it slammed shut. She opened it worriedly to look. Did you get your hand caught? He looked at her and smiled. Are you worried about me? So annoying. This damn man dared to pretend to be pitiful. He held her tight and she struggled. Let go of me! He wouldn't let her go, lifting her chin. He kissed her passionately again. He pushed her onto the bed and kissed her. After a while, he pulled away and looked at her. Arya. She deliberately turned away, huffing. I really wanted to take you to meet my grandfather, he said. I invited the Howe family over to resolve everything at once. I don't want to see you, Arya said. He continued to placate her, saying he was sorry for hiding it from her. She pushed him away, angrily saying she wouldn't forgive him. So many people saw me wearing your clothes just now, I was so embarrassed. He took her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Arya, don't be mad anymore, okay? She struggled. Let me go. He held her tight. No. Did you forget your grandfather is still waiting for you downstairs? She said. My girlfriend is mad. Humoring my girlfriend is more important than anything else. He turned her around to face him, looking at her intently. But she still pretended to be mad, turning away and huffing. I brought you home this time because I want everyone to know you're my girlfriend, he said. I only like you. I like you. And every time I'm with you, I want to be with you a little longer. But you never have me in your heart. That's not true, isn't it? If you hadn't been drugged that night, I feel like you wouldn't have let me touch you at all. What nonsense are you talking about? He sighed and continued. I even suspected that you didn't like me like you used to, which is why you keep calling me old. No, I never thought that. Then do you still like me now? I do, she said, embarrassed. And compared to before? I liked you before, and now I like you even more, she said. And so his act of playing pitiful succeeded. They were once again lost in a deep, passionate kiss. The kiss made them both hot, and Kaylin's hands started to roam. No, Arya pushed him away. All right. Looks like you have to reapply your lipstick again. Don't wear makeup in the future. It's not convenient to kiss you. Arya threw a pillow at him. You animal! After you change, let's go to the main floor for dinner, he said. You finally decided to come? His grandfather said. Let go of my hand, Arya said, a little embarrassed. There are elders here. Grandfather, Arya has a gift for you, Kaylin said. It's just a small token of my appreciation, Arya said. I hope you like it. You study inkstones, Miss Jiang? His grandfather asked. Not really. It's just that my grandfather enjoys calligraphy, so I've picked up a little. His grandfather looked at the inkstone, very pleased. It wasn't a top-quality piece, but it was a rare, high-quality inkstone. Young people nowadays rarely enjoy calligraphy, let alone study it. This little brat must have been afraid the girl would be nervous, so he deliberately had her try to win me over, he thought. I heard you also enjoy calligraphy, Arya said, so I'm taking this opportunity to give you another small gift. I hope you'll accept it. With that, she quickly picked up a brush and wrote a few strokes on a piece of paper. The beautiful characters appeared on the page, making his grandfather's eyes light up. Wow, this girl's cursive is beautiful. He watched, praising her. I was wrong. This little brat has good taste. After a while, the three of them sat down at the dinner table. Come on, let's eat. Just then, someone walked in, making Arya turn her head to look. It was Alistair Vance. Hello, grandfather. Hello, big brother. This is my younger brother, Alistair Vance, Kaylin said. Oh, he has a younger brother. Why has he never mentioned him? The moment Alistair sat down, he said, Big brother, is this your girlfriend? The timeline rewinds 1 hour. His grandfather had been waiting for them for too long and had gone outside for some fresh air. Sir, it's windy outside. We should go back in, the butler said. Young people are in the throes of love. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a long time. That little brat is a bastard, his grandfather said angrily. This move of his is too risky, not just with the Ho family, but also openly defying his father. Don't worry too much, sir, the butler said. The children will have their own fortunes. You should take care of your health. Sigh, let's go, his grandfather sighed. At the dinner table, the conversation continued. That's right, Kaylin said with a laugh. Alistair smiled at Arya. Hello, sister-in-law. What nonsense are you spouting? His grandfather slammed the table. Oh, sorry, grandfather, I thought, where's Aiden? Your father said he had some private business, so he's not coming to dinner tonight. Arya thought to herself, his father isn't coming to dinner, which means he still doesn't accept me. Don't take it to heart, Kaylin said, taking her hand to comfort her. She smiled. Thank you. After dinner, his grandfather said, Kaylin, come to the study with me. You wait for me here, Kaylin said. Don't run off. The moment they went into the study, Alistair spoke up. Hello, Miss Jiang. Hello. I'm sorry, I was a little rude just now. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. You look so young, Miss Jiang. Are you still in school? 4th year of college? No wonder. You're the first girl my big brother has ever brought home, and you're so intimate. If not, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Arya thought to herself, the Vance family's internal affairs are so complicated. I should be careful. This Alistair, she had never heard of him before. The only possibility was that he was Aiden's illegitimate son. Miss Jiang, Alistair said, if you two are a couple, then has my big brother mentioned the matter of Vance conglomerate to you? No. Just then, Kaylin came out of the living room. Arya! Alistair smiled. Big brother, are you okay? Kaylin clapped his younger brother on the shoulder. You're still in good spirits after such a long flight. Yes, I took a nap this afternoon, so I'm fine. Miss Jiang, I won't disturb you and my big brother anymore. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Goodbye. What did you talk to him about? Kaylin asked her. Nothing. But inside she was thinking, it's best not to worry him. Kaylin looked at her, then took her hand. Let me take you home. At the Jiang house, the moment she got home, Julian interrogated her. Where were you tonight? She didn't answer, just asked back, did you need me for something? Has the Cho family been looking for you these past 2 days? Julian asked. No. The Cho family is probably about to declare bankruptcy, Julian muttered. What? Not to the point of bankruptcy, right? The Cho family's stock has been maliciously acquired these past few days, Julian continued. Plus all sorts of rumors. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on this time. From now on, don't have anything to do with the Cho family. Arya laughed to herself. Who is acquiring the Cho family's stock? Well done. The next morning, at Vance Conglomerate, everyone was in an online meeting. The shareholders were discussing the acquisition of the Cho Corporation, which was in its final stages. That's all for today's meeting. Just then, the chairman, Kaylin's father, walked in. For personal reasons, Director Duan has resigned. Starting today, Alistair will temporarily serve as the vice president of Vance Electronics. Alistair walked in, smiling. Big brother, Secretary Leo, I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Leo, standing to the side, whispered. The illegitimate son just came back and he's already been appointed as the vice president of the most important department in the conglomerate. What is the chairman trying to do? Kaylin remained calm. All right. Alistair, you and Secretary Leo can go out first, Aiden said. I've had someone arrange for you to meet Miss Hu tonight, Aiden said. You have to make things clear. You should always leave a way out. I think the chairman already understood my attitude that night, Kaylin replied. I already told you that day. The marriage cannot be canceled. Aiden slammed the table. You and Miss Jong, break it off. You need a girl who can help the Vance family. If you act on your own, the position Alistair sits in next time will not be vice president. You're appointing relatives to such important positions at will, Kaylin said calmly. Aren't you afraid the board of directors will have an opinion? Besides, if the chairman needs an obedient son, he might as well get a dog. The dog outside the door is also obedient and sensible. It would make a good son for the chairman. Alistair shot to his feet in anger and threw something at Kaylin's face. You ungrateful brat! Leo outside was startled by the noise. Soon after, Aiden stormed out, fuming. Leo quickly looked inside and saw Kaylin's face was covered in blood. CEO Vance, you're bleeding! It's fine, I can handle it. Go downstairs and buy some bandages and medicine. Leo took the order and ran to buy medicine, thinking to himself, the chairman is very controlling, but luckily CEO Vance is exceptionally capable, so they rarely clash. I can't believe he actually laid a hand on him today. Is it really because of that illegitimate son? As a professional assistant, he had to learn to share his boss's worries. And so, he sent a message to Arya. Arya was at home when she received the message from Leo and found out Kaylin was injured. She was so scared she shot to her feet. What? Kaylin is injured and he still went to work? Leo walked in, smiling. CEO Vance. What took you so long? Kaylin said. Arya also walked in behind him, so beautiful that he was stunned. Oh, why are you here? Arya quickly went to his side, worried. Let me see. After checking, she found it was just a superficial wound and let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. She said, Wow, Secretary Leo said you were bleeding a lot and had a concussion. I was so scared I ran straight here. And it's just this? It's just a small wound, he said. He was just exaggerating. But why didn't you go to the hospital? No need, the bleeding has stopped. She took his hand. Don't touch the wound. I feel a little itchy. You can't touch it either. The wound will get infected if it's not treated. The medicine Secretary Leo bought must be very complete. Let me help you with the wound. Do you know how? Of course I do. What's so hard about it? But when she opened the medicine box, she was a little flustered. There are so many things. Which one do I use first? Use the saline solution and hydrogen peroxide to clean the wound first, he said. She pouted. I already know that. As she wiped his wound, she said, It will hurt a little when I apply the medicine. You have to bear with it. Kaylin looked at her, a stirring in his heart. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer. Hey, don't touch me. Arya, you're worried about me, aren't you? He said. I have to apply the medicine. Don't touch my hand. I won't touch your hand. As she applied the medicine, she asked, Does it hurt? If it hurts, you have to tell me. He smiled. Be good. It doesn't hurt. You can just apply the medicine. And so Arya obediently applied the medicine and treated his wound. Finally, it was done. Oh, right. She took out a piece of candy. Eat this. I guarantee it won't hurt anymore. Kaylin took the candy, thinking to himself, She really is a girl who likes sweets, always carrying candy with her. He unwrapped the candy and handed it to her. I don't like it. You eat it. If you don't want it, then forget it. Was it your father who hit you? Secretary Leo told you again. Even if Secretary Leo didn't tell me, I would have known. Besides your father, who else would dare to do that? It seems your father really doesn't like me. Not really. Did your father make you break up with me? If he came to find you, would you break up with me? He asked. Of course not. I worked so hard to get this man. Why would I break up with him? The moment she finished, Kaylin immediately pulled her over, his lips meeting hers in a fiery kiss. He kissed her until she was breathless before finally letting go. The candy is so sweet, he said. He then continued to kiss her, kissing her endlessly, on and on. Arya's lips are even sweeter, he said. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. You can't ambush me like that next time. This is the most effective way to relieve pain, he said. She pushed him away. I have to go home. With that, she stood up and left. He watched her graceful figure, smiling to himself. I really want to have another taste. The next day, Ethan Sue was playing golf with a friend. They were discussing the upcoming blind date with Arya Jang. Her temper is terrible. She even went to deal with a third party herself last time. Oh, so she's a little wildcat. I think you should stay away from this kind of woman. The further, the better. But Ethan found it interesting. I'm not an ordinary man. A wildcat has its charms. I want to have her now. I have to make a move first. Flynn, from a distance, overheard their conversation and was momentarily panicked. Oh my God, where did this guy come from? Daring to have his eye on Arya. Soon Flynn called Kaylin. Someone is trying to steal your girl, you know. I ran into a guy named Ethan Sue at the golf course. I heard he's a master's graduate from abroad. His private life is pretty chaotic. Not a good person. This kind of person likes your sister-in-law. I heard the Zhang family is arranging for them to meet, and they've even invited him to their house. Kaylin's face darkened. It seems it's time to make our relationship public, he thought. Otherwise, my little cat will keep being coveted by others. Arya was walking down the street when she received a call. I'm finally done with my grad school exams today. Let's get together tonight. Okay, send me the address after you're done with your exam at 5. Before she could finish, Kaylin snatched her phone. She looked at him, surprised. Why are you here? He wrapped his arms around her. I've been standing behind you for a long time. And you? Who were you calling? Let go of me first, no. Are you afraid of being seen? He wrapped a scarf around her head. This way, no one will see. Arya was dazed. I haven't even told everyone yet. She took his arm. Let's go, quick. I'll take you to eat first. At the restaurant, the waiter was very attentive. Please wait a moment, your food will be here shortly. Arya also walked in, taking off her scarf and jacket and hanging them up. Suddenly, Kaylin hugged her from behind, which made her jump. He just stroked her and kissed her. Be careful, someone might see. Seeing he had no intention of stopping, she said, we're here to eat. He turned her around to face him, looking at her. Let me kiss you for a bit. And just like that, he kissed her passionately. She was once again kissed until she was weak in the knees. Be gentle, Arya. Arya was so dazed from the kiss, she said dreamily. Not here. He lifted her chin. I haven't seen you in a few days, I miss you so much. And so he pushed her onto the table and continued to kiss her. Are we here to eat? Or to eat her? As they were lost in the moment, there was a knock on the door, which made Arya jump. Don't be afraid, I locked the door. No wonder he was so frantic. He had locked the door beforehand. The waiter brought in the food, a puzzled expression on his face. Why is the door locked in the middle of the day? The table was filled with delicacies. It's all your fault, she complained. My lips are all swollen. So much for being gentle as jade. Ever since we got together, you've been biting me every time we meet. You're an animal. Then I'll let you bite me back, he said. She turned away, ignoring him. So where are you going tonight? I have a date with a friend. What friend? My high school friends. It seems you still haven't met my friends. Do they know we're dating? Not yet. He stroked her hair. Of course. Then I'll go with you tonight. In the end, she had to take him to meet her friends. How am I supposed to introduce him later? As she was thinking, a friend pushed open the door. Long time no see, do you miss me? Then she looked surprised. CEO Vance, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Miss Song, Kaylin said calmly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Arya's boyfriend. For real? Arya nodded. Another friend ran in. I'm here. The moment he walked in, he saw CEO Vance sitting next to Arya. Wait, CEO Vance, why are you here? Thanks to your advice last time, I passed my interview. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the friends' gathering became strangely quiet, all because of Kaylin's presence. Don't just sit there, everyone, Arya said with a laugh. Pick a song. CEO Vance, you pick first. That's right, CEO Vance, what song do you want to sing? I'll pick it for you. Arya looked helpless. I knew I shouldn't have brought this man here. This doesn't feel like a gathering, it feels like meeting some big shot. CEO Vance, how about we order some food? No need, Kaylin said with a smile. You all eat first. I'm going to make a call. Take your time, CEO Vance. The moment Kaylin left, the three friends let out a sigh of relief. Arya, you order. We can't let the big CEO eat our cheap food. That's right, this is so embarrassing. Soon the waiter brought in the food, and everyone was stunned. We didn't order such expensive food. Is there a mistake? These dishes were ordered by your private room, and they've already been paid for. Oh right, Miss Jiang. Mr. Vance has transferred $10,000 to your account. You are now a super VIP customer of our restaurant. Congratulations. Arya's three friends were speechless, completely stunned by the scene. Just then, one of her friends also received a call. It told him he had passed his interview. Hearing the news, he was so moved he cried. That's great, I finally got into my dream company. Kaylin quickly returned. Mr. Vance, you're too kind. Tonight is our gathering. How can we let you pay? It was my fault for being rude and coming uninvited, Kaylin said. I must have made everyone feel pressured, right? No, we don't feel pressured at all. We're very happy. Mr. Vance, thank you for thinking so highly of me. I'd like to toast you. You're all students, so you should drink less. Don't make your families worry. The girls whispered to Arya. This marriage of yours, I approve. That's right, I approve too. You performed so well tonight, Kaylin whispered in her ear. You have to reward me later. Hearing this, Arya's face flushed and she was silent. The moment he closed the door, he immediately pinned her against the wall and kissed her passionately. The kiss made Arya tremble, her mind going blank. From the wall to the sofa, the world was spinning. Your grad school exams are over, he whispered. You can't reject me anymore, can you? Then can you hurry up? She panted. And then take me home. Arya, are you doubting my abilities? You promised me once a week before. Now you owe me a total of 4 times. So today, do you want to pay in installments or all at once? Before she knew it, her neck was covered in red marks. After a while, he said, "One more time." Arya could only enjoy it helplessly. Seeing her panting, he laughed. "You can't take it already?" Her voice was hoarse. "I want to sleep." He stroked her hair and smiled. "All right, you still owe me one time. We'll continue tomorrow morning." Arya had no choice. This guy really keeps count. She wrapped the blanket tightly around herself. "I'm sleeping." The next morning, before Arya was fully awake, he was kissing her all over, which made her wake up. "That tickles? You're finally awake?" He smiled. "The last time. We talked about it last night. You didn't forget, did you?" "Why is his stamina so good?" Sob. "Your phone's ringing." Arya was still in a daze. He picked up the phone. "It's your father. It's all your fault," Arya said, a little annoyed. "I forgot to tell Julian I wasn't coming home yesterday." Kaelin looked at the girl under him, a stirring in his heart again. This look is so alluring. He couldn't help but kiss her deeply again. "Kaelin Vance," she asked, "are you not going to work today?" "This is the last time," he replied. She didn't answer the phone, so Julian had to send a message. "Get your ass back here now." A long time later, Arya finally got home. "Why is it so lively?" "I'm here," Julian said. "This is Ethan Sue. Get to know each other." Ethan looked at her, sighing to himself. "Wow, she's beautiful." "I'm not eating, I'm full," Arya said. "Arya, let's have a meal together," Liam said. Crystal was a little unhappy, thinking to herself, "Does Liam still have feelings for Arya?" Crystal said, "Liam and I are getting married soon. You have to come, sis." "If I'm free, I'll go," Arya said without turning around. "Come back here. We still have guests." Julian was furious. "Don't worry, Uncle," Ethan said. "I'll ask Miss Jung out myself some other time." Liam watched Arya's retreating back, his face full of disappointment. Crystal couldn't take it anymore and stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." In the restroom, she slammed the table in anger, gritting her teeth. Damn it, damn Arya Jung!" Just then, she saw a watch on the floor. Wait, isn't this the watch Ethan was wearing? A wicked smile spread across her face. "Arya Jiang, I'll make sure you leave the Jiang family and leave Liam for good." The next day, Ethan came to the Jiang house again. "Miss Jiang, I left my watch here last night. I'm here to get it today." "I saw that watch," Crystal said with a smile. "Mr. Sue, have some tea. I'll go upstairs and get it for you." "Oh right, is Arya at home?" "She's in her room." "I put the strongest drug in the tea," she thought to herself. "I don't believe Ethan can resist it." After a while, no one had come down, so Ethan went upstairs and called out, "Miss Jiang, are you done yet?" At that moment, he felt a little dizzy. Why am I so dizzy? And I feel so hot. Is this Arya's room? Then maybe, while I'm at it. He knocked on the door. "Miss Jiang, are you in there?" Arya opened the door, a puzzled expression on her face. "Mr. Sue, why are you at my house?" "I left my watch here last night. I came to find it." She really is a vixen, he thought. Why am I getting hotter and hotter? "I think I saw that watch," Arya said. "Was it white or blue?" "Blue." "Then come in, I'll go get it for you." Ethan quickly ran into the room. Crystal was now hiding in a corner. Seeing Ethan go into Arya's room, she smiled with satisfaction. This drug really is powerful. Crystal took out her phone, ready to record. With this evidence, Arya would have to shut up even if she wanted to deny it later. But when she stepped in, she found the lights were off, and the room was pitch black. A hand pushed Crystal into the room. Because it was so dark, Ethan couldn't tell who it was and pushed her onto the bed. "Baby, you're finally back." "Hey, let go of me, I'm not Arya." "I'm not..." Outside, Arya heard the screams from inside and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I won't disturb you two lovebirds anymore. Goodbye." Arya sat on the sofa waiting for them for about an hour. Mrs. Jiang had also returned. "Arya, why are you here by yourself?" she asked, puzzled. "Didn't Crystal say she had a plan to make Ethan and Arya sleep together? Why is she still sitting here?" "I was bored, so I was watching TV, Arya said. "Where's Crystal? I think she's upstairs." "Let me go see." The moment she got upstairs, she heard a piercing scream. Arya listened calmly. The bed in the room was now a mess. Save me!" Crystal cried. "What's wrong? What happened?" Arya asked, feigning panic. Arya was about to call for help, but Mrs. Jiang stopped her. "Don't call anyone. You can go out first." And so she went out, leaving them to talk in the room. The room was a complete mess. Crystal was trembling with fear, and Ethan was mumbling on the floor. "Let's do it again." Crystal sobbed. "The wedding is so soon. If Liam finds out, he won't marry me. What do I do?" Sob. "Don't worry. As long as we can shut Arya up, it'll be fine. I won't let her ruin your wedding." The wedding day finally arrived. "Where's Arya? This is unacceptable." "I just called, no one answered." "I will absolutely not let her come to my daughter's wedding," Mrs. Jiang thought. "On such a happy day, why do you look so distracted?" Flynn asked Kaelin. "I can't find Arya." Just then, Arya sent a message. "Find a hacker for me. I want to prepare an interesting gift." "Are you trying to ruin this wedding? So are you going to help or not?" "Of course I'll help." Soon, the host began the ceremony. The wedding officially begins. Please welcome the bride and groom to the stage. They held hands, looking at each other with deep affection. I can finally marry him. Once the wedding is over, I'll be a daughter-in-law of the Joe family. Next, the host said, is a video of blessings that the bride's family has prepared for today's wedding. It's also a special gift. The moment the video started, the bride and groom's faces went pale. On the screen was the scene of Crystal and Ethan entangled together. All the guests were stunned. Who is this man? It doesn't look like the groom. Oh my god, so the groom was cheated on. The video now! Crystal shrieked in a panic. Why is this happening? Who did this? The reporters immediately swarmed around. Miss Jiang, may I ask if the person in the video is you? Who is that man? Liam saw everything and quietly turned to leave. Crystal ran over and grabbed him. Let me explain. Liam decisively pushed her away and she fell to the ground. The reporters frantically took pictures, and everyone else at the scene also took out their phones to take pictures. Just then, our main characters appeared. Kaylin and Arya walked onto the stage hand in hand, radiant. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. It's Kaylin Vance. Who is that girl next to him? She's the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. A reporter came up to interview them. Mr. Vance, may I ask if you and the eldest Miss Jiang are officially public? Is it not obvious enough that I need to answer? Then are the rumors of your marriage alliance with Miss Hu false? I remember Miss Hao already posted a clarification, denying any relationship with me. Flynn listened, helpless. This damn man. They're asking about the marriage alliance, which was clearly true, and he's using Miss Hao as a shield. I'm sorry, Kaylin said with a smile. My fiancé and I are getting married soon. I don't want to hear another woman's name. Who's getting married to you? Arya said. I haven't even agreed yet. Just then, before Arya could react, Kaylin took out a diamond ring. He knelt on one knee and looked at her seriously. Arya, marry me. Arya was both shocked and moved, her eyes welling up, but she still tried to remain calm. This is too sudden, I don't agree. Then it was my rashness. It's fine, I'll always wait for you. The moment he finished, she snatched the ring box. I'm not getting married, but I'll take the ring. He scooped her up, looking at her gently. All right, whatever you say. As long as you want to get married, I'll give you the grandest wedding. Arya, I love you. I love you too, forever. And so, they kissed again in front of everyone.